Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the Governing Board monthly meeting to order. Today's August 8th, 2019. If you could withhold your chatter, we're going to go and get the meeting started now. Is this mic on?
Did you bang the gavel?
I'll bang the gavel a little harder. There we go. Got to get angry. We're calling the meeting to order. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Mr. Wagner is on the phone, I believe. Vice Chairman, are you there?
I'm here.
Great.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Mead, would you lead us in the pledge? Thanks. I'm honored this year to be able to serve as the governing board sponsor of our employee-selected charity, and that's something called Madison's Miracles. And this is a nonprofit organization that provides comfort, support, resources to grieving parents who've gone through the loss of a pregnancy, a stillbirth, or an infant loss, and that's got to be one of the most painful experiences imaginable. We had a lunch, pizza lunch hosted by the Hydro Data Management section. They kicked off the fundraising activities last month. We've got more activities coming. For those of you who came in today, you can see that if you start to nod off a little bit later during mid-morning, there are plenty of sweets out there. We've got a bake sale going on. I'd encourage you all to enjoy the bake sale. Additionally, we've got wristbands. They're on sale in memory of Haley Lee Lager. She's the daughter of one of our own district team employees who lost a child. Your purchase of these wristbands is going to go directly to Madison's Miracles. I've got one here. We've got an annual silent auction fundraiser that's going to be held on December 12th, which is board day, and that's to be here at the district headquarters. So I'd encourage you all to join in this, and I appreciate it. Mr. Bartlett, you have employee recognitions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we get into that, I want to introduce to you two new members of our leadership team. The first and they both started on Monday, and the first one I'd like to introduce and have him come up and introduce himself to you and tell you a little bit about himself is Gary Russ, who's now the new division director of the Field Operations and Land Management Division. Comes to us from the Corps of Engineers.
Yes, sir. I spent 3 years with the Corps, and before that, just lots of different jobs overseas. Only 3 years in Florida. Before that, 15 years overseas in consulting and working for the Army and lots of different things. I'm really looking forward to doing the same thing that I've been doing for the last 3 years, and that's protecting the citizens of Florida and making partnerships and doing it better. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Welcome. And the other one, a familiar face, is our new division director for our sciences program, which is, I just call it the sciences program. And that's Lawrence Glenn, who very excited to have him help us do all of our amazing science work.
I'm just truly honored to be here today. I'm excited to work with you, Governing Board, the district, and the stakeholders and citizens of Florida to help protect our water resources. I'm sure you're aware that our technical and scientific staff here at the district are world-class, and I will work diligently to bring to bear sound science on the difficult decisions we make daily regarding those critical water resources. I would be remiss to say that I'm going to be filling some really big shoes that were left behind me from Terry Bates and more recently by Dr. Susan Gray. But I just hope to take their legacy of water resource conservation and protection forward, and I look very forward to working with you, and I'm quite honored to be here today. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Laura. All right, board members, if you want to make your way down. First, we are going to introduce to you our Employee of the Month. She's a familiar face. You have seen her before. Tracy Picone is our Employee of the Month. She is our Chief Consulting Engineer in our Water Resources Division. You may remember her, or maybe not, when she presented to you all the details of stormwater treatment areas at 7:30 in the evening while I was going and putting an offer on a house. But we rely so heavily on Tracy to make sure that our STAs are working and that we're implementing the best technology we have in those stormwater treatment areas, and we would be completely lost without her. So she's well-earned Employee of the Month, and I'm very excited to introduce you to present it to Tracy. All right. So the next one it's an exciting name. It's the Geospatial Services Rocket Request Team. It's a team award. And I'd like to introduce Lexi Hoffart and Nicole Miller with our geospatial. Thank you. So these are our map makers, and if you spend any time at the district, you know maps are critically important to us, and we can't go anywhere without a map getting pulled out of our briefcase or anything. And this is a rocket team because me always say, I need a map, I need it tomorrow or in an hour, and it needs to do all these things, and they turn it around as if they're driving a rocket. So, and the latest one they did, which is cool as all get out, that's a technical term, is this hydrologic map that layers on the soils of the state as they were originally found over what our current construction system is, our current CNFS system. And you can see what was naturally there versus what is there now, all in one map. And it's the coolest thing you can ever see. So I think we got one on a poster board we can bring down for everyone to look at, because you can just stare at it for hours, and it's really cool. Congratulations. There's one outside of Paula's office, I think, Tina. All right, now we have a 30-year service award to Tom Colios, the section leader of the Water Supply Planning Unit. Come on up, Tom. Tom started in 1989, and he went straight into the water supply section. And so he helps us with water supply permitting, water supply planning, and he's kind of our resident historian on water supply in South Florida. So if you have any questions about what's happened, he's the guy. And he's currently helping us and working on the team up at the Central Florida Water Initiative, which is that interjurisdictional between us, St. John's, and Southwest Florida, working on water supply issues up there, which is critically important to our state. So I'm just so happy that Tom is still with us, and hopefully he'll be here for another 30 years. Thank you, Tom.
Well, thanks very much, Drew. Tia, do we have any agenda revisions?
No, sir.
Great. I'm going to poll the board members now for any abstentions or disclosures that are on the agenda item. I'll start with Mr. Steinle.
None?
None.
None.
I have none.
I have none.
None.
Thank you. Mr. Steinle, you guys had your first meeting last month after our meeting. Can you give us an update?
Certainly. So I've got, I'm going to read a summary of last month's Audit and Finance Committee meeting, which was held following the general board meeting on July 11th. First on the agenda, Lucy Weinberg, who is our treasurer, presented a summary of investments that consisted of reviewing the Treasury's mission statement and investment objectives in order of importance, that being safety of assets, number one, liquidity of those assets, number two, and then lastly, but still important, yield. She described the role of the district's financial advisor, who is Public Financial Management, PFM. We discussed the various risk components of investing and how the district mitigates those risks. We discussed the current interest rate environment, the current portfolio breakdown and performance report, and staff estimates that for the fiscal year just ending, investment earnings of approximately $11 million. And the committee, based on performance, asked staff to include a public agency peer group analysis to use as an additional benchmark in the future meetings. Next on the agenda was revisions to the district's investment policy. This is item number 21 on today's consent agenda, so I'll talk a little bit about that. The revision is a result of the district's financial advisor, PFM, review of the policy with the treasurer. The revisions are due to outdated policy, which were last updated in 2008, so this had to occur, and will bring the investment policy current by updating terminology and definitions, as well as align the policy with industry guidelines and GFO Association best practices. PFM recommended adjusting the investment percentage maximums of certain strategies. Some were adjusted lower, others higher, with most focus on agency mortgage-backed securities, moving that from a current policy of maximum of 30% to 50%. And just to note or to clarify, this percentage is a maximum, so it's not a target amount, allowing allocations to be adjusted based on market activity and what's in the district's best interest. The current AMBS allocation is approximately 25%. Increasing the agency mortgage-backed securities allocation will allow for greater earnings potential. Since MBS typically earns a higher yield than other fixed income assets, agency mortgage-backed securities are AAA rated government guaranteed assets. The primary risk of these assets is changes in interest rates. Obviously, we're going through that environment. Notably recently, as well as over the past 10 years, but in contrast to non-agency mortgage-backed securities, which are more exposed to credit quality risk of the borrower, and those have been removed from the investment policy because of the risk profile. The higher allocation would have brought the district an additional $1.7 million in earnings. That's the expectation if the AMBS had been more fully allocated to in the fiscal year of 16 through 17, 2015, 16 through 17, 18. We also discussed managing cash in a lower range, which is a range of 10 to 15%, so that yield can be maximized. Committee discussed the policy in depth and ultimately agreed with PFM's recommendation to the board, to the policy changes, and recommends a revised investment policy to the board. Again, that's item 21 on consent. And then the next agenda item was Inspector General Tim Burns presented 2 audits, employee separation process, and then the cost share expense analysis for SERP and non-SERP projects for the Corps. The audit objective of the separation process was to determine if retracting district property and revoking access to district facilities and information systems were adequate when an individual separated from the district. Those results showed that internal controls were in place and working. Management concurred with the 6 audit recommendations to enhance internal controls and improve program efficiencies. The audit objective of the cost share expenses was to determine whether the district requested credit and reimbursement for all eligible expenses for SERP and non-SERP projects. The results showed district has adequate process in place to ensure eligible expenses are being tracked. However, some improvements are needed. 2 areas. Audit identified approximately $535,000 of additional expenses eligible for reimbursement. And then, secondly, the audit noted that the Corps currently owes the district approximately $13.6 million in unpaid invoices. We, the committee, discussed the importance of addressing this, especially in the context of taking on new operating assets from the Corps, given that it's a significant amount. Next, Mr. Burns asked the committee's recommendation to execute a new contract with our auditor, RSM, for annual independent financial audits. This is number 20 on the consent agenda. So as I said, RSM's our current auditor. They were originally hired by competitive bid process. Competitive solicitation is not required under the district's policy when it comes to auditing services, but it was used initially. We did discuss this because we did not use the solicitation process on this renewal. The staff assured the committee that RSM was or has dominant expertise in the government industry compared to firms that originally bid. Just as importantly, the district's been pleased with the work of RSM through its previous contract. So they went on to negotiate a price that is 2.6% more than the current contract, with no price escalations for future years under that new contract. We, the committee, recommends approval of this item, again, number 20. And then lastly, apologies about the length. Lastly, Mr. Burns summarized the external quality control review process recently completed on the Office of the Inspector General's internal quality system. This external independent peer review concluded the IG's process was suitably designed and operating efficiently to provide reasonable assurances of compliance with the government auditing standards for audits and attestation engagements during the period 16 through 18. Those were the items. The next Audit and Finance Committee meeting scheduled for October 10th. That'll be here in West Palm Beach. I think also at that meeting, PFM will be making a presentation to the committee. We will again be discussing investments as well as the IG's fiscal 2020 audit plan.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Steinle, for that. And no need to apologize for the length. This is important. It's a decade-old investment policy that you brought up to date, and I appreciate that. These are items number 20 and 21 on the consent agenda. Since we're talking about it now, if anyone on the board wants to talk about any of these right now and ask Mr. Steinle questions, please do. Mr. Martinez.
Yes. Jay, so I know originally we hired RSM through a competitive bidding process.
Mm-hmm.
How long ago was that? Do we know?
Tim, was that 5 years?
We had 2 5-year contracts and 2 years. So the second round, they also ranked number 1. Actually, the first time they were actually ranked number 2, but the firm that was ranked number 1, we were not able to negotiate an acceptable price with them, and so we went to them number 2, and were able to successfully negotiate the contract. The second round, they were ranked number 1, and interesting thing is what's changed in the marketplace is none of the big four firms are pursuing government work anymore. And so most of it's regional elected firms, and RSM has, they have the largest and strongest government practice in the South Carolina.
Okay. And I wholeheartedly agree with you. I'm a client been a client in RSM for many years, so nothing with them. It's just, I want to make sure, so would it be fair to say that at minimum every 5 years, we get competitive bidding?
Well, we
There's-
didn't in this case.
Yeah. The industry practice is, if you look at the corporate business world, they rarely ever change auditors. And many of them have used the same firm for decades.
Okay.
So,
And Charlie, I don't think necessarily because industry practice is no changes, that's a good thing. I think in discussion prior to the Audit and Finance Committee, we wanted to, and I assume, Jackie, you might have also had this conversation, make sure that we were getting the best services for the most efficient contract amount.
That's my only.
And I
that's my only
think we have confidence that, I know we have confidence that we are, but also under consideration was just the fact that Tim made, which is, as you probably know, Ernst & Young, Deloitte, the big four that you know, typically don't hold this business, and RSM is the largest when it comes to this. So if it wasn't broken, we're not going to fix it, and we think we have a reasonable contract.
Okay, and that's all. Just, you get with these companies, and again, I personally have, and you get that increase every year, and after you do that for so many years, sometimes you find out that, market doesn't necessarily just go up that uniformly, and maybe we need to just make sure that we are still paying market, and we know that they're the right one for us, or providing the right services. Just kind of keep them honest from once in a while. And
Tim, if you have that information based on the initial contract, which it sounds like was 10 years ago, so we've gone through 2, the increase on the second contract, was it similar to the increase on this third contract that we're suggesting?
I don't remember the exact numbers, but from what I recall, it was actually less than the first contract.
Okay. So it seems to me like if I just back out the numbers, if we're talking about starting our relationship 10 years ago, there was a slight incremental increase on the second contract and another slight incremental increase for that period, not per year, right? For the third, that I would assume we're at very competitive rates.
Great, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Steinle? Thanks very much, Jay. I appreciate that. We're going to now move to the approval of the minutes. We had a July 10th workshop, a July 11th meeting. We've had those minutes have been disseminated to the board. I've taken a look at them. I have no additions or amendments. Does anyone else? No. If not, can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion, please.
I have a motion and a second by Mr. Bergeron. All those in favor of approving the minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. The ayes have it. We'll go to general public comment now. Tia?
Yes, sir. I have 3. Mark Perry, Rayanne Wessel, then Pete Quashis.
Good morning, Governing Board. Mark Perry, Florida Oceanographic. Just on the general kind of sense of things, I do want to thank you for the July workshop on July 10th. It was very informative, and even the ones before that, the workshops have been really great to have the full understanding of the Governing Board and the public of the north of the Lake Okeechobee watershed, and also the east and west and south. So it's really important to have workshops, and I know you can't have them every meeting, but please continue those kind of areas of discovery and things that we all need to have to learn and understand our watershed. Just really that thanks is what I have. I know there are 2 items coming up on water quality monitoring and the 40E61 that we'll comment on later, but wanted to also turn your attention. I know item 16 in the consent agenda just has a typo that's very important, because you're flooded with acronyms, and the public is really hard to keep up with them, and even us are hard to keep up with them a lot of times. But in item 16A, we talk about BMAPs down at the end of the chapter about Florida Department of Environmental Protection, Best Management Action Plans, BMAPs. And I think it should have been Basin Management Action Plans. So we want them to be the best, but I think it's important that we make sure we keep those acronyms straight. You're going to be flooded with them. We're going to have those discussions in the next, in this time on the agenda too for these other items, but let's just make sure we really kind of understand those. And if you don't understand those acronyms, let's ask questions and let's all be clear on what we're discussing. But again, I just wanted to really comment, say thank you. I appreciate staff's involvement in these workshops, and their presentations at the governing board meetings are now more understandable and things like that for everybody. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Governing Board, Mr. Chairman, Board, Ray Ann Wessel for the Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation. I want to welcome Gary and congratulate Lawrence, and here to comment on two items in case I'm not here for those actual discussions. Item 25, the expansion of Northern Everglades water quality monitoring. I want to urge your unanimous support of this great proposal that Drew has brought forward. Drew has worked on these issues at DEP and EPA and beyond, and this is urgently needed. And there are three particular reasons that this is important for your support. First of all, it's going to expand the geographic range and monitoring of parameters across the whole Northern Everglades system, Caloosahatchee, Okeechobee, and St. Lucie areas, that will help us to understand what's flowing into our waters, where it's coming from, and how it's affecting the waters. That's number one. Without that, we're really blindly making decisions based on science that we may not have. Secondly, and I would just say that those species, I love this acronym. I think Zach is the one who came up with it, the unwrapped candy. So what the forms of species of nutrients are doing, some are much more important than others, and we haven't had that information, so this is tremendously important. Secondly, where to apply solutions. Once you have the information about what's coming in and where it's coming in, then we can target those solutions to those basins or those areas to achieve actual improvement. And in turn, that is going to advise you, spending taxpayer monies, to put that money exactly where it can do the most good. For years, the staff and agency have, I feel like, been pent up waiting for the opportunity, because about 10 years ago, this monitoring network was rolled back and defunded. So this is really reestablishing a fundamental basis for this agency. The second item I wanted to speak about was item 26, which is the works of the district. And while that's not a voting item today, we want to encourage your support and consideration of this item, because this is a tool in the toolbox that has really has the ability to work with this monitoring program to use the information. At last month's meeting, there was a comment made that we can't do anything north of the lake like we've done south of the lake. The fact is, it's different hydrology, different soils, different geography, topography, but that doesn't mean we can't do anything with it. We just need to apply the appropriate solutions, and that means using works of the district. So encourage you to reestablish and expand that tool once again. And thank you for all that you're doing, because it's exciting times.
Good morning. I'm Pete Quashis on behalf of Audubon of the Western Everglades. I'd like to echo the support for this monitoring program that Ray Ann so eloquently articulated. It's really necessary. Good science is required for us to make good decisions. I'd like to do a shout out to the American Water Resources Association. The Florida branch held a conference down in the Keys last weekend, and it was amazing, the present and past staff from this district that are involved in these professional organizations. They were everywhere, many of them in different roles, but still very much engaged. It is very unusual to see the directors of all 5 of the water management districts well, one had a representative, show up on the stage to discuss the differences in their approaches. Fascinating opportunity. Excellent presentation by Tom Fraser, the science officer, who still urges you to go back and read the report that he wrote in 2014-15 about what our options are. It still remains valid. Very interesting presentation by Senator Lemieux on the history of Florida. These are worthwhile endeavors. The networking, particularly this organization, which is focusing on our successor generation, finding students, young professionals, new professionals that are part of the solutions of the many problems that we face. In January, the Southwest Florida branch of this association, American Water Resources Association, will be meeting at FGCU on the West Coast. And in June next year will be the national conference, super conferences, professionals, an opportunity to understand what some of the basic issues are, where they are communicating their hope and their optimism for the future. Very nice to hear these days. The other conference that I would like you all to consider, the 19th annual conference by the American Groundwaters Trust up in Ocala on Florida's aquifers. This is a professional conference with the drillers, with the people who are the practitioners of underground storage and water treatment all over the world. Some 300 gathered together, first-class opportunities. I love going to this conference. I'm usually the dumbest guy in the room, and that always makes me feel good. So thank you for your service. Thank you for the good work that we are doing, and I look forward to moving forward with many of the good ideas, good programs we have on the board.
Great. At this time, we'll look for board member comments. If anyone has anything they'd like to say, they may. I'd like to say thank you to the governor for coming to Broward County yesterday and working on python eradication, and I'd like to say I'm in awe of Jackie and Ron for handling that python.
You were noticeably absent from the picture.
I was hiding in the back. Is there any board comment?
I don't think the governor wanted to get very close to that snake. But I do want to applaud the governor and his leadership, and it is a serious impact when you have a invasive snake that can grow to be 20 feet long and weigh 200 pounds and absolutely destroy the natural resources and all the wildlife, in the beautiful Everglades. So look forward to us moving forward with the recommendations that we've made in regards to increasing the expert hunters in South Florida water management, which I want to applaud them as well. It's been a very successful program, and the FWC is going to increase there. Also, we've been negotiating with our federal partners in Everglades National Park to get into very remote areas that we've never been able to access before in Everglades National Park, as well as the Big Cypress Preserve, working to open up secondary trails to be able to access these very remote areas. And I think we can continue to put the pressure and be able to save all of our wildlife.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Stanley?
I guess more of a question than a comment. Given that we've just come off a window of significant rainfall, I think it might not spend too much time, but just if I could ask for a couple comments on our planning around that, as well as any lessons learned. It seemed like staff did an incredible job in preparation for and then implementing in advance of the recent rainstorm. So I guess, John, maybe just a quick summary, and then also curious, and maybe this is rhetorical, the managed recession of the lake, I would assume gave you more flexibility in terms of how that and future processes will be implemented. So maybe just a couple quick comments on that.
Certainly, and I'll touch on some of this during the water conditions report a little bit later on today, but real briefly right now, Anytime that the district meteorologist, your meteorologists see that there's a weather event coming our way that is anticipated to bring heavy or excessive rainfall, there's a number of different things that start happening at this agency to prepare for that. One of them, we start having coordination calls with the very local drainage districts, the cities, the towns, the 298 districts, making sure that they're preparing their systems in advance of some of that rainfall. As well as in our system, the primary network of canals, we're taking actions to move some of those canals into their lower ranges, and in some cases doing even what we call a pre-storm drawdown to be able to accommodate not only the additional inflows from the rain event itself, but also any preparations the local entities make in their systems to start getting rid of water prior to the rain starting falling. So I'll go through a little bit of that later on in the water conditions report. In regards to your second question for Lake Okeechobee, obviously with Lake Okeechobee being as low as it is and has been for the past several weeks or 2 months or so, I think the lake is in a decent position for this time of year. The jury is still out, so to speak, in the sense that we still have 2 more months of the wet season to go. We still have the peak of hurricane season to come in the beginning of September. So when I get into my water conditions report, there's that traditional graphic that I show of Lake Okeechobee and has the last several years of lines of how the lake levels have been. And I'll point out some of the differences between this year and 2017 that everybody remembers, the disastrous year and all the damaging discharges, and how we are prepared for this year versus what occurred in 2017 and what 2017 looked like out into the future, as well as I'll always follow up with what your meteorologists are forecasting for the months to come.
Thanks. So I would just say congratulations to staff, and I think we should recognize them. I mean, this was not obviously and luckily a hurricane event, but it was a significant rainfall event. And I think from what I've seen locally, not everywhere, the planning process and implementation worked very well. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Mr. Olepich.
Thank you so much. I have about 6 things, but I'll try to keep them each to just like 10 seconds. So first of all, yesterday, holding a 12-foot python next to the governor was quite an experience. And, you know, you say to yourself when you go home at night, you never know what can happen. And on a more serious note, of course, they say about 2% of the small mammals are remaining in Everglades National Park and other parts of the Everglades. And let's be real, you know, what does an animal do? They follow their food, a food source. I have a lot of possums in my yard. So it is very, very serious that this population gets under control, and I really commend the governor for ramping up the program, working with the other agencies. I also wanted to mention that I've had the chance to visit some of our cattle ranches. And it has been an incredible experience for me. It is so beautiful on those lands, and to see the wildlife that's on those lands north of the lake. These were the ones I got to see, and one off 714 in Martin County. And it's been an honor to meet this community, and I look forward for all of us getting to know each other better and working together. And I saw a fox squirrel on one, and I've seen more wildlife on those lands than I've seen in any of the parks like Jonathan Dickinson in my area. Another thing I wanted to quickly bring up, you guys might remember that at the very beginning I had this long list of things that I thought was important, and that every month I bring something up, and I wrote this on 3/14/19. So the next thing on this list was the A1 FEB. And I just know that there's a lot of history to that. It's like the triangle that you see when you look at Google Maps. It kind of centers you, trying to figure out where the EAA reservoir will be and everything else. And I believe there's a lot more history to this, the Talesman property. I would like to ask that we all go on a field trip to that area. I think that that would be cool, and it's a flow equalization basin, so it's water flowing, which is such a rare thing to really see right off of Highway 27. So I really would like to make a formal request and hope that my fellow board members will support that. I wanted to thank Sean Cooley and the communications team for our mission statement, which is now prominently displayed in the lobby. And you have to come around here if you're in the audience, because it's also up here. And so we see it when we're looking out from the dais. And I appreciate us keeping the light on what our goals are for our time here. I wanted to thank the Army Corps of Engineers for everything they have done as far as the addressing the toxic algae, the algae situation in Lake Okeechobee and everywhere. They are to be commended for what they have been doing on a communications level over the past few months. It's amazing to me. And I remember very early on in my little time, my career with all this, is them saying to me very nicely, Jackie, water quality isn't the responsibility of the Corps. And that's still the truth. Water quality is the responsibility of the state. So I appreciate them for breaching these concerns we have, but it's not all up to them. It's up to us. I also wanted to say thank you to the Toxic Algae Task Force that met in Fort Pierce at Harbor Branch. Dr. Tom Frazier is by far the coolest scientist in all of the United States of America. I had my picture taken with him and he looked like he was on a surfboard. You know, he's so good communicating, and they dealt with septic tanks. That was the big thing that they spoke about, and that's something that my area has to think about more and more. And last but not least, I want to thank our staff, because I'm finally starting to catch on, I think, and after all these months, and we are executing the governor's order 1912. We have a map to follow, and you are doing it. Thank you so much. Bravo.
Thanks very much, Jackie. I think Dr. Glenn would give, I don't know, for cool scientists, we got to.
Oh, he's cool too.
There we go. Anyone else? Great.
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron, I got. Sorry, Mr. Martinez.
Just, I want to encourage my fellow board members, even though I'm sure you all do like I do, and I meet with a number of different groups and organizations and people between our meetings. And yesterday I had one of those meetings. I met with one of the many different companies or folks that are trying to create new technology to remove phosphorus from our water. And so a lot of this is new, it's innovative. I think the folks yesterday were phosphorus-free something or other. And again, I know there's many. I know the Everglades Foundation is got obviously the Barley Water Project, which is also, we're all very excited about what comes out of that. But what's really interesting and what excites me the most is that it's not only the fact that they are creating this technology on their dime, all these organizations and all these companies, is that they are eventually going to be proposing to us, and I think it's going to be the way of the future, instead of having to spend all this capital money that we do today, whether it's STAs or whether it's dispersed water management projects, they put up all the money. They simply, we will pay for the amount of phosphorus that they remove. So they basically come to us and they say, we're going to go ahead and set up this huge plant that's going to remove water, and for every pound of phosphorus and nitrogen that we remove, you're going to pay us X. And that's very exciting. That model is very exciting because it takes us out of the world of having to do research and figuring out, well, let's spend all this money, let's see if it works, and maybe it doesn't. So again, this is not to staff. You have plenty of work. I'm not going to give you any extra work. But again, I know we get called on all the time to meet with a lot of different people. It's very interesting, the stuff that's out there. And I'm very encouraged because it'll take guesswork out of some of the stuff we talk about. deep well injections and ASRs and stuff that we're all like concerned, oh my God, but we don't really know what's going to happen. You know, there's no guesswork here. This is just somebody goes out, spends their money, puts something in, builds something that takes water out. If for some, I mean, that takes the nutrients out. If for some reason it doesn't work, then that's their loss. We don't pay for it. So it's really exciting, and I just want to encourage you all to keep doing what you're doing, which is meeting with a lot of these people, because it's very informative, really cool, and very exciting for the future of the district. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Bergeron?
Yeah, I'll make it brief, but, you know, on the Python, a little statistics so the public knows it. And since April, March of 2017, our state agencies has removed over 3,000 pythons. The thing that I pointed out yesterday that I thought was important, that this challenge is all about we, and I want the public to know we need their help as well. The fishermen, the hunters, the hikers, the bikers, the photographers, the bird watchers. If you're in the environment, we need your help. If you have the expertise to remove these snake, I encourage everyone to be a part of this. If you don't have the expertise, if you'll contact the FWC or South Florida Water Management and give us a geographical location, that will help us, because it's going to take the public and the private sector. It's a big issue. The other thing I have a comment on is, you know, the water levels in Lake Okeechobee. I know as a previous commissioner with the FWC for a decade, that we had huge impacts constantly with high water events in the Central Everglades, massive discharges out our rivers, much greater than natural, to the Gulf, to the Atlantic. And I think that the water levels in Lake Okeechobee, as we set them, need to be water levels that are compatible with the environment. We have all kind of stakeholders, you know, water supply, but we do have an environment inside Lake Okeechobee. So as we move forward, and I will say this year, I didn't have to call John Micknick at midnight about all this water in the bathtub. And that bathtub's half the size that it was a century ago, trying to hold all this water. So this year has been the best year I've seen in a decade in regards to water levels that are compatible with the environment. So I think we need to make sure that as we proceed forward and what we establish, that we are paying attention to our environment. And I think what we did this year on these lower water levels seemed that the environment was taken care of very well.
Right.
And I also want to thank staff. But we have a very great staff everywhere I go, and all of the information you're able to give us board members, I want to, very professional, and I certainly want to compliment our staff.
Thank you. Mr.
And one other thing, the increased monitoring is, I think that's extremely important, so we can identify where the hot spots are and be able to address our quality of water. And I think otherwise, we're totally in the blind, and be able to achieve quality of water for 8.7 million people. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Colonel Roman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to add something to what Charlie had brought up about the companies that are approaching us and talking to us about their innovative technologies to help us address some of the challenges that we have with our mission here at the district. It came up at one of our workshops before by one of the public speakers about how their new technology gets evaluated by the district. And I'm unclear on the process that's in place and whether or not our process in place has the opportunity to be streamlined so that we can address demonstration projects or things so that we can have a level playing field for all of the various companies that want to come and approach us with solutions to some of our challenges. So I'm suggesting maybe that we have the staff come back and give us a presentation on how they go about it now, or maybe how we could make it better in the future, or different categories of how they approach us. I know there's probably a RFQ process, RFI process, all the rest of that stuff through the process, but in the short term, we want to make sure that we can kind of narrow the field in a way that's in a fair and legal process for those that are approaching us. Because, you know, if one company wants to pay for a demonstration project, is that something that we want to adopt as policy for any company who wants to approach us with that? And if that's the case, then maybe we should consider a program or a different step. I don't know the answer here, but they want to know, and I think that there's people out there with the creativity and the expertise that really care about the environment, that really want to help us. I just don't know if we're going to put them in a long process before we can at least narrow the field and get some opportunities. So I just wanted to offer that.
Mr. Bartlett.
We can, there is a lot of angles to it, and we do, whenever someone wants to meet, just like, you know, your response, is this getting fixed? Is we meet with them, right? But the one context that I point them to at the moment is our feasibility study that we're doing for the C-43 reservoir, which is a very public, open vetting process of all the technologies that might be viable for treating water quality, possibly going in, that remains in the C-43 or coming out of the C-43. So there's a public venue vetting process that we're going on for that particular project. But in general, yeah, we meet with them. I know the Blue-Green Algae Task Force talks about this and vets this every meeting. I think they did up in Harbor Branch, and they talk about it. But we can come back with a presentation, just put it all in context. And
That would
happy
be
to do
helpful for
that.
me. I don't know about the other board members.
I think it would, and I think that the level playing field is the thing that I care most about, is to make sure that no one
Absolutely.
gets a head start inadvertently. That
When it comes to, you know, using district funds for innovative technology, it's going to be a competitive procurement process where everyone gets a level playing field, and there's no other option but to do it that way. If they want to pay for it themselves, we've always facilitated, well, here's a spot you can do it, and here's a spot you can do it. So that's not uncommon. But, you know, there's a lot of moving parts, so I think putting it all in context would be helpful.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Olipich.
Thank you. I know Jay has something to say. I just wanted to say thank you for bringing that up. That was very fair and right. Thank you.
Yeah, a great topic, which I was going to bring up at some point, because I think my perspective is this: if we can find a way to incentivize business, private industry, to create solutions, it will have to be in a profitable scenario. But we are the client. And it seems to me that while we might be looking at these things on a project-to-project basis, we don't have an overarching process, as we just talked about, in terms of consideration of new technologies, and things change very quickly. We see disruption in the technology industry. I think we can see the same, I know we have the same opportunities for disruption in the scientific angle too, and helping us with the issues that we're going to discuss today, which are really related around monitoring and getting to the issues of water quality. So I think My concern is I like the progress we're making with the Blue-Green Algae Task Force, which got between, I'm going to get the number wrong, but 30 to 60 responses for their RFI on water treatment technologies. It is, however, unclear to me how they're going to use those responses, right? They have a $10 million budget. What I think, this is a much larger discussion, and I'm glad you brought it up, Charlie, but I think we need to focus on one of these agencies or the state has to create a market. This is not a philanthropic exercise for these businesses. We have to create a market, incentivize people to bring new technologies to the table, and then be a client to those new technologies. So I think it definitely makes sense to have a much more detailed discussion on this.
Thanks.
Hey, this is Scott Wagner. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Scott.
Hey, I totally agree with the comments of everybody on the board here. And in fact, I had been thinking about something that would be some level of presentation or workshop, because I think what we are hearing from people who come to us and the people we meet with is that they're not really totally aware, perhaps, of what the process is for them on an overall basis. I don't think, at least from my perspective, I'm not necessarily aware either. But I think what I'm hearing is sort of like a Shark Tank-like presentation of a lot of these different technologies. That would be helpful in some way for me, because I would like to actually know what is out there. There seems to be a lot, and there seems to be people pushing forward, and it would be helpful to have some sort of overview of what is out there and what they're proposing. Because I do like the idea, like Charlie brought up, of the it's a contingency. It's effectively you get paid on a contingency basis. You go out there, you develop the technology, you roll out, you pick it up, and you get paid only on you get paid a success fee. That is an exciting model.
Yeah, I agree with you. Thanks, Scott. So, Drew, I think you've got.
Yes, let me talk to DEP and figure out how to coordinate such a thing, so I don't want to confuse the public by two agencies doing the same thing.
No.
But let me talk with them, see how they're moving forward, and then we'll bring something back to the board, and maybe we'll bring something that, if there's a partnership with DEP where we could do something like this. But I hear the board, and so we'll jump on it.
Great. Thank you. We're going to move on to consent. Hey, Scott, while I've still got you, I neglected to ask you if you have any abstentions or disclosures on agenda items.
No,
Thank you.
No abstentions, no disclosures. Thanks, Chauncey.
Thank you. Do we have public comment on the consent agenda?
Yes, sir, I have two. Miguel Davila Duran, then Newton Cook.
Good morning. My name is Miguel Davila Duran. I'm the owner and president of International Consultant. I've been a contractor since 2013 here in the state of Florida. And I would like to request on a participation under a small business and the rules and regulations of the state of Florida and the federal government rules regarding small business. I do carry a lot of knowledge regarding water use. Actually, I've been since 2013 a well driller, mostly in consulting basis with the nuclear cooling system with FPNL. We did the EPU, in conjunction with all the union contractors, now we like to participate under the minority rules. At this moment, I have some agreements, a gentleman agreement with Florida Laboratories, where they give me prices for your equipment to calibrate. Actually, they offering a 10% discount for each meter that you have to, by regulation, you have to monitoring those water meters. That is with all the temperature changing, that will usually, you may not get the right reading, So we are the only company using my federal state license that we can help, giving you the right reading under all the temperatures of water with our technology that we develop together. This is a small business. I've been in losses since 2013 after my partner passed away. Mr. Rene Perez was involved for many years with the water use. And I promised him that all the efforts that he made, and he helped me achieve with his help the license. So before I pass away, I would like to give something that I got from him. And that's, in his deathbed, I promised him that I will have to keep his dream come true with other generations to come with keep our land clean and for future generations. So this is only I can offer. I don't do it for money. I already semi-retired, but I do it because of my heart is in there. And I would like to one day my kids be, and my grandkids be very, very honest to remember me. Okay? Thank you, Brian. I just request just a participation in any way possible. I don't want to take anything for granted. Thank you very much. God bless.
Good morning, Newton Cook, and this morning I'm speaking as president of United Waterfalls of Florida. A couple of quick things. I want to thank everyone that came to the summit in Ocala. A little excitement. Fire department shows up twice and we evacuate the whole hotel. So that makes for an interesting day. We had a great list of speakers, and Eric Sutton actually came up from his meeting with the governor that morning and came and spoke to us that afternoon. Just a great time, and I spoke to a couple people that were there, and I always know our guys will say it was a great meeting, but it's always good to hear it from people who attended. Also, Jackie, 10 years ago, Jerry Krentz and I went out to the FEB. If I had any idea, if we had any idea what a tremendous resource that has come for the public, recreation, the fishing, and whatever, we go to these places and we see potential, but that place is incredible. Now to the subject. On item 19, this is the funding for the law enforcement and the biologists with the FWC, and I can only tell you that's crucial to the district and to the thousands of people who go out on the properties, and more important, to the properties themselves. We depend on these FWC officers to, as I say, if you guys weren't here, we wouldn't have nothing left because they are definitely the people who enforce the rules and the laws across about 600,000 acres of our land. And without them, we'd be in real trouble. And you don't want to think of what you'd have to budget to replace them. Same thing goes for their biologists. What in the world would we do without the SDA operators, the biologists who show up at 4 o'clock in the morning and stay there to 7 every day on 4 or 5 different hunt locations, dealing with hundreds of people in the dark, wanting to get in there to hunt ducks. And I can tell you these young people do an incredible job. And in fact, we're having meetings now getting ready for next year. So everything is going along quite nicely on that. Dupree and Crew, these are two of the top shelf WMAs. But again, without the district supporting the people who are out there, some of them live on the properties on some of these WMAs, those places would not have the protection that they really deserve. So I just want to support the district on both those items. Thank you.
Thanks. If there are no further public comment, we'll go to a board comment on the consent agenda. If any board member has a comment or would like to move a consent agenda to the regular discussion agenda, let me know. If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously. So we're going to go to discussion agenda now. We've got water quality and effluent limits for the Everglades stormwater treatment areas. And Jose? Welcome.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members. I am Jose Otero, Section Administrator.
Jose, is your mic on? And if it is, can you get a little closer? Thanks.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Section Administrator in the Everglades and Local Projects Coordination. And I'm joined with,
I'm sorry, I'm still having a hard time hearing. I've been having a hard time hearing from that microphone all morning.
okay, I'll try to speak a little louder. Is that okay? All right, good. I'm joined this morning with by Carmela Bedregal, and the a section leader in the Technical Everglades Support. And we're here to provide an overview of the efforts to achieve the water quality-based effluent limit for the Everglades stormwater treatment areas. The Restoration Strategies is a 2012 plan for the stormwater treatment areas to meet the water quality-based effluent limits, and that water quality-based effluent limit was derived to ensure that the STA discharges do not cause or contribute to violation of water quality standards in the Everglades. The STAs remove phosphorus from surface water that flow from Lake Okeechobee, from the Everglades agricultural area, from the C-139 basin, from the C-51 West basin, from the L8 basin, and flow into the Everglades protection area. Restoration Strategies is based on the 2012 Regional Water Quality Plan that was designed to expand and improve upon existing treatment, existing STAs to meet the QBEL. The components of the restoration strategies include to expand and improve upon those existing STAs, to construct flow equalization basins to attenuate flows, to improve conveyance features in certain areas, to implement and develop a science plan to identify the factors that collectively influence the STA performance in phosphorus reduction, and a subregional source control as a safety factor to facilitate phosphorus reduction from source basins. This is a map of the restoration strategies area. It's divided into three main sub-areas or flow paths. The eastern flow path, shown here, collects water from C-51 West Basin and the S5A Basin and discharges into the Loxahatchee National Wildlife Refuge. The central flow path collects water from the S6 Basin, the S7, the S8 Basin, and discharges into either Conservation Area 2A or Conservation Area 3A. And the western flow path receives water from the C-139 Basin and discharges into Conservation Area 3A. So we talked about restoration strategies to meet the QBEL. And what is the QBEL? The QBEL is comprised of numeric limitations that were approved by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency as being protective of the Everglades. The QBEL, under the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit and the Everglades Forever Act permit, are enforceable by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. The QBEL applies to surface waters discharging from the STAs into the Everglades protection area. Compliance with the QBEL is determined separately for each individual STA, all outflows from the STA are combined into one single outflow concentration for each STA. The QBEL will be evaluated starting on the first full water year after completion of the Restoration Strategies Program projects by December 31st, 2025. The QBEL for total phosphorus consists of two components. Both must be achieved. Total phosphorus shall not exceed 13 parts per billion as an annual value in more than 3 out of 5 years. And total phosphorus shall not exceed 19 parts per billion as an annual value in any one water year. More about the consent orders and permits. The MPDES and EFA consent orders and permits were issued in August of 2012. They became effective in September of 2012. And a few specific items about consent orders. They require specific activities. In total, 13 projects and 74 activities are specifically identified in the consent order. And the deadlines for completing each one of those activities are also identified for implementation of the RS projects. The consent order also requires the development and implementation of the science plan. It also requires reporting during the implementation of the Restoration Strategies projects. The permits, MPDES and EFA permits, establish the water quality-based effluent limit as was described in the previous slide. Recognizing that the STAs are very successful in reducing phosphorus that is discharged and enters the Everglades Protection Area, these permits allowed continued operation of the STAs while the projects are being implemented, while the Restoration Strategies projects are being implemented. Monitoring and reporting requirements are also required in these permits during Restoration Strategies and after completion of Restoration Strategies after December 31st or by December 31st, 2025. The general strategy to meet the QBEL is centered around the completion of the Restoration Strategies projects. Up on the top, on this schematic, this is the central component of the strategy to expand the STAs, to build flow equalization basins, and to improve canal conveyance. The science plan is a key component required in the consent order. And Restoration Strategies sub-regional source controls are a safety factor included in the 2012 Regional Water Quality Plan to provide further assurance that the QBEL will be met, but it is not included in the consent order or permits. Here below, not included in the restoration strategies are two activities. A critical factor for sustainable performance of the STAs are the operation and maintenance activities, especially the vegetation management activities, to establish the desired vegetation in the STAs on an ongoing basis. And lastly, the STA team is looking proactively for opportunities to provide further improvement of STA performance. We'll present examples, one example for each one of the flow paths of these types of opportunities. So now we'll go flow path by flow path, explaining the strategy. This is the eastern flow path, and we see a portion of it, the S5A basin on the left over here, and the C51 West basin on the right. They discharge into the Loxahatchee National Wildlife Refuge. The water is stored in the L8 FEB over here, and is treated by these two STAs, STA1 East and STA1 West. The projects under restoration strategies that have been completed include the L8 divide structure in this general vicinity, the S5A South modifications project in this general vicinity over here, and the S375 expansion and construction of G716 over here. Ongoing projects include the L8 FEB. The L8 FEB is constructed and operational and is currently under multi-use, allowing the optional use of water in the FEB to be used to be sent to the Loxahatchee River. The last step is to go into dedicated use to the FEBs, to the STAs. STA 1, expansion number 1 is this orange area shown over here, is an expansion of the current STA 1 West. It is completed. It has been initially flooded, and the water quality startup monitoring is being conducted, and we're waiting for results so that we can get approval to flow through. STA 1 West expansion number 2 is under design. It's this area here, 5 miles south of STA 1 West. It operates in parallel to the expanded STA 1 West with expansion number 1. They both discharge directly into the refuge. STA 1 East repair, this area over here in light pink, is an internal repair to cells 5 and 7 that are not able to sustain vegetation because they are too deep. In addition to that, there are improvements to the G341 original design intent to achieve the original design intent of the G341 structure, which is located in this location over here. The idea is to transfer about 20% of the runoff from the S5A basin and transfer that from the eastern flow path over to the central flow path. All of these ongoing projects must be completed by December 31st, 2024, per the consent order. The performance of STA 1 East. In this graph, we can see on the left side the phosphorus, total phosphorus concentration in parts per billion. On the right, the inflow volume in thousands of acre feet. In red, and the red dots identify the annual water year total phosphorus outflow concentration. This is the actual performance of the STA. It has been as low as 19 or 20 recently, and then with water year 2018, that includes the June 2017 rains and Hurricane Irma in September of 2017, we saw an increase in the inflow concentrations, which are shown here in blue, above 250 parts per billion as an annual value for that year. Shown here in the schematic is the work that's being prepared to be constructed in cells 5 and 7. This area has received for the last year very little flow, and it's not being utilized because of the condition that needs repair. So much of the burden of treating the water has been through the central flow path, shown over here, and the eastern flow path. The performance of this STA is expected to improve once the repairs are completed, and all three flowways can carry fairly equally the burden of treating the water. And in addition, when the long-term operations of the L8 FEB are in place, that will help and attenuate the flows from the C51 basin that can be routed back and forth and improve the performance of this STA. The performance of STA 1 West, all of this period, of course, prior to the expansion, we've seen values as low as 19, and again rising to 39 during the 2018 wet period, and has been sustained because of construction of the expansion number 1, which has not allowed to flow through the north flowway, which is cells 5A and 5B. That has been part of the reason. The eastern and western flowways have carried the majority of the flow, again, similarly to 1 East. Part of the STA is carrying much of the load. So again, the strategy in this STA is to complete and flow through the expansion number 1 and to design and construct and flow through expansion number 2, 5 miles to the south, and particularly to initiate the long-term operations of the L8 FEB, which is mostly dedicated to attenuate flows in this STA. Now, as I mentioned before, the STA team has been looking for proactive opportunities to see where further improvement of STA performance could possibly be achieved. These ideas are not part of the restoration strategies. They do not have currently any funding. And here's some of the ideas that were identified to improve performance. In this cell, cell 5A in STA 1 West, there's an area that's high ground that could be leveled and improve performance in that cell. Between cells 5B and 2A, there is this alignment of the embankment that has produced this area which offers very little treatment. If this embankment were to be straightened, it would form 5B and 2A into cells that are more regularly shaped, and that would improve the performance of both 5B and 2A. And finally, down here in cell 3, there's an area that is a little high, about 100 acres, that could be leveled, and that would also improve performance in that cell. And now Carmela will discuss source controls.
Thank you, Jose. Good morning. So my name is Carmela Bedregal, and I am going to give you a brief update on recent efforts to facilitate phosphorus reductions in STA inflows. So as you guys are aware, the Eastern Flow Path includes the S5A subbasin in blue, where the district has a best management practices BMP regulatory program, and for which restoration strategies provide for supplementary source control projects. The Eastern Flow Path also includes the C51 West Basin in a stronger blue, and a portion of the basin is the village of Wellington, which has implemented best management practices and livestock waste and storage and disposal ordinances since the 2000s. Water quality is also monitored, and I'm going to be discussing that next. The purpose of this slide is to summarize our assessment of water quality data in the C51 West Basin. So for background, this basin discharges to STA 1 East at the pump stations indicated by the 2 red arrows, and also to the east towards the Lake Worth Lagoon via structure S155A as indicated by the yellow arrow. As you remember from Jose's slides, in the past 2 water years, where the district experienced very severe storm events, phosphorus concentrations in STA inflows were greater than 200 parts per billion. So to understand what sources may need attention in this basin, we looked at the monitoring data that exists. So what we know is that based on the data reported by the village of Wellington, phosphorus discharges from the south are around 50 parts per billion, and we also know that inflows to C51 West from the L8 were less than 100 parts per billion. However, we do not know what phosphorus levels in these charges from the north were, and these areas represent 2/3 of the C51 West Basin acreage. So in response to this, the district is revamping our monitoring network for the C51 West, and we're also coordinating with Palm Beach County, which holds the municipal stormwater permit that encompasses the areas to the north. This slide provides the framework under which restoration strategies projects are to be implemented. As you know, the S5A basin, as well as the rest of the EAA, is in full compliance with water quality requirements. And consistently, the restoration strategies plan indicates that source control projects should build on the performance of the regulatory best management practices program. The program requires landowners in the EAA to implement comprehensive BMP plans and to maintain phosphorus in discharges at levels that are at least 25% below pre-BMP program levels. Now, in practice, the BMP program performance has essentially cut phosphorus in STA inflows by half. So for instance, in water year 2019, the period that just ended, phosphorus load levels were 44% below pre-BMP program levels. So consistently with this overall success, the restoration strategies approach is to focus on strategic solutions and areas with the greatest potential to reduce phosphorus in inflows in STAs by implementing projects that go beyond what is currently required by our program. Consistent with that approach of looking at the areas of greatest potential, the district looked at the water quality data reported by permittees in the EAA, and this slide summarizes the criteria that we used. So for reference, the unit of analysis is the permit basin. A permit basin is a hydrologic unit. So for you to visualize it, each of these orange border green shapes that you see in the map, we have 176 of these are permit basins. A permit basin can represent more than one landowner because it can represent more than one parcel. These are parcels that share a drainage system, they share the ditches, their canals, and their discharges mix and discharge off-site through one or more structures. In the EAA, there are 254 pumps. So since the goal was to reduce phosphorus in STA inflows, the analysis was done per sub-basin, per flow path. And we have 4 sub-basins in the EAA. We have the S5A, S6, S7, and S8. The data that we used for the analysis was from water year 2016 to 2018. Those were the more recent and robust data sets at the time that we did the analysis. So what was the priority to be a priority? To be a priority basin, you had to meet 2 criteria. First, the permit basin had to have relatively higher phosphorus load discharged per acre, what we call unit area load. So specifically, the permit basin had to have unit loads that were higher than 75% of the permit basins in the sub-basin where it was located. And this had to occur for at least 2 of the 3 years that were evaluated. The second criteria was that the permit basin had to have a relatively higher percentage of total load contribution. In particular, we looked at which were the largest load farms that in total contribute at least 50% of the load in each sub-basin. Out of the 176 permit basins in the EAA, 3 permit basins in the S5A, and 3 permit basins in the central flow path, so the eastern flow path and the central flow path, were identified to be priority permit basins based on these criteria, and this represents approximately 3% of the total permit basins in the EAA. So, based on these results, we reached to the landowners in the priority basins, and the point here is that the EAA is in compliance with the state law, but we are always looking for opportunities to do better. We have received excellent feedback. Landowners are committed to implementing tailored approaches in these priority basins, and I just want to point out that These landowners do not only operate in the priority permit basins, but they may have many other permit basins which do not meet the criteria for prioritization. So what is the blueprint? We are going to be adding emphasis on permit compliance activities to ensure appropriate BMP implementation and also work with the permittees to optimize their BMP plans. Additionally, we are going to recruit these priority permit basins to participate in field research to improve BMP effectiveness, and this will be done under an EFA mandated research permit. We're actually at a juncture where when a new research scope is due from the permittees, and preliminary research ideas that we have discussed is better understanding the characteristics of soils, their effect on water quality, which can also help us optimize nutrient management BMPs. Finally, regarding restoration strategy source control projects which apply to the eastern flow path, what we have done is also engage the landowners and operators, and we have explored different project ideas which range from improving on-site storage in canals, redirecting or recirculating flows to also reduce discharges, and to also test alternative treatment technologies that can help us reduce concentrations possibly. So all these activities are ongoing, and we hope to come back to report on them in the near future. And now I pass back to Jose. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to focus now on the strategy to meet the QBEL in the central flow path. The central flow path includes the S6, the S7, and the S8 basins, and they drain through these canals and discharge into conservation areas 3A and 2A. There's one FEB, A1 FEB, that can receive flows from the North New River Canal over here and the Miami Canal over here through a canal that goes along the north end of the Holy Land. There are two STAs. And the restoration strategies projects that are in this central flow path are two. The construction of the A1 FEB that was completed in 2015 and has been operational since then, added 60,000 acre-feet of storage in this basin with a cycling of 360,000, which means it can be filled and refilled 6 times a year. Compartment B, shown over here, the north build-out and the south build-out in STA2 expanded the STA2 by 9,000 acres and is fully operational. So the central flow path restoration strategies projects have been completed in 2018. It's worth mentioning that there is an eastern flow path component that improves conveyance in the Bowles East Canal, shown here, the L16 canal, and that allows additional operational flexibility to move water between the Hillsborough Canal and the North New River Canal. The performance of STA 3-4 has been outstanding, especially after the completion of A1 FEB. As we can see here, it had been in the low teens, the outflow total phosphorus concentration prior to the A1 FEB, and subsequent to water year 2015, it has been 12, 11, 12, and 12 for the last 4 years. Worth mentioning is that the inflow volume, shown here in green, and with the scale here on the right up to 600,000 acre-feet, regardless of how much variability there has been in that inflow, and regardless of the variability of the inflow concentrations into this STA, ranging between 50 and 150, the STA has proven to be resilient and performing very well. Now, there are several reasons for that, and I'm going to mention a few. The cells in this STA are large and regularly shaped. As you can see, although they are nearly rectangular. The A1FEB has provided tremendous phosphorus reduction, as was anticipated in the design of restoration strategies. These cells, this STA was constructed in an area that had been extensively farmed prior to the STA being built. So there's a relatively thinner layer of organic material. And in general, as we can see in the blue line here, the red dots representing the annual inflow concentration, they are relatively low, averaging 96 parts per billion compared to other source basins. And finally, STA 3.4 was designed to receive flows from Lake Okeechobee, but the flows that it receives through the Miami Canal come from an area that's vegetated and relative to other discharges to the south has lower phosphorus concentrations. So all those factors together and several other factors as well make for this very outstanding performance. STA 2, its performance had been improving over the years. It reached 14 parts per billion in 2017, and then it jumped to 38, again as a response to the higher concentrations up to 150 parts per billion and in the inflow and the higher inflow volumes of water flowing in. A particular characteristic of this STA is that the flowway number 4 and flowway number 5 receive water from the A1FEB and perform as well as the STA 3.4 does. Also, flowway number 1 performs very well as well. But the cells 2 and cell 3, they receive water from the S6 pump station, from the S6 basin. There is no FEB associated with that pump station. And so cells 2 and 3 receive the peak flows from the pumping operations. Now, associated with those performance issues, a proactive opportunity that has been identified is to address an area that's about a square mile in cell 2, in the northwest corner of cell 2, which is too deep to maintain sustainable vegetation. And there's other repair work that can improve the performance through cell 2. Cell 3, there are some remnant farm roads and some borrow canals that have been plugged, but those plugs now need repair. And in addition to that, all of the outflow from this STA is discharged to Conservation Area 2A through 2 pump stations, G335 and G436. There are times when the capacity of both of these pumps is not matched by the conveyance of the L6. So an idea is to widen that canal, the L6, and to raise the L6 levee. Now here in the inset, we see a picture of an energy dissipator, which is another idea for improving performance or to reduce short-circuiting at the inflow to these cells. And here we see an example. I don't believe this is in this location, but it's an example of a inflow culvert that produces high velocities, and if it weren't for this rock material that was placed here to reduce the energy and deflect the flow sideways, this type of culvert produces or builds its own channel into the cell and short circuits, and treatment performance suffers because of that short circuiting. In this case, after the rock material was placed, we can see that the planting that had been done by our vegetation management staff are already taking hold, immediately past the rock material barrier. So we're going to see a very short video. So that's the energy dissipator, also called a flow deflector. The western flow path. The western flow path is comprised of the C-139 basin and discharges water to the conservation area 3A. It will have one FEB, the C-139 FEB, shown here in blue, which is currently under design. It has one STA. And as part of the completed projects, compartment C was added to what used to be STA 5 and STA 6 to form this large STA 5-6. The ongoing projects include the C-139 FEB, which I mentioned before, which is an 11,000 acre-feet flow equalization basin to attenuate inflows into the STA, and improvements to these two areas shown here in pink that are high and do not provide effective treatment and are being repaired by your field station and equipment that was purchased for this particular purpose. Now, this particular project was intended to be finished in 2024. It is expected now to be finished in 2020, so we expect to finish very early. All of these projects are supposed to be finished or expected to be completed by December 31st, 2025, per the consent order. The performance of STA 5-6 has been affected by a particular hydrologic characteristic of the basin, which produces dryouts. The STA is not inundated all year round, and that's why we see a lot of variability in the outflow concentration. In 2017, the best performing year, or one of the best performing years, but with Irma, actually what happened there was there were at least 1 or 2 months of continuous flows with very high concentrations, upwards of 230 parts per billion, and the highest inflows in the order of about 270,000 acre feet. So the performance of this STA is expected to improve with the design and with the construction and operation of this FEB, which is located here. It doesn't exist currently, but this schematic is just showing the design, and you can see that in this design, I don't know if you can see, but it's supposed to receive water and take the water to its longest possible route around before it exits back and is discharged into the STA. That is expected to improve and reduce phosphorus similarly to the A1 FEB, but not to that volume. It doesn't have the volume of an A1 FEB. And of course, completing the projects here that is going to enable the full Flowway 2 and Flowway 3 to be operational, with creating these two or finalizing the work in these two areas to make them effective treatment areas, work that has already been completed in Flowway 1. So another proactive opportunity that was identified is, again, with the issue of the dryouts that the STA 5-6 has experienced in the past, and knowing that the C-139 FEB is going to help, but it may be also necessary to bring additional flows. The idea is to use the existing Miami Canal and to make some improvements in ditches and canals that run along the northern edge of Rodenberger Wildlife Management Area and the northern edge of STA 5-6. The idea is to bring up to 300 CFS of water when the lake needs to release that water and when the STA is in need of hydration. Carmela?
Before Carmela starts, you may have missed we didn't do the source control on the central flow path. It's essentially the same implementation that we're doing on the eastern flow path, but given that 3-4 is performing very well and that the actual inflow concentrations of 2 are where we needed them to be. Not that we aren't going to still try to have better source controls, but that's why we didn't go into it, because it would have been the same presentation as the eastern flow path.
Okay, so I talked about the eastern and central flow paths. Now let me talk a little bit about the C-139 basin. Same as the EAA, the C-139 basin has a BMP regulatory program. However, one of the differences with the EAA is that in order to prioritize sources for this basin, we use a district sub-basin monitoring network. This network is used to collect phosphorus concentration, flow, but it's also used to collect phosphorus species that let us understand what can be the causes of the phosphorus levels that we are observing. The sub-basins are the different color shapes that you see in the map, and the district has also deployed an upstream concentration-only water quality monitoring network that is represented by the blue dots in the map. So with the data, with the flow data and the information on phosphorus, the district has developed tailored approaches for the C-139 basin, and I am going to be talking about those in more detail next. So the purpose of this slide is to give you an example of how tailored approaches can be applied. So for instance, in the C-139 basin, water quality data indicate that most of the phosphorus in runoff that we see is dissolved reactive, which is typically associated with phosphorus fertilizer losses, and vegetables have typically the higher phosphorus fertilizer needs among other crops. Therefore, the district funded a demonstration project to assist vegetable growers optimize their fertilizer rates based on data collected in their own farms. Another piece of information that our water quality monitoring network provided, and as Jose pointed out, is that most of the phosphorus in discharges from this basin occur during few months during the year, once the on-site storage capacity at the landowners is maxed out. So what the district did is we cost-shared, together with other entities that also participated, the construction of stormwater reservoirs to enhance on-site storage as much as we could. We had one landowner that went above and beyond regulatory requirements, and he opened his doors for researchers to study the specific performance of agricultural reservoirs to reduce phosphorus in discharges. He also optimized some of its reservoirs above what the current criteria requires. And he built 2 tailwater recovery systems and even conducted a chemical precipitation demonstration project. And these projects made a huge impact on the amount of flow discharged from the site. Currently, the sub-basin where these projects are located discharges a quarter of the flow that is typical from this area. So it just tells us that collaboration and tailored approaches can work. Okay, thank you.
So to summarize, the strategy to meet the QBEL is first and foremost to complete the restoration strategies projects by December 31st, 2025, per the consent orders. To identify the factors that affect the performance through the science plan studies, and to use that information to inform design, operations, and management of the STAs. To build on the success of the regulatory source control program, to develop partnerships to facilitate phosphorus reduction in source basins, to maintain the intensive level of vegetation management in all STAs to achieve peak performance and maintain peak performance and build resiliency, to identify proactive opportunities to further assure that we will meet the QBEL, and to continue to monitor and report on the progress per the consent orders and the permits, and to use that information to fine-tune STA operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Arturo. Ms. Pedregal, do we have public comment on this, do you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir, we have several comments. Jeremy McBrien, then Nyla Pipes, and Greg Munson.
Hey, good morning, Governing Board. Jeremy McBrien on behalf of Palm Beach County. Great presentation. I was involved with that program since 2010. It was really thrilling and great to be working with the staff here on that. And so it's nice to see progress continue on Everglades water quality. Just a reminder that the restoration strategies plan assumed that the Loxahatchee River project, as envisioned in 2011, was in place. So that meant that there was a total of 90,000 acre-feet of storage in the area north of STA 1 East and 1 West. The 2012 consent orders from DP refer to that as replacement storage. So as you know, only 45,000 acre-feet are operational. And so Palm Beach County is concerned that Lake Worth Lagoon will continue to receive some of those excess discharges without that additional feature. And then just a correction regarding the stormwater permit in Palm Beach County. Actually, Northern Palm Beach County Improvement District is the lead agency regarding the MS4 permit, but Palm Beach County is obviously willing to assist the district as they look forward on water quality monitoring in that western part of the county. And then now putting on my personal hat for a second, again, thanks Pete Quashis for the shout out to American Water Resources Association Florida section. I've been past president of that since January, been involved with that agency. Actually, an executive director here, Melissa Meeker, got me involved with that years ago. And so again, thanks, Drew, for having to come all the way down to Key West and talk to us and spend a little bit of time with some of the water resources experts in the state. And then also shout out to Tracy Picone. She hired me in 2008, one of my favorite bosses. So I appreciate you recognizing her today. So thank you.
Good morning, Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. As always, an excellent presentation by staff, a lot of detail, really dialing down into what's going on with those STAs. But when we get into that kind of detail, I'm always fearful that we forget that we're looking at a big picture operation and that this is yet one piece of this ongoing puzzle. So I wanted to kind of bring it back to the broader picture and talk about the fact that we are looking at how this all fits in the system. And remind you that there are a couple of problems with just continuing to concentrate solely south of the lake. The biggest is, we average about 500 parts per billion coming into Lake Okeechobee. And then from Lake Okeechobee into the Everglades agricultural area, we're sitting at about 140. During Irma, which had a lot to do with some of those high levels we were seeing, we were talking over 1,000 parts per billion coming into Lake Okeechobee. So I just want to keep that in perspective. That becomes especially important when you guys start managing for high water. We've gotten very lucky this year. We got a strange sort of non-Florida year so far. You are probably going to be looking at all the places you can put water in the future. And with that in mind, we need to consider the fact that these STAs have their own needs as far as high level and low levels for performance purposes. That's part of why we have so much repair work to do. STA 56 is kind of the poster child for what can happen to these very expensive projects that we have put in place to cleanse our water. So with all of that in mind, just keep looking toward the north, not to say we don't have improvements that we can still continue to make south of the lake, but look at the big picture. Thank you.
After Greg, I have Ernie Barnett, then Tom McVicker, and Drew Martin.
Good morning. Thank you. I appreciate the chance to speak with you again about restoration strategies. I had the good fortune of being at DEP as the Deputy Secretary in charge of Everglades Restoration at the time Restoration Strategies was negotiated. I want to also compliment staff's presentation today. I was impressed with them today as I was back at the time. It's good to see that Restoration Strategies remains in good hands here at the district. And in fact, many of the staff who worked on this earlier in their careers have now been promoted and hold responsible positions at the district, which is a good thing. They worked hard on this at the time. At that time, of course, the Water Management District was the subject, was basically facing the as the permittee, from DEP's perspective, was facing potential penalties, and this consent order and the NPDES permit were designed to remedy that. So sort of like the previous speaker, I thought the technical presentation was or the substantive presentation was good. I want to focus on a couple of the bigger picture points. There were multiple players involved, and although things are quiet now, those players still have a role here. EPA and DEP both kicked the tires very thoroughly at all the model runs and all the work that went into justifying restoration strategies, and were assured, ultimately, found reasonable assurance that the consent order as designed would achieve the QBEL. And that remains true today. After hundreds of questions and multiple months and months of negotiations, DEP and EPA, President Obama's EPA, ultimately signed off on that consent order. At the time it was announced, it had the support across the spectrum: environmental NGOs, regulated entities, as I mentioned, EPA at that time. All of them supported this. So what this is really is a long way of saying is there was a delicate balance that was struck in negotiating restoration strategies. It brought to the end, in fact, just today, the very last water quality litigation that was settled, that was allowed to be settled by restoration strategies. That order was entered this morning. It brought to close 15 years of litigation over water quality in Everglades. So I think my key point is to stay the course. Aside from some of the optimization opportunities that you have here, things are headed in the right direction. Stay the course. Don't risk bringing back the gridlock associated with 15 years of water quality litigation, and continue to make these optimization efforts. You've got the time. Under the consent order, compliance can't even be measured until begin to be measured until December 31st of 2024. After that, it takes, depending on the numbers, anywhere from 1 to 4 years. Thank you for the time. Thank you for the chance to speak.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Ernie Barnett. I'm here on behalf of the Florida Land Council and the growers in the EAA. I'm going to apologize up front. I'm going to say we, and when I say we, I mean the South Florida Water Management District. I had the good honor to be part of what I considered an all-star team here at the district that developed restoration strategies. I was involved from the very beginning. Jeremy McBrien, John Mitnick, Temperance Morgan, who's now with TNC. We work closely with our partners at DEP, Greg Connect, just a whole litany of folks. I can't mention all of them, but we had some top-notch folks working on this. Commend the presentation. I think great recommendations. I do want to point out one key component that I think is strategically being overlooked, and that is the actual flows and loads. When we modeled restoration strategies and we formulated the plan, we took into account the actual BMP performance of all of the activities in the EAA, but also all the other sources of water. Water from the Western Basin, C51, the L8 Basin, waters coming in from the lake and the EAA itself. And we knew that if we could keep it, and the science kind of tells you if you stay between 1.2 grams per square meter of treatment area per year, you can achieve the QBEL. And what we've seen in the time period is that the EA performance, if you back out the 2018 year, it's gotten even much better than we anticipated. If you look at even keeping 2018, there's not a statistical difference between what we anticipated BMP performance to be and what we're actually seeing today. But what has dramatically changed, loads are a combination of concentration times flow, and due to a change in policy around 2014, significant amounts of additional flows and loads are now coming into the STAs from Lake Okeechobee. Not here to pass judgment on that, if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It's just something that you need to, this was absent in the discussion, it's of critical importance. Looking at your own data from the SFER report, if you look at the 2014 to 2018 water years, 292,000 acre feet of flow was brought into the STAs. We anticipated around 58 to 75,000. What we saw in 2009 to 2013, the 5 years prior to this last 5-year period, we had 73,000 acre feet. So that 292,000 acre feet is a 400% increase in flows to the STAs. They simply weren't designed to do that. When you calculate that into the actual loading into the lake, we anticipated, we had about 10.9 metric tons per year in the base period, and now the last 5 years we've averaged 43.6 metric tons from the lake. That is a 400% increase in loading into these STAs. In the same period of time, the flows from the EAA have stayed about the same. We've had the same basic concentrations, the same basic loads. Even with the hurricane year, we've had about the same loads. So the bottom line is, in the base period, about 6% of the flow to the lake, from the lake to the STAs, was anticipated, and now we're seeing upwards to about 20% of the total flow. So what I urge you to do is, when you look at this, and I appreciate the desire to focus on the BMP program, but you need to pay equal weight to how you're going to handle the flows from the lake. You have a plan to do that. It's the Central Everglades plan. You're going to have the STA that'll get built, but it's not online yet. So I think it's patently important that y'all look at that as you're formulating how you're ultimately going to meet the QBEL. Thank you.
Mr. Barnett, can I ask you a quick question? Good. Can you just tell me just a little bit more about the 2014 policy change, so I understand what, but I don't understand why and who? So can you just tell me a little bit more about the policy change in 2014 on flow?
Sure. Historically, when we were in the lower bands of the lake, the water just stayed in the lake. And a market change, primarily driven by the district, to be responsive to getting water out of the lake, that policy changed. We had, I think, upwards to 650,000 acre feet in 2014. That was unprecedented. The reason you were able to send those volumes of water south, quite frankly, was because the downstream conditions in the Everglades were dry. Again, it happened again in 2016, and we've been averaging, as I said, the 292,000 acre feet. But it was in cooperation with the Corps and the ability to control water deliveries out of the lake in the lower bands by the district to the structures you control to the south.
Mr. Barnett, this is Scott Wagner. Are you there? Sorry.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Wagner.
What does Lee Corso say? Not so fast, something like that. I was just curious. In some of the slides that were presented, it did not seem to me that the volumes had gone up at a 400%. Is there? Do you believe that there's data missing from some of the? For instance, it seems to me that the volume flow is characterized by the green shaded components inside the slides. Yeah. And when I look at each of the STAs from, for instance, the 2014 to 2019 period, it doesn't show to me an increase of like 400, some sort of massive number in volume. So is there something missing there?
No, sir. It's quite simply the flows into the STAs are aggregates from all sources. So the 400% increase in flow is attributable to the actual flows from the lake, not from the total flows into the STAs. So when you and this is data from the 2019 SFER and the data from the 2014 SFER. The table I'm referring to are tables 6, 7, and 8 in Appendix 3A5, and where you tabulate the sources and flows into the STAs. So while the overall flow may not be 400%, it's certainly higher than historically. When you parse out the...
Wait, I'm sorry, wait. Where? What page are you talking about?
Well, it is Appendix 3A5 in both the 2014 and 2019 SFER reports.
Got it.
And so the reason that's important is that these are, you deal with long-term averages, and the STAs were designed to rest in between. And what's happening is the years that would typically be lower in flow, because you have less flow coming out of the EAA, you guys are taking advantage of those low EAA flows and putting more lake water through the system. So the STA is consistently getting an overall higher loading rate and much higher concentration rate because that additional lake water is being brought in those intervening periods of years.
What is the, from the most part, from what I can tell, most of the STAs are getting somewhere between 100 to 200,000 acre feet in inflow volume on any given year. Is there a particular number that you think that these STAs should be receiving?
It's really it's actually a loading rate of nutrients, not necessarily tied specific. It is tied to flow because it's load times concentration, but depending on the concentration times flow equals load. We know the science shows that these biological systems can get you down to the Q-bell if you stay around that 1.2 grams per square meter per year loading rates. And by bringing in the additional lake water, you have the potential to be operating outside that envelope and bringing in additional loads into the STAs. And it's just something that because if you parse out all the data and you start looking at the sources and loads, what you'll find is the EAA loading off the farmlands has gotten better. If you back out the 2018 year, which I think everybody could probably agree that's sort of a force majeure, it skews the data by having that in there. You still have much more load than historically was anticipated into these STAs coming from the lake. And I'm not passing.
Just one?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just one question. Is there, and maybe I'm asking, I apologize, you're at the mic, so I'm asking the question, but I may not be asking the right person the question on this. But do you have an explanation or an idea as to why when we have an event like a Hurricane Irma, which I guess dumps a tremendous amount of rainwater and obviously creates more flow, but why does the phosphorus go up in a year like that and not down? You're adding a tremendous amount more of rainwater to the scenario. Is there a reason for that? Because I can understand why we're getting a much higher volume of inflow, but I don't understand why the phosphorus goes up at a higher level as well.
So, Mr. Wagner, this is Drew Bartlett. I had to present when I was at DEP on this water year because you may recall in that year the Lake Okeechobee loading was up at 1,000 metric tons. And, there are sources of phosphorus and nutrient pollution in all these watersheds, but when you have a dry period, it was a very dry season that year, and you'll see it on John's slide when he presents 2017. And that was followed in June by a heavy rainfall following a drought. And so you get this thing that some academics have coined a weather whiplash effect, where a dry season where nutrients can build up in soils followed by heavy rains can drive the concentrations in the receiving water bodies up extremely high. And then so that June rain drove the concentrations up, and then it was followed by Irma a few months later, which drove all that high concentration waters downstream into the lake and into the STAs. So it was those circumstances of that year.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Where were we? Just kidding. This is Tom McVicker on behalf of Agriculture in the EAA, talking about the Best Management Practices Program. I really appreciate the presentation and the identification of the 6 farms. We identified the same 6 when we did our own screening. I've talked to the managers on every one of those sites. They all were well aware of their situation, and most of them have already taken action. Every one of them, whether they're farming cane or vegetables, is very plugged into this program and wants to make it work. They watch it rigorously. I look at water management as kind of like this long freight train that stops at the station every 4 years when we have a new governor. When we stopped at the station this year, the governor emptied the entire front car out and put in yawl and said, push the throttle forward. He didn't tell you what was on the train necessarily, and maybe he didn't tell you that you don't control what goes on the train and you can't control what comes off the train. But a couple of things in this topic that are on your train that got put there by others. Number one, STAs. When we were negotiating the consent decree in 1991, the agricultural industry said, look, if you demand these low numbers every year, let's build chemical treatment. It's the same cost. And the Clinton team that was negotiating the federal side said, no, we want a land-based system. And once you decided on a land-based system, which we're all very glad you did, because there's a lot of other benefits to that, but once you decided on a land-based system, you let hurricanes dominate certain water years. Hurricanes stir up a tremendous amount of sediment. All the sediment is high in phosphorus. When you measure total phosphorus, you pick that up. It's true every time. We've had enough experience now with hurricanes directly hitting the STAs, especially one east, one west, and two. It takes 2 years for the STA to recover. And you're seeing that if you look at the weekly updates that come out of the district now. STA 2, STA 1 East are back down to 17 parts per billion at their outflow, not the 29 or 25 that you'd look at if you look at the last year. So this wet season is starting out. We're 2 years from Irma. We're back down to where we should be on most of the STAs. The other thing is the 25% or the EAA-wide load reduction requirement. It wasn't a fight just between the government and the sugar industry. The vegetable growers were in the case independently with independent counsel, and if there was going to be a settlement, they had to be on board. The Clinton administration was not going to get rid of the vegetable industry. They viewed farm-by-farm compliance on phosphorus as a death knell for vegetable farming in the EAA. So the program was put together, okay, we'll get in it globally, and we'll all arrive there together. If that's not working, then you can go to farm-by-farm. So that's how we ended up with that program. The third is the cities. There's 3 cities in the EAA, South Bay, Belle Glade, Pahokee. Belle Glade and South Bay sit on a primary canal system and they get flood control from the federal government. Pahokee does not. Pahokee has a 75-year-old 298 district right on the lakeshore. They've always gotten flood protection by pumping into the lake. The Everglades Forever Act said all those 298 districts have to divert south. So Pahokee went from a pump station on the lake that was within a half mile of every place in the city to a pump station now that's 5 miles away. And it's not that easy to provide the same kind of flood protection service to the people in Pahokee and all the other facilities in Pahokee with one pump 5 miles away. I mention that because they're one of your priority 6 areas. It's called the East Beach Water Control District. We have struggled with East Beach from day one. We had a several $100,000 program a couple years ago to clean out a lot of the canals within each piece. We did that. But it's still a struggle, and we're still working on it. I guess my bottom line, it's a complicated process. All the pieces are working, and there's a lot of good people working on every piece. It's all going to stay on your train because you don't decide who gets to offload what, unfortunately. So we're with you, we're working with staff, we're working with you, and I hope you see us that way, and if there's anything we can do to help, we'd be happy to. Thank you.
After Drew Martin, I have Mark Perry.
Drew Martin, I'm here on behalf of the Lox Hatchery Group of the Sierra Club. One thing that, when you look at the bigger picture, there was a lot of pond apple right along the edge of the lake, and that was a filtering mechanism that began the filtering process, and we've lost that. And when John Marshall was alive, his group, the Marshall Foundation, used to go out and plant pond apple. And I think that the STAs are, an excellent idea, and they work well, but I think we need some more natural concepts added into that. I also want to compliment the grower you worked with, and I really think that ultimately agriculture is going to have to be changed, and not just here in Florida, but around the United States. I mean, we see that there's just way too much nutrients coming off agricultural fields, and we see that from the Midwest down into the Mississippi, down into the Gulf of Mexico. We see huge amount, 1,000 square miles of dead zones, and it's because of the way agriculture operates. Now, it's improved. Agriculture has improved, and they are improving the way they operate. But I think it's going to have to be continuously improved. At the same time, storm management, and I attended the Green Algae Task Force, or whatever it's called, that the governor set up, of scientists, And one of the things that we're really going to have to look into much more is stormwater runoff and where that's going and how much is in that, and begin to capture that as much as possible on the land before it gets into the water bodies. Because when you see all this coming down, and it's often hard to determine the point source. We don't know where the exact point source is for a lot of this. It's an accumulation. But we know that the Everglades ecosystem begins in Orlando at Shingle Creek. So some of that has got to be coming off some of those areas and accumulating as it moves south. Now, the restoration of the Kissimmee River has really begun to capture that, some of that, and that's what we want to see, is as well as working on the STAs and the agricultural groups. And I thought that storing water on that farm was really a great idea, and I think a lot of these farmers are really willing to work with you, and I compliment that farmer and your group for working with them. Again, we support the process, and we hope you will continue on the restoration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Governing Board. I just can't sit there silent anymore. I got to talk when this is really on my mind. Mr. Barnett wants you make you think that the lake water inflows to the SDAs are a major problem and a big issue. Let me tell you, I wish you were back here in 2015 when we were right here in this room and Terry Bates was giving an excellent presentation on the performance of STAs from 5-year averages from 2015. And in fact, that year, we put more water from Lake Okeechobee than ever had been put before through the STAs, and they had the best performance ever in their 21-year history. I want you to go back. I know you can't go back to that presentation, but let me just explain that on those average years, every year, we put about 1.3 million acre feet of water through the STAs. About 1 million acre feet comes from the EA basin runoff. Another 300,000 maybe comes from Lake Okeechobee. But that year, in 2015, we put 585,000 acre feet from the lake and 780,000 acre feet from the EA basin runoff. And it had the best performance ever in all the STAs. And I'd encourage you to look back at that and not accept for the fact that we can't put any more water from the lake in through the STAs because it's going to ruin their performance. That's a myth, and we sat right here and explained that to even governing board members at that time that didn't believe it. And I'm just here to tell you and put the record straight that you ought to take a look at this whole thing. And I applaud the STA performance that's going on now, and I think the plans to make STA 5-6 better perform by adding more water and rehydrating that, it's underutilized and it can be used better. And STA 3-4 is a workhorse, and it's doing a fantastic job, as you have seen. So don't underestimate the STAs can do a fantastic job, but know very clearly that about 1 million acre feet every year comes from the EA basin runoff, and that's coming through the STAs. And that's where we're doing that treatment. It's not from Lake Okeechobee. We wish more from Lake Okeechobee could go through because it's our STAs, and we need the EA to clean up their own basin runoff. Thanks.
Come back. Can I ask you a question, please? So you got all of that down and you were going really fast, and I was trying so hard. I just turned 60 and I was trying so hard to follow you and I just couldn't, so I have to back you up. So you said that in 2015 we put in 1.3 million acre feet. I got that breakdown.
Right.
And then you said it increased. Was it increased after 2015? So is it, wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
So you mentioned new numbers, a greater level. What year? Repeat the numbers for me.
Yeah, sure. That year, Terry Bates, who was here giving the ecological update, showed that the STA performance in the past 5 years, he took a 5-year averaging, was looking at the performance over the years. And it was a very low number coming in, less than 300,000 acre feet a year was coming from the lake. about 1 million acre feet a year comes from the EA basin.
And that was 2015?
Well, no, 2015 was an unusual year because we put 585,000 acre feet from the lake and only about 780,000 acre feet from the EA basin. And that year, everybody was skeptical and saying, well, wow, how can the STAs perform under that condition? Because they all thought the lake was such bad water coming through the STAs. And it was the best performance in the 21-year history of record. I encourage you not just to look at that period of record, but let's look at the whole thing and look at what the EAA basin runoff is really using our STAs for, and that's to treat their basin runoff water. And yes, they have to get compliant, and this whole restoration strategies was set up just for that purpose, because we weren't making that compliance for the runoff going into the Everglades. So we had to go through expanding the STAs, improving this performance through the restoration strategies. So I'm not against that. I think it's great, but we got to keep diligent on the fact that it's not lake water that's causing any kind of degradation to that.
Okay, and I have one last question that I think might be for staff, maybe for John. What year was it that we put too much water into 1 East and West and caused a problem because the water levels were high? I know Dr. Gray, I think, gave us a presentation. I'm just trying to connect all of this together in my head. What year was it that the water levels were too high for too long and it killed the plants?
I'd have to go back and confirm it for sure, but I believe it was 2003, where we're specifically talking about STA 1 West that suffered what, in my non-biological terminology as an engineer, we'll call an overload. And there was a significant amount of water moved through that facility that resulted in a deterioration of its performance that then caused it to then have to go be rehabilitated, whereas cells were dried out. We actually planted rice in the northern flowway to try to rehabilitate the soils and get the vegetation back going again.
Thank you.
I have a couple more public comments. I have Newton Cook, then Mike Collins.
Newton Cook. I stood up here with you folks not too long ago and I said something I've said a few times before. SAV is for the money, cattails are for free. I stood right here in 2014, 2015, when the Move the Water South people chanting, running up and down the beaches, God bless you, we need to move the water south. And the idea was, we'll put more water through the SDAs. And I stood right here, and I said, look, I weighed in those SDAs. I was around in 2002 when we started working on them. I've been all over them. And the minute you start putting 140, 120, 40 parts per billion lake water through there, other than to keep them hydrated, and you need some lake water, is the minute you blow the SDAs out. Oh yeah, we had great performances in 2015. Yes, we did, because you know what? We had SAV. A lot of hydrilla, I might add. But when you run all that lake water through there, within 3 years, it was converted to about half cattails, and the minute you get cattails in the SAV, you blow them out, and your performance goes all to hell, which is what's happened. And anybody that tells you that putting excessive amount of lake water through the SAV, through the SDAs, don't know a damn thing about SDAs. And I think the young lady, Susan Gray, stood up here a couple of months ago and says, you know, the lake water wasn't good for the SDAs. I think I heard that. You cannot put 140, 120, 40 parts per billion water into the SDAs up to the level that we've been doing it the last few years and the performance not go to hell. And until we put the SDAs back where they were, where the first cell was cattails, second cell was mixed, and third cell was SAV, whatever we could get, your SDAs are not going to do any better, and they're going to continue to get worse. Go out to the lakeside SDA. There's not an ounce of SAV in there. It's all cattails. Do you know why? Because it's lake water and the local runoff around there. You want to meet these numbers, this Q-Bell, you've got to limit the amount of lake water. That can be worked out. But anybody that tells you that lake water will not blow the SDAs out in large volume, they don't know anything about the SDAs. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I swear I was going to try to stay out of this one. 2 quick points. One, the STAs really weren't designed for large amounts of lake water. Newton's right. 20% was kind of what we were thinking in emergency situations. So the way they were used starting somewhere around 2015 was a little different than what the design was. So we're in Brave New World. We're looking at an experiment that you're going to have to make decisions about. The second one is these are natural systems. STAs are some of the most productive natural systems within the entire district. Wading birds, fish life, alligators, you name it. They're more of per square acre of the STAs than anywhere else. Why? Because that's where all the food is. But natural systems don't respond on linear points based on numbers. They respond the way natural systems respond, up and down. And there's a carrying capacity for an STA just like there is for all these other natural systems. One of the things we found out, our problems in the estuaries, our problems with Keys water quality, all reach a certain point where it's linear and then all hell breaks loose. In the Keys, in the mid-'80s, if you're going to give an assignment, this is based on Dr. LaPointe stuff, of nutrients that would, you're in the entire system and gave it a value of 0.5. Well, by the time we got to the mid-'90s, we were at 2.3 and all sorts of water quality problems. The same thing happened in the estuaries. The same thing is going to happen in the STAs. Whatever the number was in 2015, as we were progressing, was something the STAs could handle and still produce great results. When we massively increased those flows, for whatever reason, I'm not knocking the reasons, that's water management, you do these things. You have to expect certain consequences. And one of the consequences were, as Tom said, the STAs are going to respond in a very similar manner under similar, conditions for 2 years. They're going to kind of be blown out. They're coming back. They're natural systems. They're going to survive. They're going to respond. So to sit here and say that, well, because in 2015 everything was hunky-dory, everything's hunky-dory afterwards, no, that's not exactly how they responded. They responded as natural systems under stress, and they always will. That's a good thing, because they will respond as natural systems when the stress is removed and you can get back to business. So that basically is my view on it. That's what I've seen over all the years I've been involved, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you all for your comments. Is there board discussion or comments? Jackie?
Thank you, Dr. Otero and Dr. Bediger. Thank you so much. That was really a comprehensive and informative presentation. Because there's so many politics connected to it, the conversation kind of goes to the politics instead of to all of your good work. And I, first of all, just want to thank you for all of your good work. When I had my briefing on this, what I said was that I felt like there should have been a little bit more historical context here. And I know I drive people crazy with that. But I think it's important that we kind of have an idea of where we are because of where we've come from. And I know I don't understand all of that myself, but I try. So looking at page 3 with that map, where you're looking at the legend, and it says existing STAs, 57,000 acres. I just wanted to ask and qualify, that was the first 57,000 acres, Doctor, that were required because of the Everglades Forever Act. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I was bringing up the slide.
That's okay. See at the top, the green square or rectangle, and it says existing STAs, 57,000 acres. That was was that the requirement from the Everglades Forever Act, basically that first set of lawsuits that happened because the EAA used to back pump into Lake Okeechobee. That led to eutrophication and problems, so the hurricane, whatever they are, the gates were changed, and over time the water was sent south instead of going back into the lake mostly. And so then by the 90s, there was this big lawsuit, the Everglades Forever Act, and that required that a certain amount of stormwater treatment areas were created. Is that right?
So I'll jump in, Ms. Thurl-Lippisch.
It's all what?
I'll jump in for a second.
Okay, thank you.
So the original 94 Everglades Forever Act had the Everglades Construction Project. That was the project that built the original stormwater treatment areas. And the original stormwater treatment areas were one east, one west, STA2, but a smaller version than what's depicted on this graphic on the screen right now. STA 3-4, an STA 5, and an STA 6, again, smaller versions than what are depicted on the graphic on the screen. So the original acreage was roughly about 40,000 acre feet from the 94 Everglades Forever Act. And then throughout the years, and Jose touched on this in his presentations when he talked about STA 2, the two build-out pieces that he referred to, when he's circling them on the screen right now, those were later added to STA 2, and then the area in between what was the original STA 5 and the original STA 6 to the south was filled in, and that's what he's circling on the screen now. That happened roughly 2006 timeframe. And then fast forward, obviously, to restoration strategies and what you see and heard
So
today.
restoration strategies was kind of an addition after another lawsuit or lawsuits on top of all of that to add to what didn't work out well enough. Is that correct?
There are many other people in the room that could probably describe it better than this, but restoration strategy was born out of a lawsuit between, well, essentially EPA and the Department of Environmental Protection were sued by other interest. The district was brought into it. I don't know if we were actually in the case, but this was the settlement for that lawsuit. I think of it as called the Judge Gold case.
The Judge Gold, which you brought to us a couple of weeks ago. Okay, so basically all of this stuff that we're talking about is to clean the water that's coming through the Everglades agricultural area. Is that correct?
It includes C-139 basin, it includes C-51 basin, it also includes a portion that goes through the central flow path from Lake Okeechobee. That was the original design.
And that was 3-4 that you mentioned on
3-4.
page 26?
Yes.
Yes, very interesting. So early on in all my concern for all this, I remember coming to the podium and asking if the original Everglades Forever Act, see if I can remember this, allowed for 240,000 acre feet of water from the lake to come through, not from the EAA, in the EAA itself that's being used for farming purposes. And for a long time, I thought it was that number. And then eventually, I was told it was not that number because different lawsuits and things had changed, but I know we're all limited by the law, of course, and I know that we're on a train, but sometimes I jump off trains. And I think that what happened in 2014 through 2018 was that the people of Florida, the people of the estuaries primarily, they rebelled and they resisted and they said, we can't take all this polluted water and now it has toxic algae in it, cyanobacteria. And slowly through 2014 through 2018, yes, they started moving more water through the STAs because the people asked for it. And so we're in a conundrum here, aren't we? And we're going to have to figure it out. And we will. Thank you.
Mr. Bergeron.
Well, I'll try to be short-winded, but this is a long-winded subject. But, you know, we're talking about additional monitoring to where we can find the sources that are coming into state waters. That is extremely critical. This is all about we. It's about private property owners, whether it's agricultural, industrial, residential, commercial. Where is all these pollutants coming from and at what level and where are the hot spots? That's extremely important for us to look at the global system here and get quality of water. Moving water south at compatible water levels with the environment, the ecology, all our wildlife, all our endangered species, all of our plant communities. I think the average flow south was 1,500,000 acre feet in an average rain year, up to 2 million in a heavy rain year, and down to 1 million in a low rain year. That's extremely important. That's the compatible water levels for the environment. As we're moving forward here, modified water delivery, which very fortunate and a positive part of Everglades restoration, we're operating, I think, John, with the first stage of modified water delivery. And that is somewhere around a billion gallons a day of water flowing south, and not under an emergency deviation like we operated for quite some time. That's a very big positive here. But as you look at this global picture, whatever we can move through the STAs that's clean water, and it has to be clean because when it gets to the Tamiami Trail, it has to be at 10 parts per billion. And so if we move water through the STAs at a quantity of inflows that have nutrients at an extreme high level, we could be shut off the total water flow going south. Am I correct, John? You know, we have this consent order of 10 parts per billion as it enters Everglades National Park.
Correct. There is a water quality standard for waters entering Everglades National Park.
Right. So, what is the level of nutrients coming into the STAs that the STAs are capable of meeting the goal of 2025 like we're talking about? What is that level?
You've heard a lot of it today. So throughout the whatever past hour or so on this agenda item, you've had a lot of different numbers thrown at you. And there are the obvious goal at the end of the day by 2025 plus the compliance period is to meet the water quality based effluent limitation, which is the water quality standard for discharges to the Everglades Protection Area, and the Everglades Protection Area being Water Conservation Area 1, Area 2, Area 3. And that water quality standard, I'm sorry, and that water quality standard is going to be met. So the way the program is set up with the projects that were in place and the projects that are described in restoration strategies based on those flows and concentrations that were evaluated during restoration strategies, during that 2012 negotiations that everybody has talked about, there's reasonable assurance that we will meet the water quality standard in 2025 as long as we implement these projects and do the other things that the program outlines.
But that has a lot to do with the amount of nutrients that are being discharged into the system that's coming into the STAs.
And that's why I said you've had a lot of different numbers thrown at you this morning. So in looking at the volumes of water and the concentrations of water, the STAs are living biological systems. Again, my biologist is sitting here to my left. The STA, the biology, it doesn't care the source of water. It doesn't care whether it's from the lake. It doesn't care whether it's basin runoff. What it cares about is how much and what's the concentration, because that's the load that comes in that is based, the analysis is based on that load, that volume of water at a specific concentration that gets you the end result. That's how the STAs are sized for that loading rate. And you can tweak either one of those knobs to get the performance that you're looking for.
Mr. Bergeron, in each of the slides, this is Drew over here.
Yeah, thanks.
And in each of the slides for each STA, we put a ballpark number about what we would like inflow concentrations to be under to have a better confidence that we'll meet it.
Right.
Mr. Mitnick is right about its rate of phosphorus delivery, but as we're looking at trying to, put ourselves in the best chance to attain the standard, we're just kind of ballparking, looking at a number that's on each of the slide to try to get it below coming in so that STAs have the best chance to perform.
Well, obviously, the lower the nutrient levels coming in, the better performance we've got. It's maybe not necessarily as much as quantity rather than quality of lower nutrients coming into the system.
I mean, that's obviously.
Can I jump in on just to follow up with Mr. Bergeron's question real quick?
Go ahead, Mr. Wagner.
He's exactly on what I had noted as well, which is, it seems if you look at this, if we had a total inflow of 100 parts per billion, if I'm eyeballing all these STA charts correctly, if you had a target mark of 100 parts per billion, you would meet it seems from the performance over the 10-year period that we have, you would meet the QBEL. Do we have a number? Is it 100? Is it somewhere different than that? Because it doesn't seem to me that if you put a ton of water through there that has no phosphorus in it, you're not going to hurt the STA, are you?
Well, yeah, the plants wouldn't survive. You need some sort of nutrients. Can you go to an STA slide, Jose?
That's what I'm saying is, do we have a number that is target rate?
The slideshow just got taken down. If you look
Which
at
one did you want to see?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, okay.
Slide 8 or 9. There you go. So you see that footnote under the chart? So that's, we have a design, so each STA looks different, acts different. And so as we were modeling out what the size of the STA, the inflow expectation, and you see there the average inflow expectation is 108,000 acre feet. If we have that and less than 148 parts per billion for this particular STA, then you have the design should meet the QBEL. And so, and each STA is different, which is why we put that note for each STA slide.
Okay, so these are not when it says the long-term average inflow concentration and volume, that's our target goal, not an average of what we're seeing on the chart.
Can I take that?
Ask that. Yeah,
sure. Yes, let me take that question, please, Mr. Wagner. The note is showing the long-term average concentration from the simulation. It represents a number that is accompanied with a variability over the water years. But the average of all those water years was in the simulation at the STA inflow was 174 parts per billion. This was derived from the total volume and the total load over the 41 years. And this number is basically the average, but there is variability around it. The same for the volume of 313,000 acre feet. There's variability in those annual volumes in the simulation, but the average of all years is 313 in the design of restoration strategies. Now these numbers, the concentration at the inflow and the volume, are based on the assumption that the projects are built, that the FEB, in this case, the L8 FEB is attenuating flows, that the expansion number 1 is built and operating, and so is expansion number 2. So these notes correspond to a design, built, and operating system. What we're seeing here in the chart and the numbers for performance and the numbers that are the average inflow concentrations are observed values before the project is built as designed.
I'm sorry, I totally hijacked Mr. Bergeron's questions, and I apologize. I'll just defer.
All right, Mr. Bergeron, do you have more?
Do what?
Do you have more questions?
Well, basically, it seems to me that based upon the nutrient levels that are higher coming in, we have a harder time meeting the requirements of the ETA, the quality of water going out. So I think that the important thing here, as we address quality of water for 8.7 million people that rely on clean water, is that we find out where the hot spots are on what's coming into our system, and be able to have reasonable regulations in order to be able to meet quality of water and not overload our system. I think the problems and the discharges out our rivers, it has a lot to do with how we address the northern Everglades and how we get quality of water. It seems like most of the water going south was designed from the agricultural area, the EAA, going south with some water from the lake. So it seemed like for us to meet our goals that we've got to seriously figure out where all of the hot spots are in our system and be able to continue to just allow discharges with no regulation at any level seems very difficult for us to achieve quality of water that's going out our rivers and heading south to Florida Bay. And so I believe that as we continue to go forward, that information, where we're not pointing fingers and don't have the proper information to see what we're dealing with here. Because I know once you allow it into state waters, it's 20 times more expensive to get it out than if you have these discharges regulated at some reasonable requirement, working with property owners. And that's just my humble cowboy opinion, but it's we've got a lot of work ahead of us here.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Steinle?
Well, my takeaway is that I think up here on the board and also the public comment that we heard, we're all saying similar things. I don't think we have as many or any representatives from further north of the lake who may or may not agree. But one of the things that stood out to me in these charts is that there just is no downtrend in the loads being delivered, in the nutrient loads being delivered to the STAs. I understand that this is affected by rainstorms and whatnot, other variables. But so a couple comments or suggestions. I first want to acknowledge the efficiencies that have been made in the BMPs, especially in the EAA. But I also I think we're all talking about our mission being to send more clean water south, which just by its nature, I'm not taking a position on whether we can load the STAs more, but it just means that more lake water will be going into our system south in an effort to to prevent further sort of acute flows east and west. That to me seems basic, which means we're going to have more pressure and utilization of the STAs, which means that the nutrient loads will continue to either remain the same, which is maybe a positive scenario, or increase. So I guess those are not hopeful comments. What reassures me is that we're talking about expanding the monitoring. We're talking about BMAP updates. All of these things that can help us identify hotspots, and I think we're finally using that term more frequently as it should be, which does not mean that we can't work in partnership with land users to improve the processes. But it's incumbent upon us in our mission to, in partnership with other agencies, to work with these landowners, and we have to have a paradigm shift on source controls and upstream management. I mean, as we vote here on multi-billion-dollar infrastructure projects, personally, it's very difficult for me to commit taxpayer money to one side of the equation when we're not seeing as effective a result from the other side of the equation. So I think that, I guess I'm reassured that this conversation is happening, and it seems to be there's some consistency in perspectives, but these are obviously tough, complicated issues, which is all about water quality, which we may or may not have as much control over as we want. Thanks.
Thanks. Well said. Mr. Martinez.
So we do have a quagmire of sorts. As we all know or have learned now, it's concentration times flow is equal to load. The STAs are designed to handle a certain amount of load. We want to send water south. We know that that's what we want to do for the Everglades to continue to thrive. But if we increase the flow in order to keep the load the same, then we got to lower the amount of concentration. That's not going to happen because the concentration is what it is, and it's not going to get much lower. Hypothetically speaking, Jose, if we could find a way to put some kind of a device as the water before it enters the STA to lower that concentration, then those STAs can take more and more flow, correct? So in other words, just going to the mathematical formula, you lower one so that the flow can increase and we can keep doing more water, correct? Mathematically speaking. Well, I mean, the STA, in other words, what I want to make sure I understand is that the STAs are not limited as to the amount of flow that they can receive. It's more of a load issue. Is that correct? Oh, John? He's looking at you, so answer.
I'm sorry, I was talking with my colleague about your first question.
So there is hydrologic limitations, so you have to keep the wetland alive, and so you can't flood it. So there's hydrologic limitations. You're right on the concentration, but the berms are only so high. And then you have to have the right water levels within the STAs to keep them alive. I mean, you can go up and down, but you can't keep it up too long, just for the plants to survive. So there's a habitat component to it.
Okay, so my main comment is a hopeful comment, and that is just going back to how I started the meeting, and that is these new innovative technology projects that we're seeing. Many years ago when Uber first came out, people were very skeptical, and we were all afraid how are we going to call a car to come pick us up? How's that going to happen? And now it's a way of life. So I am very hopeful that some of this technology is going to keep progressing, and I hope that we set ourselves up, and as my colleague Charlotte said earlier, that we set ourselves up so that we can take advantage of these technologies as they become available to us. Because you're right, we're spending billions of dollars, like Jay said, and my God, if we can find ways to allow other people to spend that kind of money, and we can just reap the benefits, is kind of like pharmaceuticals. They can do all the R&D and then just give us the products that work. So I welcome that. And just my last comment, Carmela, you mentioned in your presentation that there was a landowner that went over and beyond the call of duty, and they allowed you to do monitoring. And who is, or the name of the company, or whatever? Or what's the name of the land?
Charles Auburn from CMB Farms.
I just want to give a shout out to him for going over and beyond the call of duty and helping our staff to be able to do better monitoring. Thank you.
I got
Mr.
one
Martinez.
other.
Wait a
very
second, Mr.
quick-
Bergeron, I think Ms.
Oh, okay.
Colonel.
I have a question. In listening to the discussion, I want to go back to the framing and the context of this particular item that we're discussing. When we looked at how we were going to resolve the issues related to the lawsuit, if we go back, if I'm understanding correctly, a lawsuit generated this particular effort for restoration strategies. What was thought of the incoming nutrients to the water itself, the load, if you will? Was it a static piece of the, final judgment, or was it expected to change, go up, go down? What was framed in this? I guess it was a lawsuit, from what I'm understanding. Where did that set the stage?
So so it was the Judge Gold lawsuit, and there was a lot of energy around trying to resolve it such that Judge Gold would approve the path forward. And so when it came to designing the path forward, it coupled the Everglades Forever Act expectation of 25% reduction of inflow concentrations over historic values with a design criteria on how big you needed your STAs in order to treat and meet the water quality standards going in. And so it was a modeling effort that was done, multi-agency modeling effort. Probably it was led by the district and probably Department of Interior staff on figuring out what the size of the STAs needed to be given the expected flow going in them. And so that's what you see depicted in that footnote on each of these STA slides is the inflow concentration coupled with the size that could get us to a point where all the parties had comfort that in 2025 we'll meet the STA. So it was that kind of, it was a multi-agency agreement.
So the inflow concentration was just an average, and it's an average over time. So there was never a objective for that to go down.
It's an acknowledgement that it'll go up and down. But I mean, that's my understanding as far as the underpinning of the model. Yeah.
So there was no objective like Mr. Bergeron and Mr. Steinle had said about, we need to reduce what's going into the water itself that's being passed on to the STAs. There was nothing there that was stated in that judgment.
I wouldn't say it was in the judgment or the path forward or the agreement. I don't think that limits us from trying to do better.
At this point, right.
Right, and so that's why I've charged, Pam Wade's group and Carmela's group to, hey, let's see if we can do better. And right now, and so there is that analysis, there's the engagement to try to do better, because, I mean, this is what worries. There's a lot of things that worry me, but this definitely worries me, because we're building a lot of stuff, we're using a lot of taxpayers' dollars, and in 2025, we just need to meet that Q-Bell, by however we do it, getting the STAs optimal, finishing the construction early so we can see if it's optimal, working on better inputs into the STAs, all that I think puts us in the best position to meet it, because if we meet the Q-Bell, everyone wins. If we don't, then we got issues to deal with. And so that's the thing, is like, we got to meet this Q-Bell. And I've been doing a lot of work with staff, and I know you guys don't get to see all that, and so that's why I wanted to bring it and show you everything that we're doing to try to make sure that we put us in that best position.
And that was very helpful. Thank you for that information. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Thanks, Mr. Bartlett. Mr. Bergeron, do you have something you want to say?
Yeah, I'll try to make it short, but it just seems to me that the lower the loads coming into our state waters, that lowers the loads that go into our pretreatment areas is a no-brainer. And I believe once you connect modified water delivery, you know, your efficiency in the STAs, you know, you don't want too much water, too deep. Certainly, you've got to have a certain amount for the hydrology. But once modified water delivery is fully connected, you're going to be able to move water and move clean water, and your STAs will be able to function. And it's important that we get to the loads that the STAs can handle, whatever that formula is, where they can succeed with the quality of water. And with modified water delivery, we're going to be able to move substantial water south as long as it's clean. So I think that's my opinion, and I'm sticking with it.
Thanks, Mr. Bertrand. Ms. Meads?
So I really want to thank everyone who came here and gives public comment, because it gives me great joy. It makes my heart sing. I want us all to work together. I think we are working together. I love this presentation. I think someone from the audience, maybe Tom, was this work originally put together, or this process or ideas originally put together in 2011 and set aside? Did I understand that correctly, or did I get that wrong? Not that I'm upset about it, but I think I heard from the audience that this idea of this restoration strategy was originally put together in 2011 and may have been set aside, and we're bringing it back and implementing it. Is that correct?
So it may have been formulated into, do you know, John? Okay.
So when you talk about 2011, 2010, 2012, that period of time was when, from 2010 through 2012, that period of time was how and when the program was developed, the projects and all the analysis that Mr. Bartlett was talking about, all of that occurred. And then it was finalized, and all everybody agreed to, with permits issued and consent orders issued in 2012. So there was a run-up to 2012 of all the analysis and all the work that Mr. Bartlett had talked about before that led to those numbers that are on the bottom of this slide here.
And we're pulling it back out and implementing things and focusing on it today in 2019, right?
No, we've been building the projects since day one. We started building some of the projects even before the agreement was penned in 2012.
Okay, great.
I'm just going to add one quick note to that. As part of the 2012 action, that's when the federal and state permits were issued along with the consent orders, and those have been in effect, and we are subject to those permits, and we've been implementing actions required under those permits and consent orders since that time. So we legally could not have set this aside because we were subject to the consent orders and the permits.
I understand. Thank you. Isn't it like a wonderful, fantastic, strategic board game?
I think that was rhetorical. Well, thank you. Mr. Otero and Ms. Bedregal, thanks very much. Board, thank you.
Chauncey.
Oh, yeah. Keep going.
Can I, I'm sorry, I know I'm not being seen, but I just have a few questions on this because I worked my way through, I think, a series of different cases and case orders, starting with one before Judge Davis in 1988 and then leading to Judge Hoovler and I think ultimately to Judge Gold. What I had read in those cases, at least what I think one of the takeaways is that the permits that I think we issue or perhaps enforce in those areas must take into account the water quality standards and the actual, what was called the actual STA assistance plus the BMP effectiveness. And so my question is, as the STA's actual assistance to cleaning the water changes over time. Sometimes they're performing better, and then sometimes the STAs are taxed and seem to be performing worse. The question I have is, are we able to modify or change or alter existing permits for permittees based on the actual performance at the time of the STAs, and do we have a procedure in place to know how that would happen if necessary?
I believe you're talking about the farm permit, the basin permits, the 174, Mr. Wagner?
Yes, the court orders refer to permits and say that the discharge based on those permits shall take into account the water quality standards as related to both actual STA performance and BMP effectiveness. And so the way that I read that is that you have to continue to take into account the actual performance and health of the STAs as you are granting permits to people. And I guess my question is, do we have a procedure for doing that?
This is Carmela. In general, our permits require that comprehensive BMP plans be implemented. And there is a set of best management practices that are determined to be the most effective. They are implemented in accordance with the site-specific conditions that growers have, and the requirements that they are subject to are specified in rules that we have. What we are planning to do, our blueprint here, is that we're going to go into these permits and we are going to, with research, we're going to tweak those plans to make sure that we truly capture those conditions and we do what is best for water quality that is also feasible, and we have their commitment. So we're going to work within their current permits and within our current jurisdiction with science to improve water quality, and we're going to do it in a focused manner. Now, our rules are very specific. They set how we are going to engage with each other and what our jurisdiction is, but we are going to be working with the jurisdiction that we have. So everything depends on what you're looking for, whether when you want to do things differently, then you need rule development.
If I could get at your question maybe a little bit more, Mr. Wagner, is what the judge, and I assume you're reading Judge Gold, was referring to was the Clean Water Act permits, because it was a Clean Water Act case, which are the permits that we have applicable to the outflows from the STAs. And in the crafting of the solution that we call restoration strategies, it had a codependence on STA performance and BMP performance. The BMP performance being the Everglades Forever Act performance of a 25% reduction from pre-BMP times. And we have a compliance report we just compiled on that performance that we can definitely get to the board. So it's that combination that I think satisfied the judge at the end of the day.
Okay, because I had read these all as actually in Judge Davis's order, I think Judge Hoogler's order, and Judge Gold's order. All of that seemed to indicate that as the STA performed, we would take into account the actual STA performance and then revise permits based on that. So if the STA performance is getting worse, our permits seem to need to be more stringent.
I'm just going to jump in quickly, and I'll go back and look at that specific language and follow up with you in more detail. But the overall reliance in a lot of those orders was based on the state's adoption of the Everglades Forever Act and the requirements embedded in the act to implement and enforce those BMPs in those areas. And so the Everglades Forever Act provides that jurisdiction and authority for the district to act in a specific way under that specific program according to our rules in Chapter 40E63. And so I would say, just looking at it broadly, that's where our authority lies, is within the Everglades Forever Act. And the judge was looking at the Everglades Forever Act in conjunction with the DEP's actions and the MPDS permits, as well as the consent order, to holistically say that's going to get us there. And so I can pull that specific information from the EFA for you, Mr. Wagner, and then I'm happy to give you a call too and look at the specific language you're looking at and get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Anything more, Mr. Wagner? Great. Anyone else?
No, sir.
Okay. That was an excellent presentation and an excellent discussion. I appreciate everyone's time on that. We're going to take a break for lunch now, and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. And remind everyone the bake sale is still going on if you didn't get dessert. Dr. Gray, looking forward to this presentation.
Thank you. It's nice to be back up here. Today I'm having the privilege of sharing the proposal for expanded water quality monitoring, including in Lake Okeechobee, which I will cover, and then the St. Lucie, Okeechobee, and Caloosahatchee watersheds, which Pam Wade will cover. So I'm pretty excited about this. What we're looking at here is the two areas of focus. I guess I'm slightly lake biased because that's clearly the biggest image right there. But it's hard to show all three watersheds at the same level of detail, which is why Pam will do a very good job of walking this through for you. But what we are looking at is, in order to respond to the governor's executive order 19-12, which asks us to focus resources on looking at water quality issues, looking at the formation and control of blue-green algae, that's where the impetus for these network expansions came from. So why do we monitor water quality? Well, the basic answer is to answer questions, specific questions. We don't monitor for the sake of monitoring. We do it to look at conditions. We do it to look at project performance. We do it to look at where we need to focus our attention. We certainly have certain processes that direct us to monitor. We have restoration projects, we have statutory requirements, we have district rules, and we have long-term studies, which is more of the research end, where we're looking at how things change over time. So all of these develop questions, and we monitor to evaluate and bring back to you. With the overriding goal is always, what can we do to manage better? We're always focusing in on the management questions and the management issues. For Lake Okeechobee, we have currently a number of monitoring efforts in effect. We monitor in the black squares all the structures that flow into the lake and contribute into the lake water quality. Those are done on an either weekly or bi-weekly basis. We do both inflows and outflows. Within the lake, we have two sampling networks that we do, the circles and the diamonds. Both of these are sampled monthly at this current time, with a slight modification I'll tell you about in a minute. And this is where we look at the water quality within the lake, the nutrients, the water clarity, and conditions within both the center of the lake, the pelagic area, and then the littoral zone or the marsh area. For Lake Okeechobee, we use the data to assess long-term trends.
I'm sorry, it's just a quick question. So we
Sure.
can find this data, including historical data, but we can find this in the environmental report on the website, is that right?
It is summarized in the South Florida Environment Report, and all the data since time collected is in our DB Hydro database.
Got it.
And also a portion of the data go into the FDEP WIN database.
Got it.
But we will be happy to help anybody who wants to access our data. Sorry about that. What do we use the data for? We use it to assess long-term trends, and this is really important as we look at the recovery and the health of the ecosystem, be it Lake Okeechobee, be it the estuaries, be it the Everglades. We want to measure the effectiveness of our restoration projects. In particular for Lake Okeechobee, the effect of lake stage on distributions of nutrients and sediments, which in turn has an influence on the formation of algae blooms. We've been using the data we've been collecting to calibrate and ground truth the satellite monitoring data that Lawrence includes in his ecological conditions update. And we're seeing some interesting trends where, sometimes we'll go out there and we'll be one-on-one with the satellite data, other times we will not be. So it's good to have those comparisons, those cross comparisons. And also to respond then to the general magnitude of blooms and also any other regional water quality concerns. So as I mentioned before, we have our current monitoring locations circled in green. Two of those have a black circle around them. These are in the area of Fish-Eating Bay. And the reason for this is that these were stage limited. If the stage was lower than 13.5, we didn't typically sample these. Now we're proposing, one, to include these in all of our sampling trips and to add 13 new stations indicated in red to what we call our bloom monitoring. And the distribution of these stations are in response to how we see water quality gradients across the lake. We see gradients primarily on the west side because of the influence of the littoral zone and the nearshore submerged aquatic vegetation. The water quality in the central zone tends to be much more homogeneous. So it doesn't require the same level of detail, at least to capture the gradients. We used to monitor, as I mentioned, all these stations monthly. Now we are actually increasing some of the stations to 2 times a month through May through October when we have the most intense algae bloom conditions. And we actually already started that ahead of this effort. It was a short-term request that came in from the Department of Environmental Protection asking if we had the resource to step up. And we said, we can do it from now till about October, but then we're starting to get stretched. And that's why this is being added into the presentation so that you know that this is part of what we need to do the expansion. This really, I believe you got a printout of this. I know we created one that you should have a hard copy of this that you can study at your leisure. But this really starts to get down to the nitty-gritty of what we're doing at every single station. The ones that have the red circles are all the stations where we will do both algae identification and toxicity sampling. As I mentioned, we've increased the frequency of sampling, in particular during the bloom season from May through October. We're also putting in automated sondes that help measure physical parameters in the lake and light sensors in the submerged aquatic vegetation area. And I'll explain the reasons for these on the next slide. Slide after that. But anyway, this again has done a summary of where we started from. I mentioned we had sites within the lake we were already monitoring. The reason it says 17 to 19 is those 2 sites that were stage limited. Those will now go to always being sampled, and with the new sites plus the sondes, we end up with 32 sites within the lake. And we measure all the parameters that we typically measure, but we've really started focusing in on what people call the speciation of different nutrients. The analogy that Zach provided was perfect, the unwrapped candy. What is the most biologically available form of phosphorus? What is the most biologically available form of nitrogen? So we want to get to that level of detail because different algae have different nutrient requirements. Some blue-green algae, I know as we've mentioned before, can pull nitrogen directly from the atmosphere. The algae that's been of greatest concern on the lake recently, Microcystis, does not do that. It responds to the algae in the lake. It doesn't have the ability to capture atmospheric nitrogen. So it's important to understand what's in the system and what form it's in for it to respond to. We also have what we call physical parameters, things like transparency, turbidity, total suspended solids, temperature. All those things help influence the availability of these nutrients. If you have a lot of suspended material, oftentimes what we would think of as the readily available nutrients tend to bind with those particles. They become much less accessible, so it's good to understand those. And we also know that things like temperature and light are key to the formation of algae blooms. So we want to have that information so we can correlate what we're seeing in the lake, with what we see on the satellite, with what we see as the expansion, and how we respond to those things. I mentioned 2 slides ago about why we want to have these different information. This is really, at least for Lake Okeechobee, one, it makes our statistical analysis more robust. We have more confidence in what we're seeing and when we share the data. 2, we have better monitoring. We can document the blooms more effectively because they are very ephemeral. They come and go very quickly, and it's hard to capture them. Does this mean we'll always capture them? No. I mean, they can change overnight, but it gives us a better handle on what's happening out there. This information, some of the information we requested from the Blue-Green Algae Task Force, and to help to see if we can develop a model that would predict bloom formation. We know certain factors influence bloom formation. One is for item number 4, submerged aquatic vegetation. When we have a really healthy submerged aquatic vegetation community, it tends to compete with the algae for those nutrients. So understanding why you have submerged aquatic vegetation and when you don't also influences bloom formation and intensity. The other thing is, as I mentioned, from the gradient, as we saw, moving from different areas of depth within the lake, stage also influences this relationship. We see a relationship, but we're not sure we know the mechanisms behind that relationship. So this is why we want to have these data to help tease apart those mechanisms and, again, have a better handle on predicting and mitigating bloom formation where possible. So I went through that rather quickly. I'm more than happy to take questions. Otherwise, I can turn this over to Pam, and she can go into the watershed portion of this presentation. So, Pam.
Good afternoon. This portion of the presentation covers expanding monitoring of surface water runoff discharged from the Northern Everglades watershed. So basically, we're getting at monitoring of sources. Your package has large maps showing detail, which is difficult to show on the slides. So for the slides, we'll just focus on the colored dots. The dots represent the monitoring sites that we're discussing. Okay, sorry about that. So the district monitors at 2 levels, basin level and upstream within the basins. So the differences is in the resolution of the data. So this slide shows the basin level sites. They're the red dots on the map. These are the district's primary data sites for watershed runoff. They represent nutrient load from larger regional hydrologic areas like the 9 subwatersheds and the priority basins of the Lake Okeechobee watershed, as well as the freshwater basins within the St. Lucie and Caloosahatchee watersheds. The red dots around the lake represent nutrient loads either into Lake Okeechobee, which would be watershed runoff, or out of Lake Okeechobee, which would be lake loads to receiving water bodies like the rivers. So these basin level load sites, there's 47 of them. They're primarily at district structures with a few exceptions. They've been sampled a long time, 30 years and more in many cases. Information is collected to calculate flow volume. Samples are analyzed for phosphorus, nitrogen, and then the routine physical parameters like pH, dissolved oxygen, temperature, and conductivity. And Susan explained what we do with those physical parameters quite well. But it's the volume along with the concentrations that allow calculation of loads. I think Mr. Barnett mentioned that in the public comment period, and there was a discussion on that. So these basin load sites are very robust data sets. So how are these data used? We use the data to calculate the relative contributions of nutrient loads from the basins. So which areas within each of these watersheds are generating the greatest load and are thus the highest priority for focused attention. So then we can target activities to get the most bang for the buck in these regions. So this pie chart, it's just an illustration. It's just meant to show you visually how we use the data and present it. There's no color coding to the map. But in this case, it's the percent total phosphorus load from each of the 9 subwatersheds of the Lake Okeechobee watershed. I've listed here some other secondary uses of the data, but I'm not going to go into that today. So then there are data collected upstream within the basins. That would be upstream of the red dots on the map, and these are shown by the green dots. These sites represent water quality of more localized, smaller areas. Sites were selected considering land uses and tributaries represented, Site accessibility, they're not always at a structure, and if they are, it's usually a gravity structure where it's not easy to collect flow information. The period of data depends on the site. Some sites have lapses in collection because of funding cuts. But in general, the upstream sites are primarily to focus on characterizing nutrient concentrations locally. These data sets then are not as robust as the basin level load sites, but they're key. They're very important for providing data to inform decisions. So why is that? Once you know the priority basins to focus on, you need to then zoom in for the investigative work, if you will. These data allow us to target source areas within priority basins, address site-specific drivers of nutrient loads, identify appropriate nutrient reduction activities, and then measure progress of the specific activities that have been implemented. So in recognition of this data set as less robust, and then understanding the need for more data to support the governor's initiatives, we performed a gap analysis and have recommendations for improving the monitoring network. Basically, by improving continuity of the data collection, adding sites to capture areas not well represented or that have had increasing trends, and then adding speciations of phosphorus and nitrogen to better characterize the dominant drivers. So in the next several slides, I'll talk about the recommendations for each watershed. So the Lake Okeechobee watershed is over 3.5 million acres. The district has 113 existing sites, shown by green dots on the map, with monthly collection analyzed for total phosphorus. 40 of the 113 sites are also analyzed for nitrogen. We're proposing to improve data continuity and double the number of samples collected by increasing the frequency of collection to biweekly. We're proposing to add 37 new sites, represented by the yellow dots on the map, in areas not well represented or regions with increasing trends. So that would be a total of 150 sites. We're proposing that nitrogen be added to sites so that all 150 sites will be analyzed for both nitrogen and phosphorus. We're also recommending analysis of phosphorus and nitrogen species, to better characterize the dominant drivers, as well as those physical parameters, pH, temperature, conductivity, and dissolved oxygen. So the final result in the Lake Okeechobee watershed would be an increase in the number of parameters from 1 to 2 parameters per site to 9 parameters per site at 150 sites, and then increasing the frequency of collection from 12 times to 26 times per year. For the St. Lucie River watershed, it's relatively smaller at just over 640,000 acres. There's relatively good coverage along the eastern side of the watershed with 31 existing sites, again shown by green dots on the map. Samples are already collected biweekly and analyzed for both nitrogen and phosphorus and their species. To improve this network, we're proposing the addition of 15 new sites. As I'm zooming in on the map, they're shown by the yellow dots. 11 of the new sites will represent the western freshwater basins. This would be the C23, the C24, and the C44, where we did not have upstream monitoring before. And then 4 more sites to the east to capture those areas that were not well represented. We're also proposing adding analysis of the physical parameters to each existing and proposed site. So the final result will be 9 parameters analyzed from samples collected at 46 sites 26 times per year. For the Caloosahatchee River watershed, with just over 1 million acres, the district currently has no monitoring sites upstream of the basin level sites. However, local entities collect samples in the tidal and coastal basins, shown in these maps that we excerpted from the DEP's Basin Management Action Plans for Caloosahatchee River watershed. We're proposing to add 15 new sites to the freshwater basins, as I zoom in here to the east and west Caloosahatchee basins, shown by the yellow dots. So to be consistent with the proposal for the other watersheds, we're proposing that these sites be collected biweekly for the same 9 parameters. So the final result is samples collected at 258 sites, either biweekly or weekly in the case of some of the basin level sites. Each sample analyzed for 9 parameters, including nitrogen, phosphorus, and their species, as well as temperature, pH, dissolved oxygen, and conductivity. These additional data will facilitate the governor's executive order to expedite nutrient reductions in the Northern Everglades, as well as the Blue-Green Algae Task Force initiatives. It'll also facilitate DEP's efforts to achieve the total maximum daily loads under the basin management action plans for each of the watersheds. And it will facilitate our augmenting data-driven scientific approaches across the watersheds. So we're asking of you today that you authorize the executive director to present the expanded water quality monitoring networks to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and the Blue-Green Algae Task Force, to begin deployment of the enhanced water quality monitoring networks, and to negotiate and enter into an agreement to provide the district with funding to implement an expanded monitoring network to support the governor's executive order 19-12.
Well, thanks very much, Ms. Wade. Dr. Gray, before we go to board comment and hopefully adopt this resolution, I'd like to hear public comment, and I think we have a bunch.
Yes, sir, we do. I'll start with Mark Perry, then Jeremy McBrien, and Pete Quashis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief, but this is a great day to increase the monitoring of our watersheds. This is really needed over time, and we need it to understand the basins that we're talking about. And we also need it, as pointed out in the previous slide, about helping DEP's efforts to implement the TMDL and BMAP process. We're based on data. A lot of that data is based on modeling and model kind of information about land use and runoff calculations, but using the actual data that the district collects and through this expanded monitoring is going to really, really be helpful in us understanding those watersheds and also understanding where those hot spots that we're now using that term are and where we can go and locate our resources to help with those hot spots to mitigate that, that pollution coming downstream. You know, all the additional stations, of course, we could always ask for more, and we do. I'm kind of jealous of the data loggers that are in the lake, and I wish we could have maybe 2 of those in each of the estuaries. Those data loggers in Lake O that are mentioned are surface and midwater, and they monitor turbidity, chlorophyll A, temperature, pH, and light for the SAV, that's submerged aquatic vegetation. And as you know, our SAV or seagrass beds in St. Lucie Estuary and Caloosahatchee are very vulnerable to, you know, those kind of turbidities and problems, as well as the chlorophyll A for keeping an eye out for blue-green algae and other algae blooms. So my jealousy will end there, but I wish we could find a way to incorporate maybe 2 data loggers, one in each estuary. But again, I applaud the district for moving forward with this. This is really a critical time, too, as we're getting DEP to update all the BMAPs on a fast track before January. And if we can get this implemented and get this frequency and these expanded monitoring stations with the expanded species of nitrogen, this is just an awesome, awesome time. Thank you very much.
Pete Quashis on behalf of Audubon of the Western Everglades. Good public policy requires good science, good engineering, and lots of money. Lots of money. I'm just delighted that Susan Gray is enthusiastic about this. If Susan's for it, I'm for it. I second Mark's suggestion that we put some data loggers in the Caloosahatchee. If you look at that map, you realize that we're flying blind. We had a lot of talk about hot spots. If we knew where those hot spots were, and if we can identify the specifics of what causes our problems, we can focus what available funds we have on these spots. It's important to establish those baselines whenever we can, but more importantly, to have continuing monitoring afterwards so we know what kind of return our investments provide. If we want to do things, we need to spend some money. Hopefully, we will have a sustained program of monitoring that will last many years and not merely grab at the apple and make some decisions that may or may not prove beneficial long term. So I urge you to move forward. I hope you are successful in your seeking of funding for this. You will have the support from our community. Thank you.
Next, I have Newton Cook, then John Mayo, and Keith Richardson.
Thank you. I like this Governor's Executive Order 1912 to expedite nutrient reductions in the northern Everglades. Some of us have been waiting for 10 years to hear that northern Everglades, where 90% of the water and pollution comes from into the lake. This is just fantastic. It's a great step. It's about 10 years late, but we're heading in the right direction. We're starting to look at where the water and pollution actually comes from that destroys the lake, it destroys the estuaries, and slows down everything when you try to move it south of the lake. And if we can just get the lake clean, then everything else is going to take care of itself. But if we keep putting in 540 tons of pure phosphorus into the lake every year from the north, and during Irma it was 1,000 tons of pure phosphorus that went into the lake. And then you wonder why we have trouble with the C44, C43, and the STAs and everything south. Great work. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Board. John Mayle with Martin County Ecosystem Restoration. And I want to express on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners our enthusiastic support for this proposal, particularly from a vantage point of designing our project plan for the Basin Management Action Plan in the St. Lucie River. Any data that's available helps us to make more targeted and efficient decisions with the scarce resources that we have for that. So we're grateful, and we encourage you to move forward with this. Thank you.
After Keith Richardson, I have Gary Ritter, Nyla Pipes, and Chris Pettit.
Want to introduce yourself?
I'm Keith Richardson with Hedrick Brothers Construction, and this is Michael Pearson.
Good afternoon, everyone. This agenda item is centered around water quality monitoring and recommendations for gathering data that would feed directly into propositions that are currently being developed by the public and by government entities. This is a topic that will be very important to the Florida residents, even if most Florida residents don't understand that now. These 9 parameters that you are tracking will be essential to targeting areas for the most impactful change. The past topic has also had some great discussion and possible diversion strategies, but I think we might need to speak more to the treating of the current loading discussed in this topic. Governor DeSantis and the DEP Blue-Green Algae Task Force has listened to the public, has made a great deal of effort in forcing all hands on deck and the rectification of this problem that we have all been bringing upon ourselves. This task force issued an initiative via an RFI due a couple of weeks ago that was aimed at listening to the public's ideas and gathered as much info as possible to take care of these nutrient problems head on. We do not know the proper method to send ideas to you or vet in conjunction with the DEP, so this is one of the reasons why we're here today. I am Michael Pearson of Hedrick Brothers, and we participated in this endeavor to publish our own idea centered on lowering the concentration of phosphorus and nitrogen, the food source for the blue-green algae, publishing our 14-page cited paper aimed at creating economically feasible and sustainable retention lagoons in the middle of the lake is just one option. But if anyone is curious to learn more about this approach, please feel free to reach out. Because at the end of the day, all we want to do is leave the lake better for our children than what we grew up with. Through a series of islands consisting of circular landmass with retention and collection area in the center, we would like to be able to pump and isolate most of that volatile lightest sediment and slowly release the treated water back into the lake, removing vast quantities of phosphorus and nitrogen from the equation, alleviating the possibility of this phosphorus-rich sediment diffusion into the water column, essentially starving cyanobacteria of its main food source. It is cited in your July 10th presentation by Stuart Van Horn that an average of 88 metric tons of phosphorus is released from the lake annually to the St. Lucie estuary. 200 metric tons just last year alone. Each of these islands in our presentation isolates approximately 784.75 metric tons of phosphorus annually. We are proposing 10 initially, but ask for your guidance on location and scale from the South Florida Water Management District to confirm that it works with your currents and systems in place. If we as the community want to fix the problem, we need to first remove the most volatile sediment with the highest concentration of phosphorus. Our proposition to the DEP does just that. Water quality management and monitoring is an essential aspect of finding a solution to the problem we are experiencing today. South Florida Water Management District has the means of collecting and deciphering this data that the DEP needs to utilize the funds that they have been appropriated in an effective course of action. I have compiled a chart of the groups that our one approach affects positively and would be willing to disperse to all that care that can be ambassadors in the facilitation of change for the good of all Floridians. Thank you.
Gary, you're up. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board, Chair. Gary Ritter with the Florida Farm Bureau Federation. First and foremost, I want to thank Ms. Thurlow Lipich for coming out and visiting with us at the Williamson Cattle Company, and I think we had a good visit. We were able to see a lot of things that ranch is doing to improve water quality in the watershed, and they very much appreciated your attendance there. And I want to thank Ms. Roman for coming out and visiting with us at the Immokalee Research and Education Center, and then going visiting Tamiami Citrus. I think that was, the tailwater recovery system there is really an important component in improving water quality in the area. We as an agency, we applaud this comprehensive effort. If I look back at my district career, probably 15, 20 years ago, many of these stations we helped establish, and we were monitoring them at greater frequency until we had to kind of scale back and cut back on the monitoring network. So it's good to see that that the agency is stepping up, because I think we can find, hopefully evaluate the watershed and the lake a little bit better than we're doing now. But I agree with what most everyone has said, with one exception. I just don't think we can do this in a vacuum. We have to do it in a collaborative effort. And that not only involves DEP, but it involves all the coordinating agencies that are under 373 and 403. We have DEP, we have FDACS, and we have IFAS, and we have the Water Management District. When we collect this data and when we look at this data, we have to work together to find opportunities that it's providing us. We just can't do it one agency independent of another. So our recommendation is yes, we wholeheartedly support this type of increased effort on monitoring, but we also support a collaborative, integrated effort between all of the coordinating agencies. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm so short. Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. I almost just waved in support from the back, but I recognize that Dr. Susan Gray made some really astute comments recently about nitrogen, and I just wanted to touch on how excited we are to see nitrogen being considered as a part of this. The nitrogen to phosphorus ratio is becoming, it's so apparent that it's important. And so if we don't have the information on nitrogen and we continue to just sort of look at phosphorus in a vacuum, I don't think that we're getting the full picture. So I just wanted to say, yay, thank you for including nitrogen. And just letting science guide us. This will give us factual, scientific information with which we can move forward and make decisions. And that's what we believe Floridians are looking for. We definitely at One Florida support your approach. Thank you.
After Mr. Pettit, I have Celeste De Palma, then Marissa Caroso, and Drew Martin.
Afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, Board. Good to see you all again. Chris Pettit, Director of the Office of Ag Water Policy for DAX. As one of your co-coordinating agencies, ditto Gary, I suppose, in that we're excited to look at, and again, I was also at the district when we had a lot of these stations up and went through an unfortunate real estate downturn, which was part of the reason why we had to make some tough budgeting decisions. We look forward to continuing to coordinate with you on the development of further action coming out of the development of the peer reader record, how we integrate the data into those existing data sets as we look to continue to strengthen and implement our BMP programs, target our cost share dollars, and continue to use limited staff, limited resources as we all have to address very prioritized areas of focus. My staff has been great in working to increase enrollment. We're looking to increase implementation, verification, BMP effectiveness, et cetera. Continue to look at the manuals and work with everybody. The theme of that statutory authority to all of us is continued coordination, and we look forward to talking to Drew, talking to Mr. Frick and his group, and working with you guys as we see this data develop. So thank you very much, and have a great afternoon.
Thank you, Governing Board members. Good afternoon. Celeste Palma with Audubon, Florida. And what a great day. This is so exciting. Audubon, Florida stands in strong support of this resolution before you today. In fact, we really want to applaud Drew, Susan's team, really staff, and you all for taking on this huge challenge and charting a path forward that's going to change the status quo. I equate water quality to a GPS. We all want to get to clean water streets. Data is what's going to make sure that our GPS is calibrated. Data gaps are wrong turns, and we don't have time because we have to get to clean waters now. So I really appreciate all of the work that has been put into this. It's a significant expansion of the water quality monitoring, and we're very excited. So thank you for that, and I hope that you take this resolution into consideration and vote yes on it. Another thing that I just want to put out there for staff to consider for future plans is the addition of water quality monitoring sites in the marsh areas of the lake, particularly in Indian Prairie, Moonshine Bay, and the South End, to address the question of how does water quality in the marshes compare to water quality in the open areas of the lake. It's critically important for us to know the submerged aquatic vegetation, but it's also very important for us to establish a baseline of the marsh area. Right now, we're seeing an expansion of cattail into the marsh area. That area is utilized heavily by wildlife and birds. And so the question is, does that expansion of cattail have anything to do with the decrease in water quality because that submerged aquatic vegetation is no longer there? Is that expansion permanent? Is it temporary? These are all questions that we should seek the answers to because it's going to help you as water managers make the right decisions to keep in mind the challenges and the effects of water management on different parts of the ecosystem. So since we're looking at expanding this plan, obviously we support the resolution before you today, but just wanted to put that for further food for thought. So thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Marissa Carozzo, for the record, on behalf of the Conservancy of Southwest Florida. I'm happy to be here today to join the chorus in support of this agenda item. This is, I think, one of the major takeaways that we've all been grappling with the harmful algal bloom crisis over the past year or so is that it's really essential to have a truly robust water quality monitoring network in place. And it's become clear that we need a better understanding of what is happening on both an expansive landscape level scale, but also at a much smaller sub-watershed or sub-basin level. And really, this can only be done by building a monitoring network with a sufficient amount of stations that are strategically located to track hotspots, to gauge the progress and success of hydrologic and water quality projects, as well as measure ecosystem responses. So As you saw in the presentation today, the upstream Caloosahatchee watershed is definitely in need of this augmented monitoring. On another note, as Mark mentioned, DEP recently unveiled a draft approach to updating the Northern Everglades Basin Management Action Plans that includes a framework to prioritize projects and monitor progress on that smaller sub-basin level. And we certainly see the district's expansion of the monitoring program in these same watersheds as a highly complementary initiative that will support that effort. So to sum up, we are very enthusiastically in support of the resolution before you today, and we thank the governing board, Drew, Susan, Pam, and the rest of staff for not only recognizing the need to prioritize monitoring, but also moving forward so quickly to allocate resources to this effort. So thank you.
After Drew, I have James Evans.
Drew Martin, on behalf of the Loxahatchee Group of the Sierra Club, we support in the resolution, encourage you to vote for it. I think that that's been the one thing we've been lacking is enough monitoring, and we really haven't known where the source is and how it's impacting all these different areas. So I think this is an excellent use of money, and it's not that expensive to do monitoring, so we encourage you to move forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Goss, members of the governing board. I'm James Evans, Director of Natural Resources for the City of Sanibel. I'm here on behalf of Mayor Kevin Ruane and our Sanibel City Council. The City of Sanibel certainly commends the district for moving forward with and presenting this resolution. This is something that's desperately needed, especially in the Caloosahatchee. You could see that we don't have any upstream monitoring sites, and we'd be adding 15 additional monitoring sites as part of this program. So we certainly encourage you to move forward. We also commend the district for expeditiously expediting Governor DeSantis's Executive Order 19-12. You're moving with lightning speed, and we're really happy with the work that you guys are doing. I also support Mark Perry's recommendation for the monitoring sondes in the estuaries. It'd be great to see if we had 2 monitoring sondes in the Caloosahatchee so that we can keep good track and an eye on the Vallisneria beds in the Caloosahatchee, so that'd be really helpful. But of course, as we move forward, we need to track down where the nutrient hotspots are, and this is a really good start in trying to figure out what's going on in the Caloosahatchee. Our watershed's about 865,000 acres. It's a very large watershed, and we really don't know what's going on east of S79. So this will be really helpful. We encourage you to adopt this resolution, and that's all. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, James. Thank you all. It's nice to hear everyone on the same page on this one. There's a board comment. Jackie.
Thank you, Dr. Gray, and thank you, Dr. Wade. Super exciting. Thank you, staff. Boy, does it feel good to see yourself actually moving forward. It is just so rewarding. Sorry, my book. I wanted to say that I think there's more to this as well, and that is that when you follow the 1912 Executive Order of the Governor, and then the letters that followed from the Department of Environmental Protection back and forth from DEP to the South Florida Water Management District, this is obviously mentioned, the water monitoring, and they refer to it as WIN, which means what, Drew?
Water Information Network.
Thank you, Water Information Network. And it notes that not only should there be an information network, but that this data should be uploaded for the public. So that building a public database that the public can reference all the time. And I believe that this is, it's complicated to understand how it works between DEP and FDACS and the South Florida Water Management District, which I have started to call the Trinity, because they have to work together and be one, 3 in 1. but I hope that we can help them. And once these things are public, they ain't never going away. I don't care if there's a recession or not. The public will demand that this information is available because this is how we change our world. Thank you so much. Super exciting.
So I hear all the time it's an overused phrase in science, facts don't care about your feelings. So as we walk through our job and our community, I actually had someone that wasn't from the Keys who came up to me last night who had overserved themselves. I'm going to make this so quick. But they were full of feelings, but not a lot of facts. So there's so much power to this because so many people are angry about things or feel very emotional about things, and adding this sort of fact and helping the public understand it, helping us, giving it to us is a real gift, and I'm grateful.
Thanks, Mr. Steinley.
Fully in support and excited about this. Question, Drew. As I read the language, we haven't talked about costs, but it does say negotiate and enter an agreement to provide the district with funding. So should we be talking about estimated cost at this point, or is that a future conversation?
I can go ahead and give you our estimated costs. And so I'll talk about all of this monitoring plus the additional monitoring from the previous presentation in the C51 basin. Gets us to about $2 million per year to do that monitoring. And I'll tell you that I will absolutely pursue funding external to the district, but in our budget, I'm making arrangements for us to be able to cover it all regardless of my success. $2 million per year.
That's terrific. And then since it was noted, am I on? Since it was noted in some newspaper coverage and then subsequently corrected, I just wanted to and Jeremy had made this point as well. We have some sheets on the watershed and the locations of the new monitoring. I just want to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, that with regards to the Lake Worth Lagoon, district is working with Palm Beach County to on additional equipment as well as more frequent monitoring. So while that might not be part of this specific plan, it is in the works and will be used from a data and knowledge perspective as well.
That's correct. So just for the other board members to know, in the Caloosahatchee and St. Lucie Estuary, we have monitoring devices out there that give us real-time salinity, so we know the effect of discharges. Those don't exist in the Lake Worth Lagoon associated with the C51 type discharges, so we are working with the county to deploy those same type of systems so that we can see the effects of C51 discharges as well.
Great, thanks. I'd like to follow up on Mr. Steinley's questions a little bit, having to do with cost. What's the cost driver of the $2 million? So it's 211 new sites. Is it personnel? Is it equipment? Do you know sort of what the breakdown? I need a sort of feel for.
I bet my staff know the precise breakdown, but I can tell you, generally speaking,
I'll take general.
It's the sampling effort, which drives most of the cost because that's just fuel and time and staff to go out biweekly to each site and collect the samples. And then you ship them back. And then there are laboratory costs, and those are not irrelevant, and they are significant. And my laboratory staff, their job is about to get a lot more taxing, So, but it's worth it.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And one other question, and we've got a bunch of new sites, and then we approved earlier some new sites in dispersed water management. Were those included in these numbers or not? Are those separate?
No, those are separate.
Those are separate. So, but they are all going to talk to each other. All that data is going to be in WIN or whatever. So even if it's over here and not part of this program, it's still integrated.
Right. All that data, does it go into our DB Hydro too? Yeah. So once it gets into our overarching data system, it's there for upload into WIN as well.
Okay. Great. I mean, speaking of costs and inefficiencies, it goes back to what Mr. Quashis was talking about. You know, you can't have good policy, you know, without good intelligence, and this is actionable intelligence, so it's going to drive efficiencies, and I can't thank you enough.
Yes, this is a great day, because without all the monitoring, there's no way we can plan into the future. And so I think that this is extremely important to identify, you know, what we will build in the future, what we've already built, and what we may require from property owners as well. And the only way we can figure that out is to have the science and have the data that, so this is a great thing for us to be able to plan.
Great. Mr. Wagner, I don't know if you're on the phone or not, or if you'd like to say
Yeah,
anything.
Chauncey, I'm here.
Great. I don't know if you have any comments. You don't have to.
I have a quick question about, there were a few public comments made today about the phosphorus levels coming into the lake from the north. I heard one person, I think, said 500 on average parts per billion, and then I heard 500 metric tons at some point. I was curious if the amount of the phosphorus that was coming in, have we calculated that on a parts per billion? Do we have an average? I heard several numbers south of the lake, which I've already understood to be true, but I'm north of the lake. How is that water coming in? Do we have numbers for that?
Yeah, we absolutely have numbers. I don't have them all at my fingertips, Mr. Wagner, but they're published frequently in our reports. They range depending on what basin is discharging into the lake. But I think, you know, take, for example, Fish Eating Creek. Is that, you know, closer to like 80 parts per billion, 60? A little higher, maybe close to 100. And then you compare that over to Taylor Creek, Nubbin Slough, and that's closer to 400. And Kissimmee's in between, you know, so Kissimmee's around 80. And so it just depends on which input you're talking about, but we've got that all mapped out and very public.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks. If there's no more discussion, I'd love a motion. Ms. Chair.
Make a motion that we accept this resolution of the governing board to authorize the executive director to present this expanded water quality testing program to DEP and the Blue-Green Algae Task Force.
Is there a second?
Second that.
Great. I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion?
Can I discuss?
Yes, you may.
Not as outside of the bounds here. Probably an oversight on my part, but I think it'd be right to insert presenting the networks to DEP, Blue-Green Algae Task Force, and Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, so that the Trinity gets in there.
The Trinity.
I'll amend the motion.
The motion has been amended with the second amendment. Motion and the second have been amended. Is there further discussion? Great.
I want to thank the governor for his executive order and his leadership, too. And this is a great day to get this information.
That's well said. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. This passes unanimously. And I think, Drew, you've got something for us?
Before we load it up, just take a look at this picture. We always put a background picture up for you just to reflect upon while we're having discussion. But, hey, that's our science right there. That's cool. So anyway, yeah, but you know, when we were putting this together, I had asked Sean's team, and they were working on it already, to put together a video that talks about our water quality efforts, and so this is it.
This is a story about clean water for the Everglades. Clean water in just the right amount, at just the right time, in just the right place.
We are preserving the Everglades by checking that the water that it's clean and it meets the requirements that we are asked to maintain.
Where should the water go? Is there enough for wildlife and millions of people? How clean is it? Water quality monitoring provides the critical data for South Florida Water Management District engineers, scientists, and water managers to answer these questions. Data. It's the key to making the decisions that are restoring the Everglades and safeguarding South Florida's environment and water resources.
Basically, this water that we are collecting is going to get put on each respective bottle, and those bottles are going to the lab, and there they're going to do tests to determine turbidity, total nitrogen, total phosphorus, alkalinity, dissolved organic carbon, test for metals.
One of the key components in the wetland, we believe, is the action of the microbial and algal communities in the wetlands. So scientists here are investigating a lot of the components within the wetland to try to understand what's happening within this STA, which is, a very big freshwater wetland, and what is happening to cause the phosphorus to come to such low concentrations at the outflow.
All of the science gathered from strategic sites across South Florida brings us back to making sound decisions about our water. Science, data, decisions. They are the guiding principles that provide the public with knowledge about their environment and the understanding needed by the governing board to make informed decisions.
The objective of sending as much water south as possible needs to be balanced with the quality of the water that we're sending south.
If anybody was wondering about, the star of the show. Everybody was wondering about that deep melodic voice in the beginning.
Was that you?
It was not me. No, that's JK, our helicopter pilot.
That was?
Yes.
Multi-talented. Good job, Sean. All right, we'll move on. Let's see, we've got, we voted. Ms. Olson? Sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Olson, and I'm a science supervisor with the Everglades Technical Support Bureau. Today, I'm here to provide an overview of the legislative background and the process for amending Chapter 40E61 of the Florida Administrative Code, which is also known as the Lake Okeechobee Works of the District Rules. Here are the topics that I will be covering today. First, I will give you a general overview of the rulemaking process. Then I will discuss the legislative history in the Northern Everglades, followed by the purpose of the Northern Everglades and Estuaries programs, and the statutory activities for each of the coordinating agencies. I will also discuss the current 40E61 and our authorities for works of the district. Then we will discuss the legislative directive for revising 40E61. After that, I will touch on a comparison of the Everglades Forever Act, which is also known as the EFA, and the Northern Everglades and Estuaries Protection Program, which is also known as the NEP. I will wrap up the presentation with a projected rulemaking timeline, the plan for implementing public workshops, and the district's next steps. So let's begin with the rulemaking process. The district received direction from the legislature to amend Chapter 40E61. Generally, during rulemaking, there is a lot of public input, including differing opinions. This rule is important to the district's various stakeholders. Usually, clarification happens during the rule amendment process, which is governed under 120.54 of the Florida statutes. The rulemaking process required under Chapter 120 has multiple steps along the way that include providing notice to the public throughout the rulemaking process, public workshops and other opportunities for public input, an economic analysis if it's required, opportunities to challenge, formal adoption of the proposed rules, and possible legislative ratification. Now let's discuss the Northern Everglades statutory history. Today, the authority for phosphorus and pollutant reduction in the Northern Everglades comes from the Northern Everglades and Estuaries Protection Program, or NEP, which is Florida Statute 373.4595. However, that statute was originally enacted in 1987 as part of the Surface Water Improvement and Management Act, or SWIM Act. Since then, there have been many statutory changes, which I've listed on this slide. In 2000, 373.4595 became the Lake Okeechobee Protection Act, or LOPA. Then in 2005, LOPA was amended, and at that time, the boundaries for the Lake Okeechobee watershed were expanded. Also in 2005, another statute, 403.067, was amended to include a process where DEP could use Basin Management Action Plans, or BMAPs. This is what we call a May authority because it allowed DEP to use BMAPs, but it did not require it. In 2007, the LOPA became the NEP and further expanded the statutory boundaries to include the St. Lucie and Caloosahatchee River watersheds. Between 2012 and 2014, BMAPs were adopted by DEP for the 3 Northern Everglades watersheds. Finally, in 2016, NEP was amended, and BMAPs are now required as the watershed phosphorus control component for Lake Okeechobee and the pollutant control program for the estuaries. This is now a shall authority, meaning DEP must adopt BMAPs. The 2016 NEP amendment also directed the district to revise Chapter 40E61. Please note that there were other instances where 40E61 could have been amended. The 2005 and 2007 amendments provide the district with the authority to amend 40E61 to include the expanded boundaries and watersheds. I'd like to point out on this slide that the purple dotted boundary here is our existing regulatory boundary for 40E61. The green boundary is a Northern Everglades boundary as defined in the NEP statute. The 2016 amendment specifically mandates the district to amend 40E61 for other purposes. So let's turn our attention to the 2016 NEP. Earlier, I talked about how we get our direction from the legislature. These next few slides will provide detail on the direction we received in the NEP. I'm going to be presenting quotes from the NEP statute throughout this presentation. Please keep in mind that NEP is 24 pages long and it's over 10,000 words. Also, it references at least 20 other statutes that are also thousands of words. So it's not going to be possible to provide you with every relevant quote in this presentation. So I'm encouraging you to read the statute for yourselves to get a clear picture of the various nuances and important factors in this rulemaking effort. So first, let's begin with the purpose of the NEP according to the legislature, which is to improve the quality, quantity, timing, and distribution of water in the Northern Everglades ecosystem, and provide a reasonable means of achieving the total maximum daily load requirements and achieving and maintaining compliance with state water quality standards. The legislature mandated the coordinating agencies, which are the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, the South Florida Water Management District, and the Florida Department of Agricultural and Consumer Services, to share responsibility in implementing NEP for all 3 watersheds, consistent with their statutory authority. While the coordinating agencies are jointly responsible for all three watersheds, the legislature specifically required an interagency agreement for the Lake Okeechobee watershed to lay out the roles and responsibilities for each agency. Those are DEP taking the lead on water quality protection through the Basin Management Action Plans, the district taking the lead on hydrologic improvements via the protection plan, and DACS taking the lead on agricultural BMPs. In 2017, the district, DACS, and DEP did execute an interagency agreement for the Lake Okeechobee watershed as specified in the statute. NEEP doesn't require an interagency agreement between the coordinating agencies for the river watersheds, but it does not preclude one. NEEP also allows the coordinating agencies to enter into agreements with local governments to implement non-ag, non-point source BMPs in all three watersheds.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Ms. Olson, Dr. Olson. Can you please, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the words, but I'm not exactly sure. But you mentioned that Trinity, that I hope that's not insulting to anybody. It's just an easy way to understand the relationship of the three agencies. So you said Department of Environmental Protection, water quality, and BMAP, I think you said, but isn't it regulation? So like if you're splitting up their responsibilities, you have FDACS was, you said, BMPs, and then you said the South Florida Water Management District was the hydrological improvement, and then, I'm sorry, but I thought you said for the Department of Environmental Protection, water quality, but also BMAPs, and I just want to make sure I didn't mishear or I'm not misunderstanding.
Yes, these are quotes directly from the statute, and so it says the department is the lead on water quality protection measures through the BMAPs. The district is the lead on hydrologic improvements pursuant to the Lake Okeechobee Protection Plan, and then the Department of Agriculture has the lead on agricultural best management
Do you
practices.
mind putting those into layman terms or plain language for me? Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure exactly how to get it more plain, but I'll try.
I mean, obviously, so DEP does have the permitting programs for a lot of water quality activities throughout, their jurisdiction. And then the BMAP, I think this statute was intended to sort of lean on the Basin Management Action Plan as the tool to get water quality improvements. So, and that's what that first statement sort of says, is this statute says DEP use the BMAP to get water quality improvements. And then it turns to the district and it says, district, you got water quantity. So you use the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Protection Plan to implement all the water quality, water quantity activities to best manage water quantity. And then it sort of marries Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services with DEP because the Department of Agriculture must adopt best management practice for agricultural producers to implement. They must go sign them up. They must make sure that they're implementing them. And that is to be fed into the Basin Management Action Plan.
Thank you. I'm sorry to make you stop. I just find that is so critical for my understanding of everything. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. So this schematic is to show the post-2016 agency activities as directed by the NEEP. You can see that the district's primary role through the NEEP is implementing the watershed protection plans, which consists of the construction projects and research and monitoring. The Works of the District rule is one of the programs under the protection plan. State law directs that the Works of the District program is consistent with 403.067, which is the authority for the BMAPs. So now that you have a general overview of the NEEP and its purpose, let's review the purpose of 40E61 as it exists today. The rules establish criteria to ensure that use of or connection to the named works or lands are compatible with the district's ability to carry out the objectives of the legislative declarations of policy, which are to minimize degradation of water resources caused by the discharge of stormwater. This only applies to the historic Lake Okeechobee watershed boundary, and there's been no substantive changes since 1989, so this doesn't apply to the expanded boundaries. So we touched on already the 1987 SWIM Act, and I just mentioned the declarations of policy. But 40E61 is also authorized under the Works of the District laws. So let's discuss those two relevant statutes next. The district has authority for protecting district works, and that comes from legislative statutes 373.085 and 373.086, which say, 085 says, the governing board has the authority to prescribe the manner in which local works provided by other districts or by private persons will connect with or make use of works or land of the district, to issue permits, and to cancel the permits for noncompliance. That's what 373.085 says. Then 373.086 says the governing board is authorized to hold and have full control over works and rights of way of the district. Now at this point, you're probably wondering what exactly are works of the district. So the next slide has some definitions. District works are defined both in the statute and in the existing 40E61. The top definition defines works as structures, impoundments, wells, streams, and other water courses which have been adopted by the governing board. The second definition expands on the first. Works can change as the governing board can adopt additional works at its discretion. So now that you have an idea of where we came from with the existing rule, let's talk about where we need to go. The legislature's specific direction for the district to amend 40E61 was laid out in the 2016 NEAP. The statute specifically directs the district to revise 40E61 to be consistent with this section, and what it means by this section in this case is the NEAP itself, and 403.067, remember that's the statute that covers BMAPs. It says that we must provide for a monitoring program for non-point source discharges required to monitor water quality by 403.067 and to provide for the results of such monitoring to be reported to the coordinating agencies. So we have to be consistent with both the BMAP statute and the NEAP. Now that's the language for the Lake Okeechobee watershed. The legislature provided slightly different direction for the river watersheds. Here, the NEAP says that the district shall initiate rulemaking to provide for a monitoring program for non-point source discharges required to monitor water quality pursuant to specific sections of 403.067, which relate to BMP implementation under the BMAP. And it says that the results of such monitoring must be reported to the coordinating agencies. NEAP provides for pollutant control in the Northern Everglades, but a different statute dictates the requirements in the Southern Everglades, which is the Everglades Forever Act, or EFA. Staff have received a lot of questions about the differences between the EFA and the NEAP, so I'm going to walk through some of those differences now. First, the EFA and the NEAP present slightly differing legislative purposes. The EFA focuses solely on phosphorus. The NEAP focuses on phosphorus and other pollutants. The EFA is self-contained with its own methods for phosphorus reductions. The NEAP points to the TMDL and BMAPs for pollutant control. To continue, this slide kind of lays out the structure of the two statutes. The EFA is centered around the district as the implementing agency with some research and monitoring support from DEP. The NEP provides for shared authority and responsibility among the three coordinating agencies. Both statutes look to construction projects, water quality research and monitoring, BMPs, and exotic species controls. The goal for phosphorus load reduction in the Everglades agricultural area is 25% compared to a base period. The NEP points to the BMAPs and is intended to assist in meeting the TMDL. Both the EFA and the NEP provide for BMPs. As you can see, the EFA gives the district the discretion to determine what constitutes a BMP, while NEP gives shared discretion to the three coordinating agencies. The EFA contains a specific section on BMPs and points to the district's rule regulating BMPs in the EAA and C-139 basins, which is Chapter 40E-63. The 40E-63 rule actually came before the EFA, but the EFA required the district to continue implementing and enforcing it. It has specific details and a regulatory framework for BMPs. The NEP does not specifically prescribe BMPs in the same way the EFA does. Instead, the NEP points to the BMAP statute for the prescribed manner in developing BMPs.
So, under the Everglades Forever Act, the district in cooperation with the DEP shall develop and implement a water quality monitoring program to evaluate the effectiveness of BMPs, ... That means just against the 25% reduction from the beginning of the program, or does it mean more than that?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Do you want me to?
Yes, please.
Tell me if I'm wrong, Pam or someone. But the monitoring data will indicate the percentage of reduction, which is then compared to that 25% requirement. But I don't think the monitoring is dictated by that 25%. I think the monitoring is going to show whatever percentage reduction exists, which is why we've got data that shows 40, 50, 60% reductions in some years. Is that
When I
answering
think
the question?
of the word evaluate, I think of maybe more or too much. Maybe I'm put too much into it, but you know, my question is, I'm just going to repeat myself. I feel like I'm talking to my husband. So my question is, are we talking about, you know, do we have the ability, what is our ability to have conversations about evaluation of effectiveness? What does that really mean? Because I don't understand. It's so kind of, and you can tell me later. You don't have to tell me today. You can tell me later, but I just need to know.
So can I make sure I'm understanding the question, right? So are you asking that if they're achieving a reduction beyond the 25%, would we have the ability to still evaluate and require more than 25%?
That's what I mean.
Okay. Okay, well, I will, unless someone immediately feels confident answering that, I'm happy to get back to you.
Yeah, and I don't want anybody to be uncomfortable with the question. I'm just trying to understand what we are asked to do. I'm not trying to predict what we would do. I'm just trying to understand what we're asked to do.
Understood. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding you. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. What is the baseline 25% below what nutrient level?
Well, it was 25% below the pre-BMP baseline period. So there's...
What was that?
So I got the, so we have our compliance chart on the 25% that we just published, and I can hand it to you, but it could be in Greek, you know. But it looks like it is depending on rainfall and loading. And so there is a load metric that we would, based on the rainfall, we would know what the load would be prior to BMPs. And so that line is established. And then you take 25% below that expected load given the rainfall, and they need to meet that. Does that make sense? Maybe?
Maybe.
Because
Well, I don't know
it's
if
not
they're
a single.
talking about 25% below 200 parts per billion
I
or
know.
300 parts per billion, or that's
So
what
the
I'm trying-
baseline period, it says here, is 175 micrograms per liter. That's the, before you have to get 25% below that. But it has to be converted to load because it's rainfall driven. But the long-term concentration of the baseline period was 175 micrograms per liter. And this is only in the EAA we're talking about, right?
Yeah, you're not talking about the northern
Right.
9 basins.
And so as a reference, in water year 2019, the flow-weighted mean TP concentration was 119. So the baseline period was 175. Last year it was 119.
Well, it seemed like somewhere down the line when we figure out with all this great monitoring that we just approved, that we come up with where all of the nutrients are coming from and at what level and where are the hot spots and what kind of reasonable regulation through BMPs or whatever that is compatible with our ability to get quality of water somehow, and that we're going to have to get into that at some point in time when we figure out what levels are coming in and where they're coming in at and what basin are they coming in. And so I'm really excited about this monitoring where we can really get a handle on how we proceed with a plan to get quality of water. We know the plan we have now isn't working, so looking forward to that.
All right.
Could I see one other thing real quick? The Okeechobee Basin, you had so many different basins up there. Does the Okeechobee Basin take in multiple basins?
Sorry, I went too far.
You showed a green line. So the green line is the Okeechobee Basin that takes in multiple basins?
The green boundary is the Northern Everglades boundary as defined by the statute. And the Northern Everglades are split into 3 watersheds: the Lake Okeechobee watershed, the Caloosahatchee River watershed, and the St. Lucie River watershed. And within those watersheds, there's further divisions. I can go into that further if you'd like.
Yeah, so you do have the Upper Kissimmee, Lake Histopoga, Kissimmee, Taylor Creek, Nubbin Slough, Fish Eating Creek. So there's a number of different basins within that overall watershed.
So you have about 9 basins inside the Okeechobee.
Yeah, actually, they
Boundary.
call them 9 subwatersheds, and within those subwatersheds, it's further divided into basins.
So am I correct, there's 9 basins inside the
Yes.
Northern Everglades?
Well, within the
Boundary.
Lake Okeechobee watershed, there's 9.
Okay.
Yes.
And also, looking at this map, it appears that part of the Everglades agricultural area is in this NEAP. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So it's in 2 different things?
Yes, there is overlap. Yes.
Thanks.
And just on that note, Mr. Lilipish, compliance with 40E 63 for those areas within the EAA can also constitute compliance with 40E 61 because it's a BMAP program south of the lake under the EFA. Is that? I'm sorry, BMPs. Goodness gracious, best management practices.
Can you try to say that again? Like we're just normal people talking like at the stoplight or something?
If you're subject to the district's BMP program south of the lake in that area, then compliance with that program would be compliance under NEEP too.
Okay, so it works.
Yes.
But not the other way.
Right, because
Right.
north of the lake, they're not subject to the district's BMP program for the EAA area.
That makes sense.
So your best management practices that are north of the lake that has no requirement on nutrient loads coming into the system then?
The requirement for the BMPs north of the lake is that they get done. And so when Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services develops them and workshops them and gets feedback from DEP, they workshop a suite of BMPs. There is an expected effectiveness that's an estimate, I really don't know what it is. But the requirement at the end of the day is not a numeric 25% or something like that. It is a requirement to implement what Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services adopts as a best management practice.
Drew, this is Scott. Is there any way to monitor, and is there any way to monitor the effectiveness of the practices that are being imposed north of the lake other than the fact that they say we're complying with them?
Yeah, and that would fall to us in Department of Environmental Protection to do any kind of validation monitoring to look at the effectiveness.
Do we have that? Do we have anything in place that's currently doing that, or no?
I know that DEP has done work. It's almost a research effort. They've done work to validate citrus, but it's kind of commodity by commodity. And they've been working to try to find the ability to validate cow-calf operations north of the lake, but they're still exploring just the right setting where you have non-BMP implementation followed by BMP implementation where you have data from both sets to look at the effectiveness of those BMPs. So it's a research level effort.
Okay, thanks.
At the beginning of this presentation, I walked you through the general rulemaking process. Here is a tentative timeline for this specific rulemaking effort. First, 40E61 will be included on the district's regulatory plan. Chapter 120 requires agencies to prepare annual plans that show what rules an agency is going to work on in the coming year. Then the district needs to notify the public that it is beginning to work on the rules by publishing a notice. Once staff gets approval to publish the notice of rule development, the district will begin to hold publicly noticed workshops. These rules will encompass a large area, approximately 5 million acres, with a lot of stakeholders, and it's important for us to get public input. Staff will come back to the governing board to give a report after each set of workshops. Draft rule text will take several iterations based on input from the workshops. After the governing board approves the draft rule text, the district will publish a notice of proposed rule. That will be published in the Florida Administrative Register. This is the point where we could see a rule challenge. Assuming there are no challenges, the district will file the proposed rule with the Joint Administrative Procedures Committee and with the legislature for ratification. The rule would become adopted upon legislative ratification. This particular timeline also takes into account the amended BMAPs, which are slated to be finished in January of 2020, and recommendations that we may receive from the Blue-Green Algae Task Force. The rulemaking process is quite complicated, which is why these dates on this slide are estimates. So the next steps are to include 40E61 on the regulatory plan, which will come to the governing board in September for approval. Then in October, staff will come back to the board to request a notice of rule development. And in November, staff will begin seeking public input through its first round of public workshops. Here is the plan for rule workshops to ensure transparency and provide ample opportunity for public input. And because of the size of the watersheds, staff recommends holding workshops in multiple locations. The workshops are an opportunity to solicit stakeholder input on the next iteration of the Works of the District rules. We are anticipating active engagement and healthy debates. It may be necessary to have more than one workshop at each location for each phase of the rulemaking process. That's all I have.
Thanks. Are there any more questions?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Looking at the location of the workshops, I just wanted to mention that the Deep South has been left out.
I think this is neat.
What?
I think just because it's...
And that's okay. It's just a long, long way for people that are way south to come up for those workshops. I'm just making that statement. But the question that I have is, when you bring this forward to us in September, how is this governing board, how would you like this governing board to provide input to you on the creation of the plan? So you're going to create the plan and you're going to ask us to vote on it.
Right.
So how best to provide input? For example, the opportunities to amend that we see these 3 bullets about opportunities to amend. So I'll go back and I'll look at this, or I'll call you, or you'll hook me up to staff and I'll find out more about this. But do we have opportunity to help you craft the plan before we actually come here to vote on it?
Yeah, can you go back to the timeline?
Yes.
So the staff updates to governing board on workshops progress. So throughout, we'll go out, we'll do workshops, we'll come back, tell you what we're learning, get your input. We'll go back out, do workshops, come back, tell you what we're learning, get input. So there'll be a lot of interaction as a board, when you're all together, but certainly one-on-one at any time, except after about 11 p.m.
And I'm assuming the reason you don't have Collier, Miami-Dade, or Broward is because this is Northern Everglades. That's where...
Yeah. Generally, when we do rulemaking, we definitely got to get to areas where the requirements will be imposed.
Or Monroe, I'm sorry.
But we can do it. We can do workshops wherever the board would like us to.
No. It's okay. No, I get it now.
Okay, that's fine. I want to make you happy, Ms. Meads.
I'm joyful.
Mr. Olipich.
So, thank you very much. Looking at the proposed timeline again, and just looking that the last line, legislative ratification, April 2021. So, does it goes before the state legislature? Like a bill almost?
It is a bill.
Okay.
Yeah, I've done this twice now, and you have to find sponsors to introduce bills to ratify your rule, and then it has to go through committee stops all the way to the floor, get voted on in both chambers, through committee stops in both chambers, and then go to the governor for signature. So it's like a bill.
Okay. Why, it appears that the first time this massive bill, the water comprehensive bill or whatever that came through in 2016. So it was at that time that this mechanism kind of was set in motion to have to do the rulemaking. Is that correct? The update, right?
Yeah, that's when we were directed to do it.
Right. So how come it didn't happen then?
That's a good
I
question.
mean, that's
Go
3
back
years
to the
ago.
history.
That's 2016, 2017, 2018. What happened?
Okay, you want me to go to the history. In 2016, I got to get to the history page. Yes, we were directed to revise 4061 in 2016, but we were directed to remember, it says we have to be consistent with the NEP, and we have to be consistent with the 403067, which is the BMAP statute. Well, 403067 was also revised at that time, and it requested that DEP also have a statewide rule to provide for monitoring. And so we couldn't jump ahead of DEP. We had to wait for them to get their rule done, and their rule was adopted in July of last year.
Okay, so once again, this trinity has to kind of line up. for everything to be able to work together, because it has to function as one. And obviously, if it's a bill through the legislature, I mean, we have to do all our homework, and we have to be working to make sure that it's not confrontational, you know what I mean? Because it'll just get smashed. So we want to be effective. And so, you know, I hope that we, of course, are open, as we will be transparent, asking everybody, and, you know, I mean, maybe a little bit more advertising, so to speak, than just the workshops. You know, there's so many workshops going on right now. There's like BMAP workshops and this workshop. I mean, sometimes people kind of, I think, glaze over. I mean, this is a big deal, but it's so exciting because perfect timing, I think, for everyone. We know that this is the time to do this. So thank you very much.
I guess also we have to, with our workshops, we'll have our sister agencies, DEP and our agricultural.
I think that would be
we're all
very,
tied together here.
Yeah, I think that'd be very important.
And maybe our staff can be looking at, to give us direction in regards to reducing the amount of nutrients coming into the system, into the state waters, in order to achieve quality of water with certain projects that we can build versus certain regulations from property owners combined together with some kind of reasonable communication, not only with the private sector, but the public sector, in order to achieve this. It's going to, yeah, there's a lot of coordination here.
Very good point, absolutely.
But it's exciting because we've got to have a plan. Yeah, you know, we've got to make sure we don't poison all the water for 8.7 million people as we go forward in some reasonable manner.
Good. We'll look forward to seeing this again in September. If there's no further questions or discussion, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you. I do have public comment, sir.
I'm sorry. I totally forgot public comment.
Hillary Swain, then Mark Perry, and Gary Ritter.
Good afternoon, everyone. You're probably all fading a bit, so I'll see if I can wake you up. My name is Hillary Swain. I'm the director at Archbold Biological Station, which is a large 20,000-acre research centre north and west of Lake Okeechobee. First of all, I wanted to really congratulate the district on the increase in the monitoring network. That's very welcome news and really embraced. Archbold's been a partner with the district. We've done research in our early years. We have 20,000 acres, 10,000 acres of it is a full-scale working cattle ranch, so a 3,000-head full-scale working cattle ranch. And we are really representative of this watershed. So where the Works of the District program's coming in, and I know you know all of this, but it's worth rattling down. What is different about the Okeechobee watershed from the other landscapes that you're dealing with? First, I like to call it the ridge to ranch to river watershed. This is we have 16% of the Lake Okeechobee watershed are these ancient, deep, sandy ridges that drive subsurface flow through much of this area. You know, this is the only area in the district where these are dominant features for you. Ranches, about 1 million of that 2.7 million acre Lake Okeechobee watershed is working ranches. So it's a huge landscape. And I want to caution the hotspot term. I know it's terribly seductive, but we really might be looking at hot sheds and not hot spots. This is a landscape of very fine-grained dispersion. There's not blocks of rectangular fields all growing the same things. There'll be a little wetland, a large pasture, a woodland, a bit of native prairie, and then a citrus grove, and then a row crop, all interspersed within one property. So how do we manage those fine-grained landscapes where BMPs are not just in giant blocks with the same practices? So really thinking about that is a challenge for us. thinking about that is it's a different landscape and it's essentially privately owned. Many of our conservation lands in this landscape are easements that are on private land, so a different sort of combination of conservation ownership here. Physically, acid, sandy soils. This is silica from Georgia. This is different sandy systems, subsurface flow, sheet flow. So building berms and all of those constructive things change the whole hydrology, which was designed on sheet flow systems. How do we deal with BMPs when we're managing a sponge and not a bathtub? Very difficult. The other challenges, of course, is the challenge of our legacy phosphorus. All of you have probably heard that term. For decades, ranchers and farmers in this area have been applying on these acid sandy soils, fertilizer applications until about the mid-80s, 85, 86, when they reduced phosphorus because it was no longer seen as needed. That legacy is still on that landscape. So we're focusing on flows, but we have to focus on stocks and flows. What is in the soil? That's the stocks, and what are in the flows, and what's the interaction between those? Because that's what predicates what happens in this landscape. If it rains and rains and rains, eventually we're releasing stocks and adding them to flows. We're releasing phosphorus from those soils and adding it to flows. So how do we manage BMPs that recognize the legacy problem, but also address current operations? I mean, it's a huge challenge for us, extremely difficult to monitor. It is incredibly difficult. I'm delighted with the district monitoring network, but putting in place a monitoring network on working farms and ranches is difficult because there's a lot of subsurface flow. It's not a neat box. There's a lot of connection. Water's going one way one day, one way the next day. We have to recognize the challenges of measuring those systems as well. All of this is the great thing about technology is it's looking at our ways of treating things, but it's also improving our ways of monitoring things. So I'm standing here today saying that we at Archbold, we are delighted to be working with the district. We're delighted to work with DEP and with FDACS as well. We have a large living laboratory. We bring in a lot of money from outside agencies. USDA is one of our major funders. And our job is to understand the agroecology. We're not about how to grow more pounds of beef. I'm going to finish. And so we're here to help you. We've been very happy to have Chairman Goss visit us. I appreciate the visit. We've extended a visit to anybody who else would like to come. Happy to host staff. We have decades of data on this work in Cattle Ranch. We're happy to share it and happy to make it publicly available. So I think on that note, I'll encourage you to watch our film, Cowboys and Scientists. It's just come out. It's a cool film. And you'll get a picture of the landscape and a picture of the work that we're doing. And I'm sorry I ran over, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Swain, for being here and sharing your insights. I appreciate it.
I hope I woke you up.
Sure.
Dr. Swain, if we were to take, somebody in the room must know this, if you were to take a core sample of that sandy up north environment, if you were to take a core sample and pull it up, what's beneath the sand?
It depends a bit where you are. I don't mean that as a facetious answer.
No, I know.
So if you were on some of the older dry prairies, you'd drill through about a meter of sand, sandy slight organic matter. People up north laugh at our soil samples when we send them. Then you'd typically hit a spodec horizon, a sort of hard pan. It's like a hard, sandy, carbonaceous layer. And then your agricultural activities generally don't go below that. In other areas, we have wet prairie, which does not have a spodec horizon, so you would drill through. Of course, you'd hit groundwater fairly soon. Our groundwater can be above the surface, at the surface, below the surface. You might just be a meter or two down. In a few areas, but not nearly as much as south of the lake, you would be in organic peaty soils, but they're much more limited. Wetlands in this area are hundreds of thousands of small seasonal wetlands, just an acre or two in size. That's, one of the dominant wetland types here is a very little wetland. Those are like the little engines that can in that landscape, embedded within that agricultural landscape. So you'd find some organic matter in those, but they do dry it every year. And then if you keep drilling, if you go down, it depends where you are, 30, 40 feet, you're into a limestone environment. It's a complicated, even on one property, you could have that mix of soils.
People throw to me the phosphorus, pockets of phosphorus argument, and I'm just trying to figure out if that's a red herring, or where are the pockets of phosphorus, and does that
Would that
play
there
a
were,
role?
make life a lot easier.
And we don't have to do that today. We don't need to do it today. I just wanted to ask the question, and somebody has called me, and we've lost each other's number, but I would like to have that conversation about phosphorus in the state. This is one of the biggest phosphorus mining states in the country, and does that play any role at all in our strategic board game that we play in South Florida?
The answer is yes, it has played a ginormous role, because that's where all the phosphorus that's on our landscape came from. The mined phosphorus is what is on our landscape. About 85% of the phosphorus coming off Buck Island Ranch, the Ansha Archbold Ranch, is fertilizer derived. We know that because we did studies with USGS based on it's an isotopic analysis. You can differentiate based on other isotopes, where did most of this P likely come from? And about 85% of it came from fertilizer application.
But that's surface, and that's
Yes.
not deep.
Yes, and yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, Governing Board. This is a pretty exciting time for that, but if you go back to the May 8th presentation you had at the workshop, May 8th, Stuart Van Horn and Zach Welch presented a great breakdown of all 9 sub-watersheds up in there, and they identified all the concentrations and loads coming from each of those sub-watersheds. So it was an average of about 520 metric tons and about 212 parts per billion in all of those 9 watershed average. And that's interesting because it's the post-protection plan, that period that he did, 2005 water year to 2018, whereas the pre-protection plan period prior to that, 91 to 2005, we showed about a 62 metric ton increase, or about 14%. So that was an interesting thing. Even though we've had post-protection, we're still getting an increase. But I encourage you to do this. Also, Carmela, in the same workshop, presented the southern Everglades and the southern portion, water quality source controls. So encourage you to go back to that and take a look. You know, we talked about the EAA, and we talked about the 2 chapters, 40E 61 and 63, and 63 dealing with the EAA and meeting those water quality objectives of that 25% reduction that Drew mentioned. That's based on a base period, which is the base water year period of water years 1978 to 1988. And it's the 170 parts per billion that Drew mentioned, and also about 288 metric tons. So I looked that up for you so you can kind of get that. What I get out of this Works of the District presentation is kind of going back to those 3 organizations that have been mentioned. And I'm suggesting that the district establish maybe a water implementation coordinating team, and that be made up of 1 designated representative from each of the agencies, namely the Water Management District, FDEP, and FDACS. And maybe the governing board or the executive director gives a designation person, the Secretary of DEP designates, and the Commissioner for Agriculture designates. But if you set up a team to do that coordination, then on slides 6 and 7, you're kind of meeting that jointly responsibility of implementing this water quality objectives that we're having. So I strongly suggest we get a team together and do that. And, you know, going back to the chapters, I just wanted to point out for the governing board member meets about the evaluation is outlined in Appendix 40E 63E 63.3. So it's right there how to evaluate the EAA conditions there for the EAA meeting the 25%. So it's in the chapter. Thanks very much.
Gary Ritter with the Florida Farm Bureau again. You know, it's not often that I agree with Mark. We do agree on some things, but I do like that idea of the task force. I think there needs to be better coordination between all 3 of the coordinating agencies, and it appears that we seem to be moving in that direction. Dr. Swain, I wish I could say it as eloquently as she did, but I think she gave you a real good overview of what this watershed is like and how difficult it is to monitor non-point source runoff on agricultural operations. I will say, you know, the Florida Farm Bureau has been around for roughly 78 years, and cow-calf operations have been on that watershed for probably over 100 years now, and they're probably the most passive land use that we could possibly have. And she's absolutely right in how she characterized the watershed is that it is not in blocks. And you do, it's very difficult to see what's going on with sheet flow in the watershed. So legacy phosphorus is going to be a real issue. I will tell you, when I started working at the Water Management District back in 1978, we have mentioned the Taylor Creek Nubbin Slough watershed, S191. It was running at roughly about 900 to 1,000 parts per billion. As Drew mentioned today, it's about 450. So in that, the number's still high. We've made good strides. And again, it just shows that we're dealing with some legacy phosphorus issues. Now, agriculture, we really, we have supported, we've been involved with this Works of the District program initially. But I think with the FDACS program, it is really no longer a voluntary program. This program is mandatory for farmers. They have embraced it, and we have extremely good participation. So we look forward to working with you in this rulemaking process, in moving forward with that. But you know, we think that, you know, the FDACS program is going to help us get where we need to go, and then the collaboration with the monitoring efforts so we can see where we can find opportunities in the watershed for both regional and source projects. So with that, you know, we want to be a partner in this rulemaking process, and we will be engaged and will continue to be engaged. Thank you.
Next, I have Rich Budell, Celeste Palma, and Benita Whalen.
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you. Rich Budell from Tallahassee, Florida. I've spent most of my career developing this program that you've been talking about here this morning. The total maximum daily load, the blueprint, the Watershed Restoration Act. And Jackie, this is kind of for you. You could kind of boil it down in 2.5 minutes. The real precursor of this was in 1999. The Florida Watershed Restoration Act laid out the blueprint for how DEP was going to evaluate the health of our surface water bodies statewide, comprehensive evaluation of surface water bodies. For those that are impaired, develop total maximum daily loads. And then through a process that came later in 2005, that was when we devised the Basin Management Action Plans as a tool to implement the TMDLs to achieve restoration goals. The Basin Management Action Plans are regulatory. They are adopted by secretarial order. They have included in them enforceable performance criteria that must be met. The BMP program is inside the BMAP program. So the DACS BMP program inside the BMAPs are an enforceable component of a secretarial adopted order. The BMP program that DACS operates in the Lake Okeechobee, Caloosahatchee, and St. Lucie estuaries is not a voluntary program. You either implement BMPs or you monitor water quality to demonstrate you're not causing or contributing to water quality standard violations. DEP just completed the adoption of their water quality monitoring rule, the guidance, the guidelines for what has to be done for those landowners who voluntarily choose not to implement the BMPs. So it's not a voluntary program. You either implement BMPs or you do a water quality monitoring program that has to be approved by DEP. Stephanie gave a lot of detail, an awful lot of detail in her presentation. But that's what it boils down to. The state tried to come up with a comprehensive way to establish water quality restoration targets and a means to achieve those targets. That's the TMDL and the BMAP process. And the DAX BMP program is integrated into every one of those BMAPs and are enforceable as a component of every one of those BMAPs. I am happy to work with the district going forward on the development of this rule. It's something near and dear to my heart. This whole program, like I said, I spent most of my career working on it, and I'm pleased that the district is moving forward with the rule. I think it's also important to know that the 2016 statute also required DAX to develop a rule describing how they would verify that the BMPs are actually being implemented across the landscape. That includes inspection criteria, record keeping, reporting. All of those things are now in a rule that was also just adopted last summer by DAX. Thank you.
Mr. Budell? Thank you.
Yes.
You say that, first of all, you're the man. I mean, you've done a great job. You are the history of this program, and thank you for all of your work. So I'm not trying to be flippant in my question here. But you say that the BMAPs are enforceable. Is that what you said?
Well, I said that, I said they're a regulation.
They're a
because
regulation,
they're adopted by
enforceable.
secretarial order.
And I don't mean to be tough, because I know we all know we're learning more and more about how impossible it is to measure all this and understand all this, but there's never been anything, has there, that's kind of enforceable? And what's so difficult with all this is the numbers just seem so tough. And then the toxic algae and the lake, and it's just, I mean, why wasn't there ever an enforceable mechanism, or is that just too hard or too expensive, or you're pointing fingers at the wrong people? I mean, why is there no enforceable mechanism to those BMAPs?
I think there is an enforceable mechanism. I mean, if you're not in compliance with your load reduction goals or load reduction targets in the BMAP, then there are consequences to that. You have to do more, or you have, I mean,
Did you see a lot of that in your career?
Well, I think it's too early in the rotation to really have seen a lot of that. The requirement to develop, or the opportunity or the authority to develop the basin management action plans came online, I think, in 2005. I think that's accurate. The very first BMAP that was developed was for the Lower St. Johns. That was adopted in 2007. I think they're pretty close to compliance with that BMAP as far as phosphorus loads go.
So we're, in your opinion, we're just on this timeline.
Correct.
And now we're kind of really, we're having to follow a speed limit. It's all starting to come together. This is the time. So it's a good time for the rulemaking, and perhaps more, I don't like the word enforce, but some more understanding of where we are.
Yes. I think that the fact that was it St. Lucie BMAP was in 2012? Or I don't remember. They were 12, 13, and 14, I think. I think the Okeechobee BMAP was adopted in 2014. It's just now being revised for the first time. And I think they do it on 5-year cycles of revising the BMAPs. They've got another directive from the governor's executive order to revise all 3 of them by this coming January. And I know they're actively working on them now. But the thing about the BMAPs, I don't want to drone on, is that, I've said this before, all of these are very complex biological watersheds, systems that we're working in. And just because there's a TMDL and a BMAP, we don't necessarily know what all the steps are to include in a BMAP to achieve that TMDL. We do the best that we can do. We're working with utilities, we're working with industrial businesses, we're working with the ag community, stormwater associations. Everybody's invested in this, and that was kind of the beauty of the statutes when they came through, is that you had virtual unanimous support for the development of these BMAP statute that implemented the TMDL program. The home builders were on board, the utilities were on board, the counties, the cities. Everybody came to the table and said, this is a predictable process. that we can implement over time on kind of an iterative basis to achieve our restoration target.
All right, well, thank you very much, and it's great that you'll be here to help us with the rulemaking.
I have a quick question for you, sir. I have a quick question. I'm sorry. I think you had mentioned that the TMDL was the goal and the BMAP was the regulation and the BMP was the tool inside the BMAP to help you get to the goal. Would that be sort of accurate?
Yeah, the BMPs are part of the toolbox within the BMAP to achieve the TMDL, yes.
I think this came up at a prior workshop of ours, but I'm hoping to seek maybe a little bit of clarity here. A individual entity, landowner inside who's subject to this regulation, they have an option to choose to either employ the BMP or to monitor their water quality, correct?
Correct.
As far as I understand, not one of them has chosen to actually monitor their water quality. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that suspicious to you or suspect in any way? It's a little bit suspect to me to have 100% of landowners select the BMP and not monitor their water quality. To me, it tells you something, that perhaps you're not really achieving the water quality you want to get to, and it's that much at least is concerning to me. Is there a reason people do not monitor their water quality beyond that suspicion of mine?
So just because they haven't chosen to monitor as opposed to implement the BMP program, that doesn't necessarily mean that landowners aren't on their own, independent of any BMP program or requirement in statute. I'm sure there are a lot of landowners out there who monitor water quality in some form, fashion, or another on their property. I'm talking about agricultural landowners in this case. In fact, I know there are many who routinely monitor water quality, but that's on a voluntary basis. That's for them to understand more about their operation and how their operation manages nutrients and water resources. It isn't required.
Do you think the rule would be better written to have people have to implement the BMP and to monitor their water quality?
I think the way it was structured originally was to be a disincentive or an incentive to employ the BMP program. And I can tell you that the department, has approached landowners who have been reluctant to implement BMPs or slow to implement BMPs, and told them that their obligation is either to implement BMPs or monitor. And as soon as we begin to discuss with them the onerous nature of implementing a water quality monitoring program, they immediately agree to engage in the BMP process. That was kind of the thought process that we had when the statute was structured, was to force people into the BMP program because we knew the monitoring program would be onerous. Your question was, do we have a BMP program that requires the implementation and monitoring? I think that would be very, very difficult to implement and certainly very difficult to get authorized in statute.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, would you mind if I talk about the enforcement of BMAPs? Because I know that's important to...
Please do.
Sorry, commenter. So I was, I was a DEP for many years. I was division director. I was Tom Frick, before Tom Frick was Tom Frick. And so it was, it's very important to me is that if we're going to adopt expectations, that we make sure people implement those expectations. So as part of our ramp up of the BMAP program, we set out enforcement protocols and maneuvers to make sure that if someone dropped the ball, we would come out and enforce right away. And where this took effect first was in the St. Johns River Basin Management Action Plan, because it was the earliest one adopted. It had early concrete milestones, and so we took enforcement against Duval County and the city of Jacksonville. We took enforcement against the Naval Air Station, and we even ramped up enforcement against those ag operations that would not implement BMPs. They were just unresponsive to Department of Agriculture. And so we worked with Rich Budell at the time to account for who's not implementing those BMPs. And DACS would go out and say, hey, they make 2 efforts at getting them to adopt BMPs or monitor. And if that failed because they were just being unresponsive, they would send it over to DEP. And we had these scary letters that we would send to those landowners and say, you're out of compliance. You either implement the BMPs or you're going to get fines. And it was all in that letter. Surprisingly, they all decided to implement BMPs when they got that letter from us. But it is a real tool that I know DEP takes seriously, and that they will enforce that. They will enforce those deadlines. And those, when you say go implement BMPs in a BMAP, you do give a time period. And I don't know what it is down here, whether it's 5 years or 10 years for the full compliance of all the agricultural entities to have signed up for BMPs. It's kind of related to how fast FDACS can get around to everybody. But once that time period ends, that machine starts to figure out who's not implementing them so that DEP can ultimately take enforcement if they're unresponsive. So it is an enforceable mechanism that when I was there took very seriously, and I know that they still take very seriously.
Thank you, Mr.
Drew,
Burnett.
how do we measure the effectiveness of the BMPs? I mean, it seems silly to me to have. It just seems silly to me to have people doing the BMPs if they're not going to be measured and to prove that they actually are improving our water quality.
So that's what we talked about earlier, Mr. Wagner. The DEP has the responsibility for validating BMP effectiveness under the BMAP program, and so they have to set up that research program to go out and monitor groundwater, monitor surface water to see how effective they are, the percent reduction they're getting. They've been able to accomplish that on citrus, and they're working on accomplishing it in cow-calf and I think fruit and vegetable right now. I'm not positive about the second one. But it's a research effort to validate them. Short of that validation, it's the monitoring network you guys just approved, so you can look at smaller watersheds and what's happening in those smaller watersheds as they implement BMPs to see what kind of reduction you're seeing. Now, it's a more rolled up evaluation of a multiple landowners generally, but we know the land use, and you can do some evaluation of whether you're seeing reductions based on BMP implementation.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thanks. Mr. Palma?
Thank you, Governing Board members, Mr. Chair. Great discussion. I'm enjoying this a lot. And Celeste Palma for Audubon, Florida, for the record. We stand in support of the board initiating rule updates to the works of the district in Lake Okeechobee. This program puts the district at the driver's seat, right? We have some really good partners north of the lake doing great things in their lands. And I was thinking of Dr. Hilary Swain and Archbold. I went there in my undergraduate, and it's just a wonderful property. It's beautiful. But we need everybody to do the best that they can all the time, right? Because otherwise, the district is the one that gets stuck with building projects to be able to meet water quality and send water south. So we need everybody to pull together. I think this is the vehicle to do so. I've heard that, it's difficult and there's legacy phosphorus. Well, the same thing was said about south of the lake, and we still have a legacy phosphorus in the lake that we have to address. But that does not mean that we cannot address the inflows of phosphorus into the lake. That is something that we have to tackle, and I am very excited that this board is ready to take that difficult conversation, but it's one that we have to do, and you have the tools to do so. The works of the district has some really good bones. We just have to tweak a couple things. It's all about the numbers in a sense, and it's all about what are some of those solutions, because yes, it's a very different part of the ecosystem, but there are some ways to address it, and it's all about the we, Mr. Bergeron, so we all have to come together, and if this is the tool to do so, we really support you on that, in that journey, and we'll be with you. Thank you.
After Bonita, I have Ernie Barnett, Matt Pierce, then Drew Martin.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and governing board members, and Stephanie for her very informative 4061 presentation. My name is Benita Whalen, and I'm representing the Florida Cattlemen's Association. We're very fortunate today, though, to have Matt Pierce, who's the president of the association. He will be speaking after me. So I'll be focusing more on some of my experiences as a former regulatory manager and Okeechobee Service Center director during my 20-plus years here at South Florida Water Management District. I think one thing that was apparent, and it's really been great to hear everybody discuss the interagency approach, because that was very much of our everyday operations when I was at the Water Management District. So I'm glad to hear that that's, being discussed. And I think the solutions will be, better communicated. They'll be more robust, because the exchange of what's being proposed and going on is just a better way to come up with the best solution. The other thing I'll say, with my experience at the Okeechobee Service Center director, we felt like we got a lot more accomplished to help the resource by doing a collaborative approach with the stakeholders. There is a regulatory program in place with DACS. An additional regulatory program in that watershed, I think, would be detrimental. It's a very passive type system, and some of you board members have had the opportunity to go out and see the landscape there. It's not the same as other watersheds. So I think what's done there needs to be approached very carefully. We don't want to have a situation where we look back and regret changes to the landscape north of Lake Okeechobee. BMPs are not the only part of the treatment train, as others have said. We do need regional projects, and the legacy that we're talking about is not only in the lake, it's in the watershed, as Hillary explained. So I think we need to look at that a little bit more closely on how water management can best be implemented to address the legacy phosphorus that is in that watershed. And there's been modeling efforts that show it's going to take decades, but everyone with the Cattlemen's Association is willing to look at that. But one thing they do want to see is the science and the research on what's being proposed to be done, that's the best way to move forward to address that issue. If I could take a little bit more time, I just mentioned we've done some very collaborative, innovative Florida Ranchlands Environmental Services Program with World Wildlife Fund and others. The district should be very proud of the Northern Everglades Payment for Environmental Services program. It's the only one in the world that deals with water resources issues. And it's been in publications from Germany and others about how successful that program is. And others look to that to help solve their water resource issues. So in closing, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I think there's a lot more opportunity for collaboration. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this time I am speaking on behalf of the Florida Land Council, so that will be the we that I talk about. First of all, we would like to thank Stephanie. I think this was a phenomenal presentation, and as I sat here and watched and saw some light bulbs going off, I'm hopeful that some of the comments that I've made prior and comments that I've made at the workshop begin to make more sense. This is a daunting and complex situation we're dealing with the loadings that we have going into Lake Okeechobee, and it requires everybody redoubling our efforts to do all we can do to get to the ultimate goal of meeting the TMDL. And I think the Florida legislature has laid out a very good roadmap that has very distinct roles and responsibilities and then opportunities to work and collaborate together. Your prior agenda item feathers in nicely to this on how you'll be able to do some of the monitoring and the evaluations to see how well all of the activities in the watershed that's going on, whether it's a regional project, a stormwater project, a point source discharge, or an ag BMP is doing to make progress. So we think there's a very distinct role. The district in this rulemaking provides an opportunity for you to focus this rule on that, but I think what's bigger is the the Lake Okeechobee issue in the Northern Everglades Estuarine Protection Plan is so much bigger than this rule, and this rule is just one piece. And what I've said over and over again, and I'll continue to urge, is that the district focus on the regional and sub-regional projects and the monitoring in the watershed, the monitoring for when people opt out of the DAX BMP program to have accountability, to support DAX in developing the best possible BMPs that can be implemented and enforced, as was discussed through the DEP rule. And just want to make sure that it's really abundantly clear that the Land Council is keenly interested in this rule, but more importantly, we're keenly interested in implementing the Lake Okeechobee BMAP and the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Protection Plan. One last little finer point I'd put on Stephanie's presentation, which I'll say again was excellent, is that another key change in the 2016 law designates the BMAP as not only the way to meet water quality standards, but also the water quality element for the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Protection Plan. It is the legislatively designated path forward, and it's so much more than just BMPs. So wherever we can find efforts to develop collaborative and cooperative programs with landowners, I'm committed to working with my folks in getting funding to implement those things, and then to find robust funding for the district to implement those regional and sub-regional projects that, after the BMPs have done their part, capture and treat the water before it enters in Lake Okeechobee through the district's efforts. So committed to working with you, and thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Board. Appreciate the opportunity to come and speak with you. I know several of you have been to some of the ranches out in South Florida. My name is Matt Pierce. I'm from Okeechobee. I'm the president of the Florida Cattlemen's Association. When they talk about generational, I'm the 7th generation Florida cattleman, hunter, fisher, and worker of the land. I have the 8th generation, which is my kids coming up. And their obligation is the same as mine and the same as my dad and the ones before me, and that's to care for the land. You know, when I was born, I don't know that I had a choice to go get a job in town or to take a career path. My obligation was to take care of the land. With that being said, I'd like to maybe change some perceptions today for landowners, cattle owners. My great-grandfather was one of the guys that helped and was instrumental in the South Florida flood control district, or the other entity besides what we're dealing with here today. And that was because there was a lot of floods, and you know, cattle and people were in a lot of water. To get back to the perception part, I live in Okeechobee, and I ranch from Clewiston to Perry, Georgia, so all up the lowlands of South Florida up to the ridge in Perry. In Florida, I take care of, but I do not own, 9,500 acres. I own about 1,500 acres with my family, but I take care of another 8,000 acres that part of it is water management district lease that I have in Fort Pierce. There's about 7,000 acres of WRP in Clewiston, which is in the southern area, and it's in about 1 foot of water right now with cows still grazing it. We're holding the water on the property. That being said, the perception I want to change is that the 9,500 acres that I manage, I only fertilize 5% of it. Okay, 5%, that's less than 200 acres. So my point is I'm just like a lot of other ranchers. Number one is it's not cost effective to fertilize a lot. And then when we do, we're taking soil samples and all the things from the BMPs that Vanessa gave you on how we fertilize. But just my personal experience is that the district property that I manage for the board and for the public, we don't fertilize it because it's under a BMP program and you're not allowed to fertilize it. So that being said, go back and the district owns 103,000 acres along the Kissimmee River. Okay, there's no fertilizer applied to that. This is right on the banks of the Kissimmee River. So there's 70,000 acres that are grazed by people like myself that their BMPs on, that the district owns, that we graze that for a fee and manage it for water management. There's no fertilizer being applied on that. So the perception is that, you know, we're putting fertilizer out on a lot of property, and we're not, because it's cost prohibitive and because of the BMPs, because a lot of it is state and federal lands, and you can't. That gets back to the Kissimmee River. That's where I was born and raised. My in-laws have a property up there as well where they're doing the river restoration. I've seen it. It doesn't look today like it used to look whenever it was beautiful. That's part of the things that I've asked the district, you know, what do you want the property to look like? Because we want to help. You can use cows as a tool to manage the land cheaper than the district can. So that being said, with the BMPs, you talk about legacy phosphorus. Ms. Mead, you asked about the phosphorus and where these pockets are. One of the largest pockets that wasn't mined by industrial industry was the Kissimmee River. So once they dug the Kissimmee River and channel in the late 60s, and it's just a history lesson that y'all probably already know, but nobody thinks about it. And but I see it every day because our cattle graze right up to the spoil bank of what was taken out of the Kissimmee River. So that was phosphorus in a hard substance put on the side of those spoil banks. Well, now they're going back and, well, whenever it's hard. So there's a phosphorus vein there. So when you get Irma that comes in and dumps a lot of rain, that's why you see spikes in Lake Okeechobee. I don't know anybody in here that can fix that. I mean, we all have to be, like you said, Mr. Bergeron, we all have to work about this problem. But some of it is way bigger than what we can ever accomplish, you know, in a single meeting or in a single year or in y'all's term. Y'all are challenged with quite a task. But then now we go back and we backfill that same sediment that's in a loose form, and then you get Irma that washes a lot of that away. So we're fighting a lot of legacy that nobody talks about. And then I guess my last point would be you go way north, and I travel by there. You get up to Shingle Creek where this thing starts, and it's beautiful. But they're just fixing to put in another theme park up there. And, you know, that gets back, I'm a numbers guy. I think I equated the last statistics, there's 197,000 people a day visiting Orlando. You know, that really doesn't have anything to do with us because it's so far away. Or in larger terms, it's 72 million people. We have to address that issue because those people are in and out and they contribute to our economy, but they're also contributing to the watershed and what's coming in the Kissimmee River. So I would just challenge you to think about some of those things, and we want to come to the table and be part of the solution, not part of the problem, because it goes back to if I abuse the land, my kids aren't going to have the same obligation that I did, and you don't maintain the land through economic crisis, the depression, floods, and famines for 7 generations without caring for it. And that's most of the folks that I deal with. That's what they do. So we're here. Gary mentioned that cattle have grazed that watershed for 100 years. I don't want to correct you here, Gary, but it's more like 500 years. Cattle were in Florida before they were anywhere else. Ponce de Leon brought them here. They've been used as a tool to manage this property, and I can challenge you. I've tried to be an asset to the district. You can go look at some of the grazing leases, and then you can go look at private properties, and then you can go look at the district's property that has nothing on it. And some of it's almost like you think, well, people that don't know any better just don't know, but the people that have been on the land say that's not what it's supposed to look like. And this is your land, and we want to help, and we can use cattle as a tool. That's not my thing today, but just be cautious about the BMPs, and we want to be at the table when we address the BMAP. So I appreciate it.
I just wanted to thank you for coming today. Part of our mission statement says connecting with stakeholders. And I know as we talk about the North, it might make some people nervous, but really what a great thing that you would come here today and talk to us. And I want to encourage people from the North to talk to us, and that we have open dialogue, and that we make sure that you don't feel like we're doing anything to you, but we're doing things with you. That's the best.
I appreciate it. And we're going to be at the meetings. I mean, we want to be at the table. We don't want to be on the menu.
That's great.
And,
yeah, it's great.
We open our gates. I mean, I've told my folks from, you know, all the counties that are represented in here, you know, we're opening our gates. Hillary and them have a lot of research, and it is a working ranch plus a research facility. And I know you guys come from different places than we do, and we just want to open our gates and let you see, Jackie, the 5 red-shouldered hawks in a day. The 30 snail kites I saw Monday when I was in Clewiston. Those kind of things. We want to be part of education.
It's good because there's a lot of power in connecting and working together, and I'm grateful for that.
Yeah, I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Pierce.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have to leave a little bit early, but, I really, my family's been here 8 generations, and actually, interesting enough, some of them born right in this northern basin back in the 1800s and fished on Lake Okeechobee, lived on the north rim of Lake Okeechobee by Taylor Creek. So I have a lot of roots, and I think that we've got to be cautious. We've got to, certainly the agricultural industry is extremely important, and how we work through this in order that at the end of the day, with all this additional monitoring, we want, it's not like myself personally that anyone's going after agriculture, but all industries have to have certain responsibilities to 8.7 million people. However we get there, and I certainly agree that we need to work with all the stakeholders in that area, and at the end of the day, make sure that we achieve quality of water for all our residents in South Florida here. It's the lifeline. It's the most important resource on the planet. It ties to our environment. It ties to economical growth. It ties to jobs into the future. And I think we can get there with cooperation, and certainly try not to hurt any industry. Doesn't matter what it is, as long as we achieve quality of water at the end of the day. And I apologize, but I have to leave a little bit early today. And I look forward to us working together, and especially with all this monitoring, so we can really figure out how we can achieve this. Thank you.
Thank you, and travel safe. Tia, do we have more comments?
Yes, sir. I have Drew Martin, then Marissa Carozzo, and Mike Collins.
Thanks.
Drew Martin with the Loxetcha Group of the Sierra Club. I think that, ranching does provide a lot of benefits for wildlife. And so certainly it's much preferable to have ranching in these areas than to turn it into development. So we definitely wouldn't want to do anything that would discourage ranching. If it's done properly, it can be a benefit. I think that a couple of the things that came up during this were, first of all, about the 25%. I don't think the legislature would be upset if you were able to get better performance out of the system, and I hope that wouldn't contradict the legislature's direction to you. So that if you can do better than 25%, why not do better than that? The other thing is, I think that, I would like to see monitoring combined with BMPs, and I would think that people who are doing a good job would want to have some monitoring. I don't know what the expense issue is there. Obviously, maybe they don't want to pick up the expense, but if you're doing your BMPs properly, wouldn't you want to know that you're making that? And wouldn't you, as the governing board, want to know that they're doing a good job so you can know who is doing a good job? So I think it's a shame that the way the program's set up is people either pick BMPs or monitoring, because ideally you would have both. And, VMPs really, and it sounds to me like they're not voluntary, but they really need to be mandatory because everybody who's on the land needs to be doing their job. And I do think that the majority of the landowners, such as the gentleman who got up and spoke, do want to do a good job. I think they want to protect the land, and everybody wants to work together. Unfortunately, with the way things are going with climate change, the land, what's going on is not meeting the standards of the general public, because if you can't go into the beach without getting, flesh-eating bacteria or something, well, we've got to do something to improve the standards, because if 17 million people are coming here, we've got to be providing a safe environment. But we encourage you to move forward with this process, And I'm sorry if you have to go back to the legislature, because really, I think, if you're doing a good job, I hope the legislature is going to let you move forward and not pull the rug out from under you. Thank you.
Hello again, Marissa Carozzo on behalf of the Conservancy of Southwest Florida. We appreciate the district taking the time to evaluate how this Works of the District program in 40E-61 can be updated to encompass the northern watersheds and, of course, moving forward with this rulemaking process. And I did want to note that this is, of course, said with the understanding that large-scale projects are also needed to fully achieve the storage and water quality goals throughout our watersheds. But the flip side of the coin is that preventing additional nutrient pollution through the most effective source control programs that we can put in place is really and we see the most critical aspect of this. And we see that updating and applying a Works of the District rule is an important way to reach that goal. So we also see that this effort is synergistic with many of the discussions that the Blue-Green Algae Task Force is having. And it sounds like the timeline for rulemaking will allow for considering recommendations and outcomes from the task force as well. So we look forward to participating in this rulemaking process. So thank you.
I'm going to support Mr. Pierce's statements. I'm not a rancher anymore. I owned a ranch in another state for a long time, but I have hunted, chased cows, and wandered all over ranches from Big Cypress to the Georgia border in this state. And I am 100% in agreement that what's left of old Florida lives on cattle ranches. It's not in Everglades Park. It doesn't live, in the wildlife, in the water preserve areas. It doesn't live in our state parks. It lives on cattle ranches. You want to see what old Florida was, you go to a cattle ranch, and that's why I go there. Regarding Mr. Wagner's question, there's kind of another element in here I asked the same question at one time, and that's why I think I understand where he's going with it. The principles that are in the BMPs are the same principles that are in the ERPs. Mr. Bergeron goes out or Mr. Martinez goes out to get a permit for an ERP, there is an assumption if you do A, B, and C that you're in compliance because everybody that's ever done A, B, and C is in compliance. The reason people don't want to do monitoring is it costs time and it costs money. And when you finish monitoring, you haven't accomplished anything. All you do is find out you got a problem down here, which we kind of started out knowing in the first place. That's why some of this was done that way. There was an understanding that monitoring was critical. We had more monitoring in my time. You guys are going back to some of what we had then, and I think that's a really good idea. It got reduced afterwards. But the reason there's a presumption is because the things that are in the BMPs have been done, they've worked, just like with the ERPs when you're developing a property. You add monitoring to it, you're not going to find out anything you didn't already know. So having said that, I do not believe, after all my years involved in this, that going after the BMPs, either south of the lake or north of the lake, is going to accomplish your goal of making things better. The amount of improvement you're going to get by improving BMPs, there may be some benefit there. I don't know. I'm debating, that for a long time. But there are a whole lot of other places you can put the same effort, the same money, without getting into the confrontations you're going to get into, and actually start solving some of your problems. And I would recommend that you do that. I think there are places where your efforts are better applied. Regional, water cleanup facilities work pretty good south of the lake. I think you should really seriously consider some of that stuff north of the lake. But like I said, I'm on the side of the ranchers every step of the way because I've seen what they've done with their property compared to what we've done with ours. You all have a good one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collins. I think I jumped the gun a little bit. I think we sort of had our discussion and then we went to public comment, but if there's more discussion, we can.
Mike, I'd like to encourage us to change the conversation from going after you said going after people who are practicing BMPs. I would rather think of it as working together to understand how to understand our current state and improve our current state together without assuming that there's something punitive on the end of gathering data. So right now, I think the data is gathered by the district, maybe, downstream. Historically, gathered by the district downstream, and you don't know exactly where it's coming from. And I'm not going to go on and on other than to say I love the way we're moving forward as a group, and by group I mean all of us, all 8.7 million of us. We're all at the table. We all have things that we can do. And I want to encourage us all to be peacemakers, and I don't want anybody to feel like they're being gone after. I want us to just be problem solvers.
Thank you, Ms. Mead. Okay, we'll be seeing this again in September, correct? And thank you very much, Ms. Olson, for the presentation.
I put in a blue card. Yes, I have your comment for general public comment at the end, Chairman.
Yeah, that's fine. Do you have a comment you want to make now? Is it a general public comment, or does it have to do with this? Okay, we'll wait till the end. Great. Thank you. Mr. Mitnick.
All right. Afternoon, Governing Board. Now that we've dispensed with all the water quality items, let's talk water quantity. As we typically do every month, take a look back at some of the rainfall over the past several months. Here we are sitting in August. We've already received a fair amount of rain just in the first couple days of August. You can see the month of July sort of followed the month of June and finished just slightly above average rainfall right here. Looking at where that rain fell, predominantly the highest area that received the most rain was down here in Miami-Dade County, where they were well above average rainfall, as well as portions of Lake Okeechobee, Fish Eating Creek was the second highest accumulation of rainfall so far this wet season's going back to the beginning of June. So where does that leave the system? Starting the upper chain of lakes up here in East Lake Toho, which is right about there. You can see with all of this rainfall, since the beginning of the wet season, the lake has steadily risen from its summer pool. It's back up above, slightly above its regulation schedule, which is this red line. So we've been implementing releases and moving water. We're moving about 800 cubic feet per second from East Lake Toho down into Lake Toho, so going from this lake down into this lake. So as a result of those inflows, as well as just the direct rainfall, you can see Lake Toho has also risen. It's also at or just slightly above its regulation schedule. And as a result of that, we're moving about 2,000 cubic feet per second from Lake Toho down into Lake Kissimmee. So the story continues with the rise in Lake Kissimmee. It's approaching its schedule. We have been moderating that rate of rise and releasing water out of Lake Kissimmee, coming down the Kissimmee River. So as of this morning, I think we're moving about 1,500 cubic feet per second out of Lake Kissimmee, flowing down the Kissimmee River. So that takes us down to Lake Okeechobee. You can see this is roughly where we are right here. Just slightly above 12 feet as of this morning. You can see the red trace is the 2019 trace going all the way back. So we were down here on June 1st, and we've gradually risen. We temporarily moved into the water shortage management band for the regulation schedule, and then just in the last couple days with the rains that started over this past weekend, it came back above or moved out of the water shortage management band to where we are today. Earlier this morning in some of the, I guess, the general board comment that took place and Mr. Seinley's questions, about Lake Okeechobee. Mr. Bartlett had referred back to 2017. 2017 is this green trace that runs along here. So if we look right there, June 1st, 2017 and 2019 were pretty close to each other. We were roughly 1/10 of a foot lower this year than we were in 2017. The biggest differences between where we are now in August of 19 versus where you were in August of 17 is roughly a foot difference. There was a significant amount of rainfall in July of 2017, which is this first jump here. That month of July, the district-wide received a surplus of 6 3/4 inches of rain above what we normally get for the month. So if I jump all the way back to this graphic, so that's how much you typically get in the month of, June. That's how much you typically get in the month of June. Add another 6 3/4 inches to that is what we saw in June of 2017. That led to the lake starting to rise up through here. And then, of course, we all remember September of 2017, which is Hurricane Irma, where it just took off from there and went up 3 feet. So earlier this morning when we were having the conversation in response to Mr. Steinley's questions, I think I made the statement that the jury's still out, kind of a thing. We still have another 2 months left of the wet season. You still got to get to the peak of hurricane season, which typically occurs right here in the beginning of September. And we'll see what Mother Nature brings over the next 2 months or so. The better call would be out in October or November, then I could probably give you a definitive answer on how we were positioned and the different effects of starting down this lower. One other thing that I'll point out, in 2017, this decline in Lake Okeechobee that led to this point up to June of 2017 was due to a lack of rainfall. These preceding 8 months where there was well below average rainfall that year up until we hit that June excessive rainfall that started the lake on its rise back up. So those are some of the differences in looking at the two traces in the 2 years, comparing 17 to 19. So as I typically do, this is the forecast starting on where the lake was on August 1st, projecting out where it might be over the next several months, typically focus in on this line right here, which is the 75th percentile. This bottom line there is the 25th percentile, and of course the 50th percentile just splits between the two of them. So as we move forward in time, you're likely to see the lake continue to bounce along just above the water shortage management band. As we get deeper and deeper into the wet season, then that spread widens up a little bit. And I'll talk a little bit more towards the end of the presentation on what your meteorologists are forecasting, at least for the next week or two, as far as anticipated rains. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mitnick, I'm just curious. Was the water shortage management band created with LORS?
No. Most of the regulation schedules have always had a zone. It's been called different things over the time. The rule has changed over time. But the water, as it's known today, water shortage management ban is within LORS 2008.
So I'm sorry, I didn't totally understand you. So there are other things that
Correct. In previous
it was
regulations,
attached to over time in history,
correct.
but now
In previous
it's with
regulation schedules. So before LORS 2008, there was WSE, Water Supply and the Environment. That was what that schedule was called. It had a supply side management zone towards the bottom end of the schedule that,
Right,
as the name implies, it's a supply side management. You can get into water shortage, cutbacks, and water restrictions.
Right.
Prior to that was Run 25. It had a similar function as well towards the bottom end of the schedule.
I'm very impressed with your history. So was it derived to make sure that users got their water? I'm just curious, and I know there's that lawsuit right now, and I don't want to bring that up, so I'm very happy we're out of the water supply thing, and I hope that's not even an issue anymore this year. But it forced me to look at it and start to wonder what its history was, you know, how it was. That's something we made up, you know, that's not something that came from the Bible or something. How was it decided when it started to go up, or is it supposed to match our natural system? What is it from originally? What were the original motivators for that shape?
Okay, no, it wasn't in the Bible, it wasn't derived by God. All of this is man-made. All of the lines, whether it's the high water management band up here, intermediate, low, as you work your way down through the schedule, you can see how they all change in shape based on the time of year. They were all implemented to strike that competing balance between flood protection, water supply, and the environment, and all navigation.
Were the
fish and
estuaries
wildlife
taken into account
Yes,
during?
they were.
They were.
Absolutely.
Okay.
They were part of the process. They were at the table during the negotiations of LORS 2008 and every previous schedule to that.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's just obviously a very important thing that I hadn't paid enough attention to in the past. Thank you.
So can you back up one? That'd be great. So it's called a water shortage management ban, but tell me if this is true or false. That does not mean there's a water shortage. It simply means that you manage water in a certain way once you hit the band. Is that true?
In some respects, yes. So it means that you manage the water to be cognizant. You can see how the band rises. There at the bottom of June is the lowest point. So that's the wet season. You're expecting lake levels to rise just as they would naturally. You go into a wet season, you get more rain, the natural system will start rising up as more water and more rainfall occur. As you get to the peak of it right there in October, then the idea being that you have enough to supply yourself, not only from man-made uses, but also natural environmental needs down through the rest of the dry season. So if you think of the natural system way before any of us lived here, then you would have those excessive rains during the wet season that would be able to sustain the dry season all the way through the next several months of October, wrapping back around to April before the cycle starts all over again.
Okay, I'm going to repeat what I think I heard you say, but it's just coming out of the way I see it. So what you're telling us is the shift in the band is because we are preparing to hold water for the dry season.
Yes.
Got it.
So looking at the water management areas within the southern portions just above the water conservation areas, the Rotenberg Wildlife Management Area, you can see the graphic. It's been bouncing right along its regulation schedule with that direct rainfall and some inflows from Stormwater Treatment Area 5-6 through the G410 pump station. The Holy Land, a similar situation, but it has been predominantly above its regulation schedule for the last several months from those direct rainfalls that have occurred. Looking at the A1 flow equalization basin located right in here, you can see sort of that sawtooth, which is what you would expect from a flow equalization basin. When rains come, it starts to fill up, and then in between rain events, we start drawing it back down and moving that water through STA 3-4 down into the conservation area or over into STA 2 into conservation area 2. Looking at the southern portion of the system, Water Conservation Area 1 has been above schedule for the last several months, roughly since June 1st. It continued to rise up with these direct rains over the past couple days. In response to that, the Corps of Engineers has opened up one of the S10 structures that is now moving about 800 cubic feet per second from Area 1 down into Area 2. You can see Area 2 had been coming down, then it sort of plateaued with some of the direct rainfall, and it's now continuing to rise in combination with the direct rains it received this past weekend, as well as those flows that will start coming in from Area 1. So in response to that, the Corps of Engineers will be opening up some of the S11s. They had been open a little bit, but they're going to increase that opening to start moving about 3,000 cubic feet per second from Area 2 down into Area 3. And as you would expect, you would start to see Area 3 again start rising again up through its regulation schedule. It's slightly below the top of its schedule, but this schedule has an intermediate band denoted by this purple line here. So we've been making maximum practical releases for the last several weeks from Area 3 down into the park. So we've been moving that water through the 333 structure located right here. We've been moving about 850 CFS or so, which is what it was this morning. I think last month I had talked about we've been moving a sizable quantity more than that. The difference being the L29 canal with that direct rainfall, we had to reduce some of the gate openings on the 333 structure so as to control the levels in the L29 canal from the direct rainfall such that we don't cause any impacts to Tamiami Trail that runs along the south side of the canal itself. In addition, all of the S12 structures, A, B, C, and D, are all still currently wide open. They're moving roughly 750 CFS through those structures right now down into Everglades National Park. At the same time, we have not, for the last several months, been moving any water around the corner, so to speak, and down the South Dade conveyance system from the L29 canal. Instead, we've been operating the 356 pump station and then pulling some of that seepage water back up and returning it into Northeast Shark River Slough here. We've been continuing that operation for the last several weeks and months. And then as you move farther down the South Dade conveyance system, all of the pump stations have been operating in response to the recent rains and filling up the detention cells that border the eastern side of Everglades National Park. And I think it was last board meeting, if I'm not mistaken, we had a lengthy discussion about the southern portions of the system and S199 and 200 and the Aerojet facilities down there. So I'll jump to this graphic here. So one thing I'll point out right off the bat, in an effort to continue to improve these graphics, to provide a better understanding of the system and how water moves through the system, not only for the members of the board, but also the general public. I'll call your attention to a couple new arrows that are on this graphic. Number one, I'll start over here. We delineated and separated out between this arrow and the blue arrow here to denote the difference between basin runoff that has been moved through the C-44 canal versus runoff that originated from Lake Okeechobee, moved into the St. Lucie estuary. So you can see the difference in those two numbers there. Similarly, at the other end of the canal, we broke out two arrows to reflect how much water is moved out of Lake Okeechobee into the C-44 canal, being this 1.8, and then how much water is moved from the C-44 basin back into Lake Okeechobee, being this 7.6. And again, that 7.6 is in 1,000 acre feet, so it would be 7,600 acre feet has moved from the C-44 basin back into Lake Okeechobee since the start of the water year being May 1st. Similar situation over here on the west coast, breaking out the two arrows with 317,000 acre feet being discharged from basin runoff into the estuary versus the 20,000 acre feet that has been Lake Okeechobee water that was discharged to the Caloosahatchee estuary. Moving down farther in the system, I think it was Mr. Steinle that asked at the last board meeting that we break out these two arrows. So the 28,600 acre feet would represent basin runoff from central Palm Beach County that has been discharged through the S-155 structure to the Lake Worth Lagoon, and zero of that water has been originating in Lake Okeechobee. So that's one change on the southern graphics. And then I think the other changes are, that's the only change on this one. So
I have a quick question. Just give me the definition again of urban area flood control. Is that stormwater?
yes, it's stormwater runoff in the urbanized area. So all
Got it.
of these, I'll call them reddish arrows, that is rainfall that has occurred on the lower east coast. Yes, they're red, Drew. Rainfall that has occurred on the lower east coast and then been discharged for flood protection of the urban areas. Yes, ma'am.
Can you please go back one slide? First of all, thank you very much for continuing to improve this awesome map. Can you just, can you run through the color for the kind of the olive color, lake releases, east-west?
Yes.
So if you're looking at the St. Lucie, the 1.8 and then the 16.8, can you just talk me through that again?
Certainly, since May 1st, there has been 16,800 acre feet of lake water that has been moved in combination with basin runoff to the St. Lucie estuary.
So it's including like C-44?
Inflows, Upper Kissimmee, lake releases east-west, lake flood control. Yes, it's including basin runoff.
Okay, so we're not separating.
I need to clarify that row for next month.
That's okay.
I apologize for that.
That's all right. And then it's really awesome, the arrow, the 7.6, the green, so that's what went back into the lake, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, that's great. This is like my favorite part of the whole thing, are these maps. I have them all like in a folder that I printed out. I put them on the floor and I look at like the improvements from each month to the next. I wanted to ask you for another improvement, if it's possible.
Okay.
I think, it's, you remember we talked about resetting the button in May?
Yes.
For the water year. So now it's May, June, we're already in July. And so these numbers are kind of adding up. Would it be possible, I know there's not a lot of room, but maybe off to the left side or something, could there be a totals column?
Totals since May 1st?
Yeah.
That's what these numbers are, totals since May 1st.
Those are, I'm sorry, you're right. I mean, can there be a breakdown of what it was for each month?
Oh, each month.
I apologize.
I'll see what we
like
can do.
a breakdown of the totals.
Okay, yeah, I'll see what we can do so you can get a feel for whether the majority of whatever this 141,000 acre feet occurred in June or July or
Right.
which month. All right.
Because I think that, like going back to that very passionate conversation that we were having earlier today, and this is something that we'll never understand, only you will understand this as our chief engineer. But, trying to understand the nuances of like when the most water is coming. Of course, it's the rainy season usually, but how can we send more water south? How can we send more water south and yet respect all of the things by law that we have to do for the Everglades agricultural area? And it would help me if I kind of understood those breakdowns, because I imagine every month you're thinking of this. Every time you either release water or don't release water, or deciding what water to send down, what not to send down. And it seems like I always want to send it down at the worst time. When are the good times? I know it's different every year, but can we see patterns? I think it's I want to understand what you have to think about each day.
Okay. You're right. There is a lot of information that goes into it. I think the very first meeting I had with you and each of the board members during your orientation briefings, maybe you remember me saying that it matters where the rain falls. And that's so true in the sense that you can have a ton of rain that falls up in the upper Kissimmee and nothing down south of Lake Okeechobee, and you can move a lot of water south. Or vice versa, you can have a ton of rain that falls south of Lake Okeechobee, and you're not moving anything south because it's already full. But we'll work on getting those other breakouts of the individual months so you can see the spatial and temporal distribution of that rainfall and see if we can continue to improve these graphics.
Thank you.
So just to finish up, the southern end of the system, coming out of Water Conservation Area 3A, moving into Everglades National Park. So far since the beginning of May, we've moved about 132,000 acre feet. We've returned about 25,000 acre feet from that seepage that comes out of the park into the canal system, the L31 North Canal and mainly the L31 North Canal right up here in this stretch, return that back into Everglades National Park and Northeast Shark River Slough. And I'll highlight this number right here, which is the flows to Taylor Slough. You'll notice that that number has started increasing, and that's because with the rains that we've experienced over the last several months and weeks, that the detention areas have filled up, and now we're able to move water from those detention areas through the Florida Bay project that the Water Management District constructed in cooperation with the Corps of Engineers and the Department of Interior a couple of years back, and begin increasing those flows down towards Taylor Slough. At the same time, the very southern end of the system, everything that has made it down into the lower C-111 canal has been just moving by sheet flow out over the canal bank and overland flow, and no water has been discharged out the bottom through the S-197 structure. So looking forward in time, the forecast from last month to this month has changed. You'll notice now that the Climate Prediction Center is calling for above average rainfall for the rest of, or at least for the month of August. And then they switch back to equal chances going through November. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that as we move forward in time. Maybe we've already seen the majority of that above average rainfall, because right now your district meteorologists are forecasting slightly below average rainfall for the next several days. Once we get past roughly this weekend, we'll run into a little bit, I don't want to call it a drier period, but lesser rainfall than we have experienced this past week anyway. So again, following up on Mr. Steinley's questions during general board comment, these are some of the things that your staff do once we start seeing an oncoming rainfall event. We test some of the pump stations, in particular the C4 Emergency Detention Facility, which is down in Miami-Dade County along Tamiami Trail. It provides a backup flood protection for these two structures should tides rise and they no longer be able to discharge their full capacity and the canals continuing to rise. We provide flood protection for the cities of Sweetwater and other areas along the C4 Canal through the use of this emergency detention basin. So we tested those pumps, make sure they're in working order prior to a rainfall event that we see coming. As I mentioned before, we hold coordination calls with the 298 districts and other local governments, talking about how they're managing their system if they need to start shedding water and dumping it into the primary canal system in advance of those rains. We'll then implement a pre-storm drawdown and set a lot of the canals into their lower setting to evacuate and make storage and capacity to accept not only the rainfall and runoff from the various areas during the event. Obviously, we continue to watch the rain and where it's falling. Actually, this past event over the weekend, while there were isolated pockets of heavy or intense rainfall, I think I saw in the news earlier this week that portions of Palm Beach County set a record for the amount of rainfall over one day or a 24-hour period that had stood since 1888. But other portions of the district didn't get as much rain as had been forecasted. So overall, if you look across the entire 16 counties that we serve, it was slightly below what our forecast was going into August 1st. Then, of course, post-storm, we work to bring the canal system back to their normal levels such that we're not over-draining the system and letting away water, because you don't know when that next rainfall event will occur. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thanks. Any more questions for John? Well, thanks very much, John. Lawrence?
Thank you very much. Before I get going, I just wanted to clarify a misnomer. I've been referred to as Dr. Glenn several times, and though it sounds just fantastic, I can't accept that. I don't have a PhD. I did stay in a Holiday Inn Express last night, so I'm willing to take that honorary confirmation if you want to give that to me. But I felt more comfortable with clearing the air before I move forward in this role. I'm happy to provide the ecological conditions update to you today, and let's get started. You're seeing here that from last month to this month, we have almost an order of magnitude increase in discharge coming through the restored portion of the Kissimmee, and that's due to those large rain events. If you remember last month I came to you, or maybe the month previous, and talked about a fish kill that had happened because we had this large flow and we had a DO sag that was associated with that. We're seeing another DO sag, but I think it's starting to tip back up. We're still going to monitor that over this period of time. And before we come back for the next board meeting, and I can inform you if anything did happen from that. But this just really pushes back to after this project is completed, because it's not complete. When Headwaters is implemented and we have that storage in Kissimmee, Cypress, and Hatchinaha, we shouldn't be seeing these large fluctuations from month to month. It should be more gradual, and hopefully that problem will be ameliorated. Lake Okeechobee, our dates, the dates that I provide for, we take our data stopping on Sunday, and that's the data that we use because we need a whole day in order to get ready for the meetings on Tuesday with the Army Corps and then with the public. So I always report back to that. If y'all feel that you would like, I don't know if we can get current to today, but my number is always going to be a little bit off. So we're at 12.7 on the lake today, or 12.07 as John said. We're starting to see some more inundation here within the marsh, so that's a good thing. Water's coming up and they're starting to actually go in and fill the marsh, and that'll continue to happen as the lake rises. This is the cyanobacteria bloom potential from the OCLI satellite from July 26th through the 30th. You see the coverage is pretty much on the western and the northern side. When Dr. Gray came and talked to you about how they were setting up the expanded monitoring network, and she said that, you know, these are usually the areas in which we do have coverage. That was why, because we see this type of image and that's where we see these blooms occurring, so we're going to try to track that through time. This is when we collect data through our program, it's about a month or at least a couple week lag from when we take the data to when we can present the data. So that's why these data are presented from July 9th and 10th. But what we're doing is trying to lay out, here is what we're seeing on the satellite, and here's what we're seeing from our actual grab samples within the lake itself. So these red levels right here, this is talking about chlorophyll. So how much chlorophyll level is in there, we consider a bloom at 40 micrograms per liter. So these two areas up here and here it pulls out are considered bloom conditions. These green ones are not quite, they're between 20 and 40, so they're not quite to a bloom condition. And then when we talk about microcystin, the BDL is below detection limit, and you see that over here is 0.2 micrograms per liter. And so this Culvert 10A, and I'm sorry we drew around the wrong one, and LZ30 over here are two that have a detection of microcystin. Now, one of the interesting things is here and here, you don't see a bloom on the exactly. And then along here where you see where it looks like it's the heaviest bloom, you don't have microcystin being produced. So this goes back to where I talked to you several times that there's three different ways that microcystin can be. Not being produced and being released, and being produced and being released. And we still are not sure why that occurs. This goes back to Dr. Gray had said, you know, we need to not rely on this completely as to whether a bloom is present or not. This is still technology that is being developed, but we're seeing, if you look at these three different dates and all of these different samples that were taken, on many sample dates where we see observable color on the potential map, we don't see observable bloom, no dominant taxa in the makeup of algae, and there's no toxin detected. So it's really interesting in that these all along here correspond with these here, and we didn't see anything. Dr. Welch got in touch with NOAA, and he says, what do you think might be happening? And so what they are speculating is because conditions are so clear here, usually when we have a bloom, it's a scum that's on top, so that when the satellite is sensing that, it's only looking at the couple top inches of the water. So that's where the bloom is present. Right now, the water is very clear along this peripheral, and they believe that the satellite is actually seeing down into the water column. So where there's not a bloom persistent on the top, it's gathering data through a foot or so of the water column, and that's why we're seeing that color. But they are continuing to work on this. We've worked with them in the past, trying to validate through our data in the field, and that's what the monitoring that Dr. Gray brought to you today can help validate this. Do we have to have, or should we have one set of images for clear water? Should we have one set for more turbid water? You know, it's going to lead us in a good direction of how do we use this information most effectively and not look at it and get kind of scared because we see something that's not actually there. And then just for your own knowledge, there are two different sites, one by NOAA and one by EPA, that put these maps out regularly. So if you're not getting them from us, you have a good place to go to find them. Looking at conditions within the St. Lucie, you're finding that we haven't had any I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was going to call you doctor, but then I couldn't, so I was like,
sounds so good.
You can always, I'm sorry, get your doctorate. You're a doctor to me.
Yeah.
You're a doctor to me. So technology's great, but human beings are even better. So I'm just curious, we have all these helicopters. We saw some pictures of them earlier. I mean, would it be unreasonable to ask when the helicopters are up in the air having to do something like deliver something to north of the lake, or for improving a canal or whatever it is, or taking a politician on a ride to show all the great work the district's done, to have he or she just do a visual look at the lake, and then when they come back, just to say, just because my husband and I did this for years, and I'm getting ready to do it again because his plane's just coming back from service. But it's helpful too. I'm just saying if because that's a really good point. If these things aren't matching up, that's a problem.
It is a good point, but that's where I think FDP is doing a really good job of having, if you see something and you can have coordinates or a general idea of where it is, you can let them know, and they can send out a crew to see, yes, mark that there is a bloom there, and then they can also sample.
Right. It seems like we basically know, I think, that it's like June is when it starts. So it's like June and July for the most part. So if just June and July, people that were in their helicopters did a visual survey of the lake when they flew over it, it might be interesting to see what they see, because when it's on the lake, you see it. Right. I mean, it's extremely visible and sometimes fluorescent, So I'm just saying a human might add something to all the technology.
That's a great idea. Excuse me. Moving forward with St. Lucie, you see over since July to August, over the past week, we've had 0 CFS.
Oh, wait, before we go to the St. Lucie, can I ask you a question about
Certainly.
vegetation?
Yes.
So one of the reasons, or one of the benefits, we talked before with Dr. Gray, she showed us one of the benefits of bringing the lake level down to where we ultimately brought it down was to restore vegetation so that we could clean the water more effectively. Can we, I just think it would be really valuable to see how that's working out.
Yes,
for a
and
lot of reasons, and I went through the presentation, I saw the vegetation schedule and monitoring schedule, but since this was something different that was done, I think it might be really helpful to see the benefits of lowering the lake. Is it possible to take some photos of where we are now and show us next time?
we could definitely do that. We have a sampling protocol out that we work quarterly, and then we have a very large effort during the growing season in the summer. So
Okay.
last month, I presented where we were in our quarterly samples, and what we were seeing was that tape grass coming back in the areas that were being inundated. We have field crews out there looking. A lot of the times what we see is this transition. We see this microalga called Cara that comes back, and it's a pioneer species that says, hey, I can get there first and I can grow really fast, and it kind of stabilizes the area so that the other SAV can come in and grow. We're not really seeing that currently, but we did see, as I showed you last month, the areas that had been inundated that had started to grow tape grass, and then we had gone down a little lower, that when they were re-inundated, that tape grass, some of that tape grass was still there, and it was growing very lushly. So in the next month, I can come back and I can tell you where we are in our vegetation monitoring program and give you some of those data.
I just think it would be important and helpful in the decision-making process next year.
Sure. Looking at St. Lucie, again, as I said, over the past week, we haven't had any inflow from the lake. The majority of the inflow has been from the tidal basin, so that's where you can see this color in brown. Looking at from last month to this month, what's going on with the gradient of salinity within the estuary, it's pushing that oligohaline zone, or that area that's fresh, just a little further down. But where we monitor for oysters, that is still very much in the middle of the good condition. Moving over to the Caloosahatchee side, here we see we have had a very large amount of flow coming into the basin, 4,000 CFS. The majority of that coming from the C43 basin, which is this area up here, which is about 700,000 acres. So that's a very large area that provides inflow into the C43. What we're seeing is we've seen this zone of fresher water push a little further down, which pushes the top part for oysters. It's kind of dropping it down out into the fair zone, but the areas that are down here at the bottom are still within the good condition for oysters. Looking at the stormwater treatment areas, there's a lot of talk about them today and how much comes from the lake and how much comes from the surrounding area. And to date, we have 7,400 acre feet that has come from Lake Okeechobee, with a total of 297,000 acre feet coming through the STA. So there's just a very small amount that is actually coming from the lake into the estuary, into the STAs currently. You'll notice that because of the current rains and how we're having to operate currently, that most of the cells are above their preferred range, but we hope that through management over the next couple weeks we can get those levels down. But the STAs are still performing pretty well. One thing to note, we had talked about the STAs really trying to overcome those 2 years of high inflows, and we're starting to see that recovery within the vegetation occurring. Looking at Biscayne Bay and what's going on with salinities, here's the maximum salinity range at both this site and this site, which is a little bit offshore. With the rains, it had dipped up, or before the rains, it had dipped up a little bit up at the upper site, but it's coming back down below the preferred range. And here, it's definitely below the maximum preferred salinity range. Going to the Everglades, you'll see the last time I came to you, we were very concerned about this top part up here. Remember the fire that was there. There are peat soils there, and we like to keep those inundated. And you see with the rains that we've had lately, that area is inundated again. So I don't really have a lot of information bird-wise to provide you this time. But when I come back next time, I'll give you a better ecological condition of what's going on there. But we see from what the inundation maps are looking like, it is looking good ecologically currently. Looking at the 5 creeks, this is what comes out here when we look at the easternmost Florida Bay. Salinity along this region is measured, and here's a 30 PSU average that they like to maintain below, and we are well below that, down in the 20s, which is good. That's a lot of the rain that has come from this area that moves into the basin a little more quickly, which I'll contrast in a slide in a minute for the central and the western. Within the Central Bay here, where we look at salinity, and this is that yellow brick road, these are the percentiles that we're trying to find, and we say if we are within there, that ecologically we are okay, and we are within that. And also looking at chlorophyll levels, we want to stay within that little zone down here, and we currently are within that as well. So the Central Bay is looking pretty good from both a salinity and from a chlorophyll level, so there's not a algal bloom occurring there currently. And last slide, here's where these two sites should be between about 25 and maybe 30 PSU or salinity units when you get there. And we're not quite seeing that yet. I asked our scientists, why are we not seeing that? We had a pretty large amount of rainfall, and they said there's usually a lag in the flow of water that's here before it reaches here. So I'm expecting that when I come back to you next month, we will see these levels down in that area. And the salinities out here in Whipray Basin and in Johnson Basin are within a region. They're a little elevated currently, but the scientists inform me that it's nothing of concern at this point. I wanted to go through and just briefly we have a bunch of biological indicators that we use for each of our different large water bodies or large ecosystems. And for the Kissimmee River, you'll notice that for many of them, we use water birds, wading birds and waterfowl. They're great indicators of hydrologic conditions and then of if there are prey base available. So we do most of these during the breeding season. So you'll see that's why we do these November through May, December through June, same time of year, and that's to see when they are in most abundance during the breeding season. Fish community, we study in Kissimmee and in Lake Okeechobee. Vegetation is a very good indicator of hydrologic conditions. It's going to change decently quickly. Sometimes we do vegetation mapping. This is much more of we take an aerial photograph, so it's a snapshot in time, and then you have to photo interpret from that what the different vegetation communities are like. It gives you a very robust kind of, this is where things are distributed, but it also allows for trends over time. But it's not going to tell you what water deliveries last month did to this month. But this is something that we use to monitor change through time that is very important for us. And in the Kissimmee, we also look at prey base, and this is to support the wading birds and the waterfowl. Within the northern estuaries, oysters are one of, it's called a VEC, a valued ecosystem component, because they are so important to that ecosystem. So we study those in the northern estuaries. We also look at density data, recruitment and disease. We do submerged aquatic vegetation both in the northern estuaries and in Florida Bay. We look at prey base in Florida Bay, and then the salinity and the chlorophyll mapping that I showed you data from in the previous one in Florida Bay as well. So that we have different times that we do it, we have different frequency that we do it. It's not the same as water quality. You don't have to go out and measure a biological community every 2 weeks because they're not going to change that quickly. But we have this in here timed such that it gives us the information we need to understand how hydrology really impacts those different communities within each ecosystem. And with that, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the chart. I think it's wonderful
Great.
to have that, really, really helpful. And you've really refined your presentation. Thank you so much. When you say Everglades, is that like the water conservation areas?
Correct. And we work in the water conservation areas. We'll work in concert with the national park within that area. So, you know, there's collaborations that we do in different parts of the whole ecosystem, but the work that the district does primarily is in the water conservation areas.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Glenn.
My pleasure.
Ms. Heater, would you like to do the monthly financial?
Love the picture of the bird from Key Largo. Thank you so much.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. Good afternoon. The monthly financial report that I'm reporting on today is through the month of June 30th, 2019. So we're 75% through the fiscal year through the month of June. All of our percentages for our revenue collections are either above, well above, such as our ad valorem tax collection at 99.7%. The area that I would like to bring to your attention and further explain that does look alarming is the 32% in the intergovernmental. So that can be misleading. The intergovernmental revenues, the way that you measure yourself on intergovernmental revenues is how much have you spent out of your pocket and how much revenue have you received, not how much authority of revenue that you have and how much you received, because it's on a reimbursement basis. Therefore, you have to spend money first and then request reimbursement. So the 32% is skewed because many of our intergovernmental revenue projects, meaning state-funded projects, have large encumbrances because, such as C-43, it is now, as you know, we took the main contract to the board this year, and it is starting versus in the works of its cash flow churning out a lot of expenditures. So that is the main reason why you see such a lag in those revenues, or the variance in the revenues. So I looked back last year at about the same time to see if our monthly invoicing is working to the positive, and it is. This time last year, between the month of May and June, we spent $11 million. But our revenues did not change between May and June. Our revenues remained the same because for the month of April, May, and June, we would not have invoiced until August 15th. Therefore, those expenditures between May and June, you would not receive that revenue until later than August 15th. This year, between May and June, we collected $22 million versus last year, no money, but we had expenditures. So that is an illustration that we are on point of receiving revenues faster, and our expenditures are not higher than the revenues that we're receiving. So I wanted to explain that to you all. On the expenditure side, we look good. Again, encumbrances are large because we've got major projects underway, under restoration. That concludes my report. Everything else is positive. Even the intergovernmental is positive, even though it shows 32%. The monthly financial report will be posted on our external web under budget and finance reports for the public to see.
Thank you very much, Ms. Heater, for that explanation. Are there any questions or comments? Great, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Cobb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Board. Just a really quick note. Just wanted to mention that 2 cases were recently filed against the Army Corps of Engineers related to the 2008 Lake Okeechobee regulation schedule. Last month, there was one filed by the Center for Biological Diversity, the Colusa Waterkeeper and Waterkeeper Alliance, and then last week, one was filed by the U.S. Sugar Corporation. Again, both of those relate to the 2008 regulation schedule. We're keeping a close eye on those cases, and we will absolutely keep you updated as they unfold.
Do we have exposure in either of those?
So we are not named parties in either of those cases currently.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Cobb? Mr. Bartlett?
All right. You guys ready for me?
Ready.
All right. So I've got a number of things I wanted to talk about. The first being next month, we will present you a budget to adopt that starts October 1st. And I put in your packet sort of my preliminary list of investments with the additional revenues we're getting through ad valorem and also the leftover funds we have from prior years. The top box is, you should look at that as recurring every year. So that additional $8.3 million will just recur. And so I'm certainly proposing that we make sure that our recurring expenses are covered well, so we don't have any risks in our system. So you'll see suggesting we put it in operations and maintenance, capital refurbishment, trying to restore past levels for making sure that our pumps keep working, our canals are maintained, and all of our SCADA systems, everything is in top shape, so we have them year-round, but particularly when we need them most, like in hurricanes. And then the field operations and land management, basically keeping this building going, keeping our fleet working, and really amping up our efforts in Lee County for their water course management, because that became an issue in recent history that we recognize we need to invest in. And then obviously we had a very strong session on coastal resiliency, that we talked about the vulnerabilities we have in our system to maintain flood protection along our coastal communities. And so that is an area that I think we need significant investment in. I've got additional flexibility in those funds, but that's how I've proposed those. When you look at one-time investments and what to use with money that is left over, obviously implementing the governor's order is a top priority, and that's why we have focused in the Northern Everglades and estuary protection projects and scientific analysis to get those ramped up. And then the connection to Lake Okeechobee to STA 5-6 to ramp that up. Coastal resiliency projects, not just the analysis, but the projects to make sure that we maintain our services in our coastal areas. And then we're on a cycle to make sure all of our field stations are up to date, particularly with hurricane code. And so Clewiston is next on the list, so I've got that there, plus basically the Central Florida Water Initiative that we mentioned earlier. And then there's a general category of $10 million. There's a lot of project ideas we talk about between us and me and the board to, advance Picayune Strand, advance Biscayne Bay, Cutler Wetlands, do some additional land acquisition. We talked last time about the wetlands reestablishment north of the lake. And then the STA enhancements we talked about earlier today. There are other things that we have talked about. But I'm not sure I put a general $10 million there because those will all mature at different rates. And so I just want to make sure we have money aside so that when we're going to start on all of them, and when they mature, we have the money set aside to actually execute. When I bring you a budget in September, I want every one of you to be happy with that budget. And so if you have ideas that you don't see here, they may be in the budget that is not using this additional funds, but using funds that are already in the budget, or I need to add them. And so I really encourage each of you, if you have ideas that you don't see here, you can talk to me now, or you can just call me, but I would certainly call me within the next week, because we're going to build this budget out to present to you in September.
Thanks. Is the $2 million we had for monitoring, you said you were going to try and come up with it somewhere else, and if you didn't, it was in here, is that in that 10
That's
million?
in that, yep, it's
Okay.
in the 1.5.
In 1.5.
Yeah, but plus additional money that's existing in our budget right
Got it.
now.
Thanks.
Yep. So this is just the money that we're throwing on top of the money that's within our budget.
Questions, comments?
All right, I got more for you. Past this, though, so. But please, every one of you need to be happy.
Yeah,
Well,
don't
maybe
be
not
shy.
every one of you. Oh, and what we learned that we need to put in here, also announced yesterday, Governor DeSantis is really doubling his efforts on the Python control program for our water conservation areas, Everglades National Park. We're going to be part of that. We're happy to be part of that. So that's going to be built into the budget as well, is amping up our efforts to control that invasive species. Wanted to give you an update on alternative water supply solicitation that we sent out. Department of Environmental Protection was appropriated $40 million. They sent us a letter and asked for us to get water supply, alternative water supply projects to them for potential funding by the end of August. That does not allow me the chance to solicit public projects publicly, get them to you for your consideration before I have to submit them to DEP. We are going to compile everything we get. We'll share that with you, and then whatever feedback you have, we'll probably give a draft list to DEP on August 30th, and I'll present that to you at the next board meeting for, I don't know the right word, ratification or something like that, but the timeline didn't quite work out to where we could solicit projects and get it back. If you're wondering what alternative water supply is, that's basically providing water supply with water that is non-traditional source, AKA not groundwater, not the upper Floridan. So it could be saline water treatment, reuse of reclaimed water that you get from your wastewater treatment processes, those types of projects. And there's DEP's focus is largely in sub-regional projects, regional projects, like the Central Florida Water Initiative up around Orlando. The EAA Reservoir Project, I know all of you, that's such a high priority for you. We've had great discussions to advance this project fast and expeditiously, particularly with respect to the stormwater treatment area. We met with Colonel Kelly. He had sent us a letter before last board meeting about May 30th being when he could get things done. We said, May 30th is so far away, we're ready to start this fall, And so he is working hard to break out from his validation report, which is what he was talking about with May 30th, the NEPA process, the Environmental Policy Act process, so that can get done potentially by December, is what he's doing, so that he can get that done and issue us our permits that 5 months early than what he had originally thought, so that then we can get started. We are actively designing the stormwater treatment area right now. Brown and Caldwell is doing that for us. John stays on them routinely. We want our designs done. We want our permits. We want to roll out with that project so we can get it done. We're in active construction in 2022, 2021, and we can get it done in 2023. And we'll have another stormwater treatment area available to us. The same expectation needs to be put on the Corps of Engineers for the reservoir side. They are in design on that reservoir. We are talking to Colonel Kelly. His original thoughts were 3 years of design for that reservoir. And we said, look, we implemented a model where we're not designing it all at once and then starting construction. We're looking at breaking it up, doing pieces and parts so we can start construction on critical features earlier rather than later. Follow our model. Can you do that? And so I just talked to him this morning on the way in. He's committed to looking at that and taking a hard look so we can start construction well in advance of that 3-year horizon for the reservoir as well. We're having great discussions on the leases. And we're having discussions that will allow us to advance the stormwater treatment area project on our schedule when we want it done. So we'll be able to get access to the land. We're not only talking about our leases, but the state leases. So all leases we need to resolve in this discussion. And I'm hopeful that we can have that completely resolved so we have full access to the land when we need it to advance this construction by next board meeting. The RAC process, so we are standing up tomorrow our RAC Forum website, and then next week sending out a solicitation for all stakeholders to submit their interest in serving on our RAC Forum. So that will go out next week, and it'll probably take us, give them a few weeks to submit applications, 3 or 4 weeks. Then we'll take that amount of time to carefully evaluate, see if we can assemble this RAC Forum in a constructive manner, and then maybe start having meetings in December timeframe. But we'll certainly keep you posted on that whole process and keep you informed. If you want to participate, please call me. I think that does about, so next meeting, we will talk about innovative technology and how we sort of wrap our heads around that. We'll present the budget. It's going to be a budget I think we're going to be really proud of on what we can do with that budget. But the day before that next meeting, we are doing a workshop. It'll be on our it'll be on water quality, because I know that's very interesting for all of us, and that's on the Everglades Protection Area, Everglades National Park, and Florida Bay. So we're going to do a big exploration of water quality and those resources. I think that's all I got, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Bartlett. That's a good report.
Sure.
Anyone have any questions or comments for Mr. Bartlett? Great. We'll go to public comment now. Tia?
I have Taryn Wadley and Drew Martin.
Good afternoon. It's been a long day, y'all. This is not catching alligators or fish. Wow, y'all have got my head blowed up. I just wanted to tell y'all that, and I'm fixing to blow y'all's up like y'all just blowed mine up. So hopefully, Lord willing. I'm grateful y'all are here and listening today. I wanted to point out that there hasn't been a apex predator on non-native and non-game fish for over 47 years. The prey has not been managed for 47 years. No data of biomass assessments by FWC for 47 years. No science behind Lake's shoreline here for the closure to the Hall Centers. That wasn't done due to science. That was done to a conflict between the commercial fishermen and the sports fishermen. You know, if you got two kids and one don't want to be around the other, normally you make them get along. Not in this case. They separated them, and we're still separated. Fish are the other half of the problem. Every 600 pounds of tilapia equals 440 pounds of nitrogen and approximately 15 pounds of phosphorus. So that's if you take them out. Now, that's not including shad. They're higher in phosphorus. That's not including plecostomus. That's higher in phosphorus. So here's where I'm going to blow your heads up at. I'm assessing while y'all are talking about this. That's the high water mark right there on the tree. Do y'all see that dark line up there on that tree, on that picture? I can see it very clearly. That's commercial fisherman's mark. I can tell. That's just how we know where the high water is. So you imagine that water being up that high, and then y'all imagine this being Kissimmee River right here at the dam. Now imagine this, y'all creating and making a fish motel. They going to check in, but they ain't going to check out. We're going to check them out. Now I want you to imagine a little old kid, a bunch of little teenagers, a bunch of 20-year-olds throwing about 10 concrete blocks down to catch all these fish. I done calculated up. This room would hold about 3.6 million pounds of fish. Now, my daddy rounded up 200,000 pounds of fish in a creek, Peace Creek. Think about that. Think about that. You know, this is what the game fish populations used to be like in Lake O, but it's not now, and it's because of these fish. And it's because of these fish and others' fish. These fish were only in this body of water 7 years. These fish right here, this is Harney Pond Canal. This is even out there in the deeper part of Harney Pond Canal. Where I caught these fish, there was not signs like this. These are astronomical numbers. The only thing I can tell y'all is, let me show y'all that these numbers are here. That is the only way it will prove to you that this, imagine taking water quality in a body of water that's nothing but solid fish, 3.6 million pounds, and you're blaming everybody in the world for the water quality, and it's the fish. 47 years. Please, I am the last one that can actually fish the shorelines up where I'm at. I fish bodies of water 100 to 1,600 times smaller than Lake Okeechobee. I'm the only one. So give me an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
I got done thinking about fish, y'all. Sorry.
Drew Martin with the Lock City Group. I don't know if I can be that colorful, but I wanted to talk a little bit about the permitting process. And there's a property right now in Wellington that is on preserve, and they want to build on it. And one of my problems, and I've always had this, and if you go back, there's a book called Paving Paradise, but there's no tracking of mitigation. And why is that important? Because when you give somebody a permit to develop, you're and you set aside particular property as mitigation, what you're saying is that property is going to replace the damage that the development is doing. Now, when somebody comes back, like in this case, and they're coming back and they're saying, now I'm going to build on the preserved property, what they're doing is undoing the first permit. Because the first permit, when you allowed that initial building to be done, was built under the assumption that the remainder of this area was going to remain undeveloped. Why is that important? Because in a flood control area, you have to have some areas that don't have buildings on them. The same thing is true for water quality. You don't want to have every single square inch of property built on. So it's very unfortunate because developers constantly are trying to figure out how to game the system. And one of the ways they game the system is they devalue that piece of property by saying, well, it's not functional wetlands, it's got a lot of invasive species on it, it's not ideal. Well, we know it's not ideal. Why is it not ideal? Because the drainage for the original development drained the rest of that property and left it in a less valuable condition. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't maintain that preserve, because the wildlife is dependent upon there being some open spaces around Florida. So I hope that at some point you'll do a workshop and you'll talk about why it's important to preserve areas that were set aside by previous mitigation. And the other problem is the mitigation bank system in Florida is not working very well. So when somebody comes to you and says, well, I'm going to put this in a mitigation bank, well, if 10 years later somebody comes back and develops that very land, it defeated the whole purpose of setting it aside. So I'm hoping that you, as the governing board, will begin to look at this. I'm very concerned about this process, and I really hope that this preserve area is not allowed to be destroyed in Wellington. Thank you.
Chairman, can I ask a question, please?
Sure.
So the young lady who stayed all day to talk to us about fishing on Lake O, I just need a clarification of who provides permission to pull those fish from that lake. I mean, if she's, so I think what I understand is that you would like to take those fish out. You would like to have the opportunity to remove those fish which are not helpful
and to
the
get a
water
subsidy.
quality.
Yes, ma'am. To
Okay.
target and to get a
So
subsidy.
that doesn't come from us, though, that would come from FWC?
They would need your help. They have acknowledged that they know that this is a problem for many years. I've got documentation as well as stating that. They just simply have not known what to do. But being as the governor is targeting the water quality, it's really a no-brainer. This is what you should be targeting. You got to give us an opportunity to prove it. You got to open up shorelines and we can prove it. If you put, you put a chain on, you think of a chain, a heavy-duty chain, you think of a net that's going to go all the way across. Well, those fish, they go upstream. And now that this water's rising, they really going upstream. They're coming from everywhere. Whenever fish are, the water's been low or whatever, they're all out there in the middle. But whenever the water starts coming up, now that it's coming up, when the water starts residing, pay attention to the water quality in the northern areas, because that's whenever the fish is hitting it the hardest. They will always hit it the hardest as the water is residing. It is common sense in the fishing language.
This isn't the first time that she's come and stayed all day to speak to us at the end of the day. It may be the second or the third. I just wonder if there isn't someone on staff that could have a conversation with her and try to, I don't know what that conversation is like because I don't fish. And I don't know the rules of the lake, and I don't understand what I'm asking you for, except just some support and conversation, if we could arrange that. Is that okay?
Absolutely. Thanks.
I just want to ask, you're talking Miss Martin, right? Your name's Miss Martin?
No, Wadley.
I'm sorry, Miss Watley. Thank you. I met you in the parking lot at
Yes,
the
ma'am.
Blue-Green
Blue-Green
Algae
Algae
Task
Task
Force.
Yes, ma'am.
So are you talking about invasive fish?
I am speaking about invasive and non-game fish. The bullhead catfish have never been assessed, and their overall size structure just gets so tiny. My
Right, so
dad,
could you just tell me, like, what are the top two
you wouldn't want to just
bad
target
fish?
two that,
I'm just curious. I want to learn some names. What
it
are
would
the
be your
main?
bullhead catfish and your tilapia.
Okay, thank
But-
you.
but the next
And thanks
two
for
is going-
being so diligent.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. You're welcome.
Thanks, Ms. Wiley. Great. We're going to final board member comment. That's it, right, Tia, for public comment? I'd like to just take a moment, and I want to thank our staff who work behind the scenes and don't always, we don't see a lot of, but they work behind the scenes to make our meetings a success month after month. We've got Henry Chiquito, Angie Fretwell, Devon Daniels of our IT team, Rosie Bird, our district clerk, and Gina Kamak, governing board assistant. They do an awful lot and an excellent job of getting our agendas ready to get together so everyone can see them ahead of time, ensuring proper public and official notice, getting the presentations assembled and out to the public in a timely manner. Juanita Bozeman and Lysandra Jones, thank you for ensuring public comments are appropriately dressed and brought up here all afternoon. A special thanks to our facility staff, Elon Doherty. He makes sure the room's set up and accommodates the public and staff. He also stays late and gets us set up for workshops and then gets us set up for governing board meetings after that. And of course, I want to thank Tia Barnett, who oversees this entire process. So I just want to say a quick shout out to the staff. Thank you all very much. Now we can go to any other general comment. Go ahead, Jack.
This too started with thanking Tia. The map that was presented this morning with the young women, Lexi and Nicole, was something that I had the opportunity to get involved with, and it started with an idea, because it was the idea of transferring the historic Harshberger map from 1913, which he was a biologist and understood plants and came down here in the 1800s, and superimposing that onto one of our modern maps. And I had no idea where this would go. I just thought somebody could help me. But Tia set up with these two young ladies. And so, in essence, it was like me being my favorite thing, which is kind of a mentor, a teacher, getting to work with these young ladies. And they did all the research with the Harshberger map and Chris McVoy and the Steamboat 1882 map. And there's so much on it, and there are hard copies, and I hope you'll get one for the ladies. And I'll have Tia, hopefully, will send you an electronic copy. But I just wanted to point out a couple of things on this map, because I think it was really an education for myself and for the young ladies. When you look at Lake Okeechobee on the map, you will see its original size. And it shows how much larger it was before, 200 years ago, 300 years ago, basically from 730 square miles today to over 1,000 square miles. And it kind of gives you an idea of why we're in some of the problems that we are today. And also earlier today, people talked about the pond apple forest, which is the pinkish color underneath the lake, which was 32,000 acres of forested trees that, of course, were pulled up to reach the black gold. But I think that anyone on this board, because I know everybody has different talents, could maybe, I think there might be young people within the organization that Tia could connect us with, people who are into finances, people who are into different things that we're into. But I think the more that we get the young people involved, it's exciting because they have the burden of the future. And I just wanted to thank Tia and the South Florida Water Management District for this opportunity to meet these young, talented cartographers, and Dr. Chen, who allowed the whole thing. And I wish he were here to applaud him. So thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Any other board with comments? Great. September, going to be a busy month for the governing board. As Drew mentioned, we're going to have a workshop on the 11th. Our next governing board meeting is the 12th. There's going to be a budget workshop, I believe, at the end of that. There's also going to be another budget workshop on the 24th, and we'll be sending out details of that. And if there's nothing else...
At the end of that, so you mean like we're going to work all night?
No.
I say that tongue in cheek. So on the same day, we're going to have the budget workshop after the board meeting?
We are. That'll be scheduled for 5:15, I think, by statute. I think that was sent out with a trim notice, this is my guess. And generally, it's up to you, but generally, they don't take that long.
Oh, I gotcha. All right.
Only,
Message received.
only,
Boss, got it.
we're only working a half day today.
There you go. Thank you. If there's nothing further, we're going to adjourn. Thank you, Scott.
Thanks, Chauncey. Appreciate it.